Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It is the fifth and final Ashes test of this Ashes series from the Oval, day number 2, session 1. It is England and Australia, the old rivals in world cricket, doing battle for the last time in this Ashes series in England. And we're about to begin proceedings on day 2. Australia in a good position. 1 for 61. They trail by 222 runs behind England's 283. If Australia were very pleased with their work yesterday, it's better than anything, I suppose. After winning the toss and bowling first, I think it was a pretty good day for Australia as they look to win the series. And they've already retained the Ashes, but they'll be looking to win the series outright, which they haven't done in England since 2001. But thanks, everyone, for joining us. I know it's been a while, but we're back after a couple of test matches off as we look forward to this second day. James Anderson will begin. He's in now to Khawaja, who defends to mid-off. No run. Dot ball to begin proceedings. Usman Khawaja was resolute in his batting yesterday. He looked pretty calm, not really troubled. And a bit of an overcast day in London, as it was yesterday at the Oval. There is rain forecast throughout this test match, but not today. Not for the time being. Anderson, not quite at his best in the series. He's in now to Khawaja. This one left alone by Khawaja. Outside his off stump, straight through to the keeper. No run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. I hope everyone's well. Everyone enjoying some Ashes cricket, of course. We're getting towards the end of the series. It's been a long series over the last 6 to 7 weeks. It's been a very long, arduous series. But its finale is currently happening here at the Oval. Anderson in again. This one wide of off stump. Khawaja leaves. Straight for the keeper, no run. And thanks, everyone, for joining us. And we do have a guest joining us in a minute. I'll add him in to our stream in a minute. A regular of the podcast, of course. After this over, Anderson in to Khawaja, beats him past his outside edge. Through to the keeper, no run. James Anderson hasn't been quite at his best in this Ashes series. That one, Khawaja just playing, and that delivery, playing a miss, but for Australia at least, he's still there. James Anderson, the luck that he's had in this series hasn't been there. Anderson in to Khawaja again. This one's short, outside off stump. Khawaja leaves again to the keeper. No run. He's on 26. Labuschagne on 2. 5 dot balls to begin this first over of the day. Anderson none for 21. From his first over, from his 8 overs. Anderson in. And this one left alone again by Khawaja outside his off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over. It is it's 1 for 61. My mistake. And our guest is a regular of the podcast. It's great to have him on with us today. A bit of company for me. And it's our good friend, our good supporter of the podcast, Jihan. Hello, Jihan. I hope you're well, mate. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you for inviting me on today. And
No worries, Jihan. You've been a great supporter of the podcast for a while now. I'm not sure when you discovered us, maybe through Nick and Gabe, of course, Cricket for Americans, when I was on their channel.
I think I did discover it through Nick and Gabe, actually.
Yeah.
To be fair, but yeah, I've enjoyed a lot of your content.
Well, thank you, Jihan.
And yours is a channel that's that I follow quite regularly, actually.
Thank you. Kind words, Jihan. Kind words. But how do you see today, Jihan, from an Australian point of view? Bat all day, get a big lead, bat once. Pretty simple.
Well, look, I think ideally that would be what we would want from Australia. Now, the only thing that I would say that is going to make that difficult was I have had a look at the weather forecast for today's day's play, and it looks like it's going to be pretty overcast most of the day. Yeah. So I think it may be a bit of a battle, but we'll see how they go.
Yeah, well, I thought towards the end of play yesterday, I thought Khawaja and Warner looked pretty solid, but David Warner again getting a start and nicking off, and very frustrating.
Yeah.
But Labuschagne looked comfortable, and first ball from Wood was a dot ball, left alone by Labuschagne. But I think Australia would be happy, Jihan. I know people said the drop catches and were very frustrating, 5 drop catches from Australia, but 283, you would take that than 592 in the last test for sure if you're an Australian supporter and a player.
No, I think so. And I think you generally take that kind of score when you win the toss and put the opposition in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think ideally, if Australia had held all their catches, they should have bowled England out for around 200.
Yeah,
I reckon even if even if Harry Brook, he got 85, he was dropped early. If we assume that Carey was always going to drop that catch, I reckon the other drop catches towards the end of the innings cost Australia a fair bit as well.
Yes,
I think we, with those ones, I think we could have restricted England to around 240.
Yeah, Todd Murphy dropped Chris Woakes off his own bowling. Yeah. Mitchell Marsh in the gully went through hit his hands and then went through his hands. So,
I mean, Chris Woakes was dropped twice, which I was watching that and it was very frustrating for me.
It was frustrating for me as well, watching that as well, Jihan, and drop catches are a part of cricket. But if Gabe was streaming, he would have lost his mind.
Yeah, and I think
he hates drop catches.
Yeah, and I think Nick would have been loving it for Chris Woakes. I mean, there was a very tight LBW call off of Mitch as well. When there was a tiny feather of an inside edge that even Chris Woakes didn't realise.
Well, he was unsure whether to review or not. If he would have walked off, he would have looked like, that's not a good thing to do. But he reviewed it in hope because there were, what were there at that stage, 7 or 8 down? So you might as well. Yeah. And he got lucky.
Exactly, yeah.
Joel Wilson, was it Joel Wilson? Yeah. He
got I think it was Joel Wilson.
Was it Damascene? No, it was Wilson. It was Joel Wilson.
Yeah.
He was having a tough time of it as an umpire. And it was quite ironic that he was doing the third umpiring role at Headingley. I thought that was a bit ironic that he was doing that role. But
the irony of that didn't even occur to me actually. But no, you're right.
Yeah,
given that he didn't go to DRS when he could have done.
That LBW off Nathan Lyon in that Headingley game. If Australia didn't burn that review of Jack Leach, pitched outside leg by a foot. That's what pressure does to you. It's been a good over from Wood. 5 dot balls, last ball in. Labuschagne shoulders arms again through to the keeper, no runners. The end of the over, 1 for 61. Back-to-back maidens. 27 overs in. Australia still trail by 222. Have you seen this Ashes series, Jihan? Frustrating at times from an Australian fan point of view.
I think
it's been one of those series, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think with Bazball, the way England are playing, it's very high risk. And I think they're going to have as many bad days as they have good days, or maybe even more bad days than they have good days if they're playing against a decent opposition. But I think for me, the issue is I don't think Australia played to their potential either.
No, that's right.
Particularly the batting. I think Steve Smith's 100 at Lords probably won them that match, but he hasn't really done much apart from that one innings.
Yeah, he sort of dropped off a little bit, Smudge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
And I think probably, Usman Khawaja's batting at Edgbaston won them that match. But yeah, the batting for me hasn't lived up to
expectations.
The expectations and the reputations.
Yeah. I would say Mitchell Marsh is probably the best batter that Australia's had in this series thus far. And he's only played 2 tests. This is his third. But he looked pretty good, Mitch. And that 100 was top notch. And I know he's had a lot of stick over the years, as we know, with his brother Sean, obviously, in and out of the side. People said, they can give him too many opportunities. But, it could be a sliding doors moment for Mitchell Marsh in his career. He's probably like that with Usman Khawaja, that you come in and you think, I won't be here for much longer. I might as well enjoy it. And we saw that from Mitchell Marsh. He enjoyed it. He enjoyed batting out there. And I thought he played a really important knock in the last game with Marnus in that 30-over window. Without that partnership, there could have been some serious damage done by England if Australia didn't get through that 30-over window. They did, and the rain held through, and that's why Australia are 2-0 up for a reason.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, those 30 overs of play were very important in the context, weren't they? Marnus and Mitchell Marsh batting together.
Yeah.
And I think Marnus showed a little bit more intent than he has done in the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's been a frustrating series for Marnus because he's got starts, he's kind of got in, but then he's just sort of found a way of getting out.
Yeah. Headingley was one example of that, trying to slog sweep Moeen Ali to deep square leg where Harry Brook took the catch. And Steve Smith dismissed it as well, flicking it straight to mid-on. Ben Duckett took the catch. And it's like, he just gifted Moeen Ali 2 easy wickets, and they did. It's very frustrating watching from afar. But there's 5 dot balls again from Anderson in this over. Not quite at his best in this series. Forward on him, Jihan, as John says hello. Hello, John. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. Your thoughts on James Anderson, Jihan? Is it age catching up with him? He hasn't had a great series. He's ruled out retirement after this last test. Do you think he'll carry on for much longer?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think it's probably been one series too many for him. But then I did think exactly the same thing 4 years ago. But he's carried on this whole time. But yeah, he just, the thing is, he's not going to let you down in terms of he's not going to get pummeled. His economy rate is always going to be able to.
It's just that he hasn't had that same zip off the wicket.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the wickets have been pretty dead in this series.
Yeah, I mean that hasn't helped him.
No,
and he just he's lacked that penetration. And the thing, I think the wicket that he probably would have had would have been the most effective one was Headingley when he didn't play.
Yeah.
So that's just a quirk of fate for him. But
and he's home ground, Old Trafford. Bowling from his own end, which doesn't happen in world cricket these days. Bowling from your own end. He's the only one who's done that.
Is he really?
He is.
Realize
he is.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, obviously, Brian Statham's no longer with us. Obviously, that's the other end where the changing rooms are, where the commentators are, commentating end, and obviously the pavilion end's James Anderson end. So he's the only one in world cricket to bowl from his own end that's still alive. So.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the quality of James Anderson. But, the lights are on. Mark Wood on the ground again, as he always does in his follow-through. That one's a dot ball from Labuschagne. Wood in again. This one short of length. Labuschagne leaves. Rid of the keeper, no run. It's been a tidy start from England. Sorry, Jan.
Just with the stream, I just want to check. You're in the 29th over now, are you?
Well, I'm watching from my TV, so
Yeah. And
yeah.
Mark Wood's
So,
bowling. Yeah.
yeah, Mark Wood's bowling, so that's all right.
Yeah. No, I think the thing with James Anderson is, if he's able to bowl from his own end.
Well,
I
obviously
think
he won't
that's
go to India next year. I think we can say that.
well. It's fun. Well, it's funny you should say that because I've heard a few comments about how they need James Anderson when they go to India. So, I
Did okay
listened to
there in the last series 2 years ago, which, yeah, but on those sort of wickets, as we see Marnus Labuschagne sanding down his bat in the groundsman shed at the Oval before this Test match, he's very particular about his bats, Marnus. He's a cricket nuffy, as we know, just like Steve Smith. So he was sanded away. Yeah, back to James Anderson.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that I listen to the Wisden cricket podcast a fair bit, or I have done recently.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you've.
Yeah, I've seen you in the comments there, Gian.
Yeah. I like to wind up the English fans.
Yeah.
But no, the last few that I've listened to, they seem to be quite confident that he'll want to play in India and that England will want to pick him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is a bit of a strange one. I tend to sort of agree with you in that sense.
Yeah, because I think Stuart Broad would go.
Yeah.
Did he go to India last time in 2021? I don't think he did.
No.
I'm not sure. I know Anderson did, but I think Broad would be there. I think.
Yeah.
And I think the bowling attack that they have, and that one's down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 byes. First runs of the day, but it hasn't come off the bat. That one a bit wayward from Mark Wood, a bit short down the leg side. 4 byes. Australia off the mark today. I want a short ball. In the end, he played it well, Labuschagne, got the bat and the gloves out of it. Bairstow couldn't cut that off for the 4 byes. He's bowled quick, Mark Wood, but not quite with that zip that we saw at Headingley, Jihan, where he's bowling rapid in that spell over 90 miles per hour, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he's played 3 Test matches back-to-back, and he doesn't play 3 Test matches back-to-back anyway because of injury concerns. As Wood into Labuschagne, who defends on the back foot, no runs into the other one for 65. Trailed by 218 Australia. So it's been a very good start from England, but some runs early on for Australia to get them going in this chase. We have John here. Sorry, John, go on.
No. So I was just going to say that spell, the opening spell that Mark Wood bowled at Headingley, was probably the fastest I've seen in Test matches in England, probably since Harmison was at his peak.
It was Brett Lee had a quick spell in 05, didn't he? They just showed that graphic on the stats.
So Brett Lee, Harmison in 05.
Jeez.
I can't really think of anyone else since then, or between 2005 and now.
No.
That was quick. And the other thing, and this is a point that Usman Khawaja made after the match, it wasn't just quick, he swung the ball as well.
Yes.
And there was a little bit in the wicket, for all the bowlers, actually. I mean, that's why, Wokes did pretty well. I mean, he was the pick of the bowlers on both sides.
He was.
So I think, out of all the pitches we've had this series, I think Headingley has had the most in it for the bowlers.
Yeah. I don't know why. I know England want flat pitches because they want to, score runs quickly. We saw that at Old Trafford, but that's sort of putting their bowlers at a disadvantage as well.
I completely agree. Yeah.
So I don't know why they went down that route, and I know a lot of people have said that as well. But to be honest, that Edgbaston pitch was pretty poor. And one at Lords, it tends to flatten out at Lords. Gets better to bat on towards the end of the match. Headingley was good. Old Trafford started to flatten out a little bit, didn't it, towards the end of the game?
Well, I thought the Old Trafford pitch was getting very flat day 3. I mean, particularly when England batting, but even when it clouded over on day 4, and I think part of this was probably due to the fact that the ball itself had got wet, and when the ball gets wet, it's not.
Yes, and then it doesn't swing.
Then it stops swinging. Yeah. I mean, there was parts during that 30 overs that they played on day 4 when Bairstow was standing up to all 3 of England's seamers.
Yeah, he
apart from
was.
Wood,
And I was like, I don't think
apart from
James
Wood,
Anderson would
obviously.
love Bairstow sending out to the stumps.
Yeah, so he
You
was
know?
standing up to Broad,
Yeah.
Anderson, and Wokes, and you think to yourself, and this is the mighty England bowling attack. Like, you know, what's the big deal?
Well, to be fair, you know, only barring Mark Wood and probably maybe Josh Tongue to an extent.
Yeah.
They're the 2 quickest bowlers that England have, whereas the rest are a bit military medium pace, whereas the Australian bowling attacks.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And
that's why they're not effective in Australia. That's why when they come down to Australia, they always get pummeled. We saw that in the last series, didn't we? In 2021, 2022. And that's why their bowling averages are sky high here in Australia, whereas in England, they're quite low. It's a good shot from Khawaja.
That's right. And that's been a constant theme for 15 to 20 years now, would you say? Something like that?
Yes, you would think so. But they managed to win in 2010-11, and even their bowlers in that series weren't quick, but Australia were going through transition, and you know,
I think in 2010-11, yeah, they had a bad series. You're right, they were going through transition. They weren't quite.
And then Ponting was at the end of his career. Then he didn't play the last test because he broke his finger at Melbourne. Then Clark took over, and then that pretty much saw Michael Clark take over the captaincy from Punter. And then Usman Khawaja debuted in that last test in Sydney.
Yeah, and I remember.
And Michael Beard debuted. Michael Beard, the left-arm orthodox.
Yeah.
He only played a couple of tests, and that was it. And then Xavier Doty was tried in the first test in Brisbane. And
Michael
Peter
Beard
still got a hat trick, which was good. I remember that.
Yeah,
and then England got 1 for 507 or something. There was not many people in the crowd. I can understand. It was a bit deflating at the time, but it was good when we won 5-0 in 2013-14. That was Mitchell Johnson. What a series he had. 37 wickets at an average of 13. It's pretty good. And when he got rid of Stuart Broad in Adelaide, I always laugh at that because Broad said, there's something glinting in the side screen. And then
he was wasting time. He was wasting time for forever, to take his guard.
Yeah, just that little bit of a shining part of the bolt on the side screen. We've got a question here for John. John says, what did you think of Broad having the umpire check the ball condition every over or so, talk about excessive time wasting? What should the umpires do about it? As Labuschagne pushes single to the offside, he moves on to 3. I'll let you answer that, Jihan. What do you think?
Look, I'll be honest. Yesterday, I watched most of England batting. I didn't watch a lot of Australia batting. I think I've pretty much gone to sleep by that point. A lot of it was to do with the fact that I didn't want to watch an Australian bat, losing a few wickets. And it was getting a bit late.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and it was getting a bit late, and I had to get up early the next morning. Yeah. But I did keep, checking the score every half an hour to an hour or so. But I think I think I was watching at one point when I'm not sure if it was Broad, but someone brought the ball to Joel Wilson, asking for it to be changed or looked at or whatever, and he just put it through the hoop and he said, "Yeah, no, it's fine. Get on with it." And
he did. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it may be a tactic, or I think that's something that, and England seem to do it a lot, but I have seen other teams do it.
That's the thing with these Duke balls. That being the batch of Duke balls that they had last summer were going pretty out of shape quickly and not doing much. I think everyone in world cricket does that. They just say, "Oh, the ball's out of shape. We'll go to the umpire." But many umpires would tell you that, "No, just bowl it back into shape, mate. It's okay. Just put it through the hoops and you're all right." Has to go through one, can't go through the other one. Just to clear that up with everyone.
So I think that honestly, I think the sole reason they do that is to get the ball changed.
Yeah,
hope that they get a new ball, another ball, or the next ball.
Well, it was like in Manchester when Australia got the ball changed. What happened there? It started to do something.
Yeah,
didn't it? So yeah. But I think many umpires would just say, "Oh, it's fine." But if it's out of shape, then we have to change it. Which is only fair to both sides. When England got the ball changed the last test, Marta said, "Can I have a look at it?" And Ben Stokes said,
Yeah.
"What do you want to look at?"
Well,
Marta
apparently
said, "We
that
weren't
seemed-
happy about that."
And apparently that seemed to annoy England quite a bit. And
I don't know why, because as a batter, you're entitled to have a look at the ball if it's replaced.
Mm.
So
And it's
Marnus knows his
interesting.
cricket, So
Yeah, well, it's
you're entitled
interesting
to
what he
do
said
that.
about that. It's interesting what he said about that afterwards, because what he said was, well, there's a reason I wanted to look at the ball, because
I want to see which side of it's shiny and know where the swing is. That's perfectly fine. That's all right.
Well,
And the umpires will tell the batters that replacement ball, whatever, new ball. And Labuschagne was he didn't do anything wrong there. He's entitled to do that because he's the batter and he has every right to do that. But
so
as Labuschagne defends again,
you're the umpire here, so that's allowed, is it? That for the batsman to
I don't see any problems with it. I think England got a little bit touchy because, we don't want you to give you an advantage or anything like that. But
okay,
it's nothing,
a bit silly,
much
isn't
in
it?
Yes, it's just you're replacing a ball that it's a similar age. So I don't think there was nothing undoing with Labuschagne there. You're perfectly entitled to have a look at the ball as a batter. As we speak about the ball, it's going through the hoop again, and Joel Wilson says, "Get on with it." Throws it back to Mark Wood. Yeah. Speak of the devil there, Gian. We were just talking about that, and the calipers were out, which are the two circles.
Yeah.
The umpires have. As Wood in again to Labuschagne. This one defended by Labuschagne to the offside. No run. Australia 1 for 73. They trailed by 210. It's been a very good start from Queensland teammates, and Khawaja and Labuschagne played for Queensland in the Sheffield Shield. And I hope that answers your question, John. So pretty much the umpire's discretion when it comes to that. The fielding side can ask, can we get the ball changed or not? So every team does it in world cricket. It's not something that's new, but it does take a little bit of time out of the game, which has been another problem, Jihan, overrates. That's been talked about in this series. And it's a problem in world cricket that we have today, unfortunately. But I don't think the umpires do enough. As that's defended by Labuschagne. To mid-on, let's see the other 1 for 73.
Look, with regards to overrates, I can't really think of a great solution to it.
No. But in one-day cricket and T20 cricket, they've brought in the innings timer, which has worked. And then you take one field around the power play. I think that's a good penalty, I think.
Right.
But in Test cricket, it's a bit different. I think they do have an innings timer in Test cricket on the scoreboard for the teams to look at. But the third umpire keeps a running tally of the over rates and tells the umpires on the field if the fielding side's behind or ahead. Australia made a conscious effort of that in the last WTC cycle because that's how they missed out in the first one. But they've sort of let their guard down a little bit in this start of this cycle, obviously, in this series. So, and Usman Khawaja, he had a chat to Wasm Khan, I think it was. He was at the ICC, talked about the over rates and improving the penalties. I don't think it makes any difference. The players earn a lot of money, sponsorship deals, and playing cricket. I don't think it dents their wallets a little bit. But
the way he made it sound was as if it was affecting him financially. I don't know if I took that the wrong way, but that's the way Khawaja made it sound when he was talking about it. Do you think it was because of that, or like why would
a little bit of it? That's the sort of tone I got from that. But I'm like, you earn lots of money anyway, and
Khawaja's not a T20.
No, but he still gets good money playing for Australia, match fees and stuff like that. He's got sponsorship deals, he's all that
contracts
stuff.
And
So I think it's the players get paid well, and it doesn't really make any difference. But I think the final word had a chat about this, about Shubman Gill when he was fined with the whole Cameron Green debacle, and they said, where does that money actually go? Does it go to the BCCI, or does it go to the ICC? You know, when players pay fines and stuff like that. So it may not even get to the.
I was just trying to remember what that was about. That was when he.
That was when Cameron Green took the catch and Sean McGill was fined. Yep.
So he was fined for showing dissent.
Because he was fined because he put that on Twitter and. That's dissent.
Yeah. And how much was he fined? Was it just a percentage of his match fee?
It was a percentage of his match fee, but the final word guys were saying, where does that money actually go? Does it go to the home board or does it go to the ICC? You know, so that's an interesting question. Where does the money actually go? Does it go to the ICC and then go back to Cricket Australia, or does it go to Cricket Australia? I don't know. Yeah. Hello, Chris. Hope you're well. John says. I was the opposite. Jihan nodded off on the lounge through the second session. Woke up if about an hour to go in the third session. It's been that sort of series. I'm sort of feeling fatigued, Jihan. Sleep deprived. Covering this series has been very tough work. Watching all the test matches to late on day 5, and every day of the test as well, up until like 3 a.m. It does take a lot out of you.
So it's been slightly easier for me living in Perth.
Yes, it would have, being behind of everyone else in the country.
Yeah. So it starts at 6 and goes on till like 1:30 in the morning. So it's not too bad.
It goes until 3 and 4. Like especially when they go overtime to get the overs in. Like that first test at Edgbaston went until 4 when I was streaming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it did. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 73. It's a maiden.
Is that when you lost your voice?
Yeah. Now we have a bit of fun, It's still to this day. I don't know how Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon pulled that off. I can't believe how they did that.
Yeah. Well, look, when I think about this series, I think something that England have had a huge advantage over Australia in has been basically runs from the 5th wicket down to the being all out. So England have scored 200, 250 or sometimes just for those last 4 or 5 wickets, and the only time the Australian tail has stood up has been that 50-run partnership between Cummins and Lyon. So that's really been a huge, made a huge difference in this series. If you think about all the tail end run, Australia could have easily won at Headingley. This is a thing that, a lot of people are talking about the Ashes series that could have been for England. But England were 167 for 8 at Headingley.
Yeah, they were
100 behind. And they could have easily got a lead there, and even in the chase, what did they need? Like Wokes and Brooke put on 50 or 60 together.
Yeah, they put on 50. Yeah. I think they needed 80 when they came in. I think. Yeah. And
so I think
the same a little bit in this last test as well from Australia. Yeah. But I thought at Old Trafford they did well to get rid of the tail cheaply. If Bairstow was going off, which he did, but at the other end, you opened another end up, which was good. They bowled full and straight at the stumps and aimed at the pads. And Australia didn't do that. Just get carried away with the bouncer.
I think the funny thing
about surprise delivery, the bouncer. It's not meant to.
No, yeah, that's
not meant to bowl at every ball because batters is going to set up for that, just so they get out of the way or duck or stuff like that.
Well, but I think particularly on these slower pitches in England, you can a bouncer barrage is a bit more sustainable in Australia at the Gabba or Wacker. You can't really do that, putting pitches in the Edgbaston.
No, you can't,
because you can sort of as a batsman or as a tail ender, you can sort of set up for it.
Yeah. But I think both sides have been guilty of overdoing it to an extent, really. Yeah. And look at Lords when that period was happening. It was a little bit dull, a little bit sort of lackluster in terms like, do you really want to watch this? Because you know what's going to happen. They're just going to bombard you with short balls and some people question about the sort of that side of things, but it's a legitimate tactic in the game. There's nothing legal about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
But it does put people off when they do watch it.
I think the difference that there was a lot of short pitch bowling at Lords, but I think the difference between the way Australia used it and the way England used it was, I think Australia were using it to take wickets because they were kind of trying to play into the England top order batsmen's egos. Are you going to keep taking on the hook and push?
And it worked to an extent. They were 1 for 188, and it worked on that.
Yeah,
what was it? Day 2.
Day 2. Day 2. Yeah.
Yeah, day
but
2.
Whereas I think England, I think it was when they were bowling at Australia in the third innings, they literally bowled bouncers for non-stop for about 3 or 4 hours, and I think it was solely to slow down the run scoring because it was difficult pitch to do. It was a little bit too paced and a little bit difficult to score against that kind of bowling. And that's the only reason in my mind that they were doing it. As a top order high class test quality batsman, you're not going to be worried about Ollie Robinson, trundling in and bowling bouncers ball after ball, are you?
No.
Really?
No.
So I think that's the reason that England were doing it. And that sort of turned into, as you say, quite dull cricket to watch.
Yeah, it was, and obviously the Lord's Test left a little bit of sour taste in the series, to be honest, after what happened. Obviously, that's been well documented, which has added some spice in this series, as you expect in an Ashes series. Controversial moments happen, controversial things happen. That's the end of the over. It's 1 for 75, a couple of runs in that over for Australia. They're going along steadily. No need to rush. That's the thing, Jihan. No need to rush. I use the analogy: the tortoise and the hare. England are the hare racing through, and Australia are the tortoise, taking it slowly.
Well, I think the Edgbaston Test match was the perfect analogy of the tortoise and the hare.
Yes.
Don't you think?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was probably one of the great Test matches I've seen in my time watching cricket. As you can judge from that reaction and that short that we posted on the channel, me losing my excuse me, I'm now losing my voice again. Which was I knew you said you couldn't watch the final moments as Chris Wilkes is into the attack. So you had to watch my stream and judge what was happening. But we got there in the end.
I think honestly, in my mind, I thought that Australia were going to lose by about.
Well, you dismissed them straight away in the chat, Jihan. You said, I'm going to bed. This is good night. I'll be back for the next test, whatever. And then you came back and said, this is getting a little bit interesting now.
Well, I sort of gave up hope when Khawaja got out to that limp shot against the Ben Stokes slower ball. And then I think Cameron Green pretty much did the same thing as well. I can't remember who that was off. Both chop-ons. And when you see wickets like that, you just sort of think, well, it's not going to go our way, kind of thing. I thought they were going to end up losing by 20.
When he started hitting those sixes, I was like, off Joe Root, I was like, hang on, he believes something, Pat. And how funny it is. Well, the 360 effect. Pat Cummins was praised after that test, and then he went straight to the bottom after Old Trafford. He's entitled to have a bad day, and it was a really bad day that he had on day 2 of that test. But I thought he came back well yesterday, and I thought Australia came back well yesterday to bounce back from that. It's been that sort of series where it's just gone up and down. The cricket's been scintillating, and it's been very, very intense, especially if you're an Australian or England supporter, because you can't really do anything. You're just sitting here helpless, and you just hope that the players can do their job. That one's left again by Khawaja outside his off stump. It's now run through the keeper. He's 103 balls that he's faced in this innings, Usman Khawaja. I think I was listening to Test Match Special on the wrap-up they do, and I think one of them...
I listened to that as well.
Yeah.
Test Match Special podcast, yeah.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job. Just to get a bit of an idea of what other people are saying, get other people's opinions. And I think they said he's the wall of Gibraltar or something. Kawaja. Very hard to dislodge.
Is that the term they use? That's pretty funny.
He is. He's done well since he's come back. And if it wasn't for Travis Head in Sydney not playing, he wouldn't be here, Usman Khawaja.
Yeah.
That was
Look, I can't understand all the abuse that Khawaja's got from the England fans, though.
No, he's a nice guy. He's one of the nicest people you'll meet.
I mean, you saw what happened in the long room, but
that's pretty horrible.
I think after, well, it wasn't after Edgbaston, it was during Edgbaston. The Grey Cricketer guys, they were there, I think, and they were going around interviewing or doing what they call sideshows or whatever with the a lot of the England fans.
Yeah, and
they were like, "Oh, we hate all the Aussies. We hate all the Aussies." And they were like, "What about Khawaja? He's all right." And they were like, "No, we hate him." And I was like, "What? Why?"
Yeah, he tells it how it is, Usman Khawaja. He's upfront, brunt sort of character, but he's cool. He's a cool guy, and the way he bats, he's sort of like Mark Waugh and David Gower in a way, just elegant.
Yeah,
and I know he was criticised for that a little bit, not showing much intent with his body language, but that's how he plays. He's not going to be like a David Warner that's going to be in your face sort of character. He's going to do his thing, and he's doing it here, and he's doing it well. And by far, him, Travis Head, and Mitchell Marsh have been the best from an Australian batting point of view, really, in this series. And obviously, Alex Carey's had a lot of stick, but I thought he's kept really well behind the stumps in this series, and that's been the difference as well. Obviously, as we know, with Johnny Bairstow's woes behind the stumps.
That's one of the reasons I was really surprised he dropped that catch yesterday.
He should have went with two hands in the end. I know that's easier said than done from afar, but Ian Healy said he just got wrong-footed and transferring his weight and stuff like that. But, I was surprised as well because he's done pretty well, Kez, and I know he's had a lot of scrutiny and people saying that Josh Inglis should be in the side and all that stuff. But I think he's in the side for a while now, Gary. I don't think he's under pressure or anything. Since he fell into the pool in Karachi, or where was it, Lahore or Karachi, his average has gone up and his keeping's been pretty good. He got that 90 odd in the second test at Karachi. He didn't quite get the century, but then he got the century in Melbourne, obviously, last summer against South Africa, which was pretty good.
John that was a good century, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was.
You had Anrik Nokia bowling absolutely.
Nokia, Janssen, Rabada. They're pretty quick.
Yeah.
But
that was a good 100. I think his batting is sort of falling away in this series since Lords, right? He played well at Edgbaston.
I guess that's sort of what happened after the Lords fallout. I think a little bit has to do with that.
That may have affected him.
Yeah. As Stuart Broad's in, the Karate Kid with his headband on.
I think his keeping. I was going to say, I think Carey's keeping has been sensational.
It's been top notch. It's been high quality
up until that drop. So I think with that drop, his footwork and his movement was a bit, it was a bit laboured. He should have really taken that if he was.
Yeah, he should.
And he was moving well. Yeah.
John says John says here, probably drinks at the bar funded by fines. That's the way it goes in cricket teams, isn't it? You get fined for stuff. Then you have to buy everyone around or something like that. Some drinks.
Oh, that was a good ball.
Yes, it was. I think you're behind, because I just saw Labuschagne driving through the covers. Are you watching on the Channel 9 app, Jihan?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, it's a little bit behind. So you're just behind by one ball. That's the thing with Channel 9. Is that what I've noticed in this series of the coverage, don't get me wrong, it's good to have cricket back on Channel 9. They're going to be showing the World Cup, obviously, in India later this year as well. Australian matches plus the final and all that stuff, like they did
Oh,
in
are they really?
2019. Yeah.
I had no idea. I
Did
thought
you
that
know
was
that?
all going to be on Fox.
No, it's on. The Australian matches are going to be on free to air.
Oh, okay.
But on Fox, you're going to have like all the matches.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So what I've noticed is that the coverage a little bit, just the app. A lot of people have been complaining about that because it's slow and it's behind. And when there's a no ball, because the third umpire calls a no ball, and then Channel 9 goes to an ad break, and then you come back and you say, what's happened? It's a no balls. What are you doing? There's Broads into
something really frustrating happened yesterday when I was watching, and you're going to laugh about this. This may have happened to a lot of people around the country, actually.
Okay.
But it was so Crawley and Duckett got away to a bit of a start, and
yes,
it was at one point it wasn't looking great for Australia. Just in those
no, it wasn't
in those early sort of overs.
Yeah,
and then Duckett gloved one behind, obviously off Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if this only happened on the Western Australian coverage. It may have been all over the country. I'm not sure, but literally, obviously, it wasn't given out, and Pat Cummins went for the review.
Yeah.
And literally, as they were going to review it, an ad break came on.
Yeah. No, I don't think that happened to me. They went straight to the review.
Right. Yeah. So the coverage was showing Cummins doing, the review sign.
Yeah, doing the review. Yeah.
In fact, they're about to go to the replay, and then it cut to an advert just as they were about to go through the review.
Yeah. And you're like, what's happening here?
Yeah. I mean, I just thought.
Even yesterday, Sky Sports lost the audio for a bit. And then when David Warner got out, it was like dead silence. And then the Channel 9 studio.
That's so funny because because I was watching because I didn't watch that live. I watched the highlights of that today. And when he edged it behind, like there was just all this random noise and you couldn't hear the actual.
Yeah, because the sound wwent down in over there in England with Sky Sports. They said, sorry for you didn't hear Marco Atherton and Mark Taylor were on. And Athers said, sorry that you didn't hear me and Mark Taylor commentate that because we had some technical problems with the sound. And then obviously they had to go back to the Channel 9 audio here, like in the studio. And Callum Ferguson was commentating that moment, which felt a little bit weird without no sound. That's technical problems. That's what they do anyway. TV, all that stuff. Stuart Broad, last ball for him. He's in now to Labuschagne. This one, Labuschagne defends to the offsides. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 79.
They're still trying to get the ball changed, aren't they?
Yeah, Joel Wilson's just going to say, bowl it back into shape, mate. You're not gonna get it back into shape that way. John says, we're not doing what we do best. Run the ones and twos. Warner and Uzi look good when they were doing it. Then it dried up, and next thing Warner was out, and the run rate is dropped from 4 to 2.5. Your thoughts on that, Jihan? Kumar Sangakkara has been big on that in this series. He keeps reminding everyone about Australia's poor running, especially in the Headingley Test match. He kept referring to that on comms. Your thoughts on that, Jihan? Do you think we've been a little bit lax when it comes to the running between wickets?
Look, if I'm honest, Usman Khawaja's a poor runner anyway.
Yeah, he is. He's not the fastest going around.
Yeah, so you're happier for him to be a poor runner and not lose his wicket being run out or running out the opposite the other guy than for them to take quick singles and end up in a run out sort of thing. And that's something you just have to take with Usman Khawaja because he's going to score big runs. So that's something that you just have to sacrifice the fact that he's not going to be pushing with the running. Yeah. But it affected England yesterday when Moeen Ali got injured. I'm not sure if you noticed that because they were taking a lot of singles and out to the deep fielders, and then once he did his groin, that sort of stopped, and
then he sort of just went slogging and that was that. Yeah. Just stood his ground, and just went slogging. A lot of people said he should have retired hurt at that point in time. But look, it's probably going to be Moeen Ali's last test anyway, and he's admitted that himself. So, well, that's the risk you take when someone hasn't played first-class cricket for like 2 years. That's the risk you're going to take.
I was going to say exactly that. I mean, he hasn't played a Test match for 2 years.
No, hasn't played
so I mean,
Test cricket
is
for 2 years.
Is it really that unexpected?
Was it really worth it anyway? You know, and he did. It's like with Nathan Lyon when he pulled his calf at Lord's. Oh, that was a horrible thing to watch, Jihan. My heart just sunk for Gaz. You know. I'll go back to that in a minute. But you knew straight away with Moeen Ali when he pulled up with that single bit lame, you knew that he probably ripped his groin, and that's probably the case because he's not on the field today. How do you feel, Jihan, about Nathan Lyon? The irony of that: 100 Test matches consecutively, and then he gets injured. It's
well, I've got to admit, when I was watching that live, I was a little bit confused at what was going on. I was like, surely that can't be that big.
I thought it was cramp. I thought people thought it was cramp.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. I mean, it could have been cramp, and I was thinking like,
he'll shake it off. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't remember him being.
It was a calf.
Yeah, and look, I when I was a teenager, I did calves a couple of times, and it's horrendous. I've done hamstrings as well, but it's worse than the hamstrings. It's really painful. It's really painful.
They often say it's the old man's injury, the calf.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah,
I think when I did my calves, I was like 14, 15. I think it was probably a growing boy's injury at the time.
Yeah.
But they're horrendous, and they take a few weeks to get over.
Yeah,
or to heal from.
I think it'd be all right, Gaz, for the home summer against Pakistan for that first test at the Gabba, because he's not playing the World Cup. Obviously, he hasn't played one-day cricket for 2019. He was part of the World Cup squad, wasn't he? Nathan Lyon.
Oh, was he? Was he in that World Cup squad? Oh, okay.
He was.
Did he play?
I think he did. So that one's tucked behind square on the leg side by Labuschagne down to fine leg for one. He moves on to 6. Khawaja on 34. And it's the end of the over, 1 for 81. Yeah, he did. He was in the squad. Don't you remember?
2019.
2019 World Cup. He was in the squad.
Well, I remember Xavier Doherty being the spinner in 2015, but they barely used him.
Yeah, they barely used him.
They didn't have to.
But in 2019, they had Nathan Lyon for that World Cup. They had Adam Zampa. Josh Hazlewood didn't play that World Cup. Jason Beredorf played.
That's
Mitchell Starc did. Pat Cummins did. Smith, Warner, Finch, the usual suspects. And then Australia lost that semi-final at Edgbaston.
Edgbaston, yeah, no, I remember that.
Was,
Carey getting hit in the head, and
yes, he did. Oh, his jaw. That's right, and he had to get it taped up with he looked like a mummy or something like that. Like Rick McCosker, breaking his jaw in the centenary test in '77.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of that.
Yeah. Bob Willis broke his jaw. The late Bob Willis broke his jaw, and
did he?
Yeah, he did, and then Kerry O'Keefe had to open the batting.
Sorry. You mean Bob Willis broke Rick McCosker?
Yeah. He broke his jaw, bounced him, and broke his jaw. Yeah. And then Kerry O'Keefe had to open the batting.
He had to
a funny story about that, Kerry. Greg Chappell said, he gave me a handful of minutes to get ready to open the batting in the centenary test of '77, which was one of the most iconic Ashes moments, but it wasn't actually for the Ashes. It was a one-off test. There's been a few series that have been like that in Ashes cricket where they haven't been contested for the Ashes. Just after World Series cricket, that series didn't count.
Which year was that?
I think that was 1980, I think. Just after World Series cricket finished in 78, 79. Because Greg Chappell won. They won that series, and he was pretty ticked off because, it wasn't
3-0, right?
It was 3-0, yeah.
Yeah. My dad told me about that. Yeah.
Thanks for your comment there, John. Zaran says he supports England. Yeah, that's fair enough. John says, I'm always a bit behind with 9 now, 7 mate, with the same previously as well. As Broad's into Labuschagne. This one, again, by Labuschagne, left outside off stump. No run. It's good to see Labuschagne leaving the ball well. That's what he does so well. Leaves the ball on length. He's not scoring quickly this morning, but it's all about patience, as I use that analogy again, Jihan, the tortoise and the hare. It's all about being patient.
He's getting a bit stuck here, isn't he? 6 off 56, looking at this.
Yeah, 6 off 57.
Yeah.
He scored a couple of runs in the last few overs.
Yeah,
As Broad's in again to Labuschagne. This one full. Traps him on the pads. Broad appeals for LBW. Joel Wilson nods his head and clicks over his counter. I think Ben Stokes said that was going down. And they don't review it. They've only got 2 left, England.
I get a bit worried when this sort of thing happens with the Australian batsmen because, a 6 off 37 or whatever.
Yes.
If they end up getting out, it's a waste, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And when you look at it, an innings like Mark Wood played ends up being 3-4 times more valuable.
Yes.
Which is ridiculous when you think about it.
Well, there's only been 12 overs. 12 overs now. This is the 12th over of the day.
Mm.
Oh, that one beats Labuschagne. Past his outside edge. Broad has his hand on his mouth. This will be the last time Stuart Broad will be playing in an Ashes test, you would think, along with Anderson. Someone in the crowd says, "Can I please have your headband, Stuart Broad?" Holding up a sign there, that young kid.
I tell you
sorry,
what,
Gian,
this, no, sorry, I was going to say, I tell you what, this Ashes series is, from an Australian perspective, made me realise is they're going to go through some real transition in the next few years.
Both teams will.
Yeah, both teams will.
Both teams will.
I've sort of gotten used to this core set of players for Australia. Pretty much since the early 2010s, mid 2010s.
Yes.
And that also bears a little bit of a significance for me as well, because 2014 was the year that I emigrated to Australia. So this is my team of the last sort of era, and it's only sort of dawned on me recently. And I think as Australian and English fans, we tend to look at cycles of players and cycles of Test cricket through Ashes series, right? Generally,
yes, we do. Yeah.
And when you look at it, how many of these players are going to come back to play the Ashes 4 years on in England? Not many. The Australians. Maybe Nathan Lyon, because he's a spinner.
Maybe Nathan Lyon. Maybe Pat. Maybe.
Yeah, Pat will, but Pat's only 30, so I think he, unless he has a horrific loss of form or a horrendous injury, he will. I can't see Mitchell Starc coming back. He's going to be 37.
No. Obviously, you can cross out Warner. He's not coming back.
Yeah, Warner and Khawaja won't.
Carey, he's in his 30s. Sure he's 32, I think, 31, 32. So he may come back.
He might. Head will.
He might. Head will. Green will. He's very young. He's in his 20s.
Green is the youngest, so he definitely.
Yeah, he's the youngest. So.
He definitely should. Mitchell Marsh won't.
Todd Murphy will. Todd Murphy will.
Yeah. Todd Murphy will.
Scott Boland won't. Parker Nessa won't.
Yeah.
Joe Richardson, if he's considered, may come.
Yeah, Joe Richardson. Yeah. So they're the new.
They're the new generation coming through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt Renshaw, maybe.
Yeah.
Josh Hazlewood.
Maybe. He's sort of in that middling sort of age, isn't he?
Marcus Harris.
Harris probably. The one I'm not sure about is Smith. He could potentially, but
he could.
He keeps talking about retirement, and he hasn't actually played that consistently well in the last few years. In the last 3 or 4 years,
he hasn't played well in this. He scored that 100 at Lords, obviously, which was an important 100 for Australia in the context of the match.
he had a horrendous tour of India. He was their worst batsman in India.
He was, but he captained well when
Yeah,
Pat Cummins was had to go home, obviously, because of his mother. He wasn't well. Yeah, but England, for the next series, which will be in 2 years' time, is Ben Stokes going to come out here in 2 years' time? I don't know. His body, he's talking about surgery after this series. It may be touch and go for him. Obviously, Broad and Anderson won't.
Yeah,
maybe. Won't. I don't think Mark Wood will. Maybe Wokes. They're all in there.
How old is Mark Wood?
He's 33.
Yeah, he won't. No,
yeah,
you're right.
No. Yeah. And Chris Wokes is 34, I think.
Yeah. So
a bit of a stat, Gian. This is the oldest England bowling attack since 1928 in the Ashes.
Well, this is another thing that I sort of thought about, and I realised. I mean, all this hype about Bazball, and this is the New England team, and all that. All that.
It probably won't last much longer because all the players who are playing in this Bazball era are probably going to retire soon.
Yeah, but not only that, but I looked at scorecards from 2015 and 2013, and it's like 7 of the same players are still playing.
Broad, Anderson, Root, Stokes, Bairstow.
Even Wood played in 2015.
He did.
So it's just Moeen Ali played in 2015.
Moeen Ali did as well, and he's here.
So it's pretty much a similar team with a few new guys
faces.
On the block.
They didn't really rip up everything. They said everyone had to be dropped, but they kept the core group of players together that toured Australia here in that disastrous Ashes series. When I interviewed Gideon Haigh, he said that was probably the worst Ashes series I've ever watched. And I think
was it worse than 2017-18?
Worse than that.
Yeah,
it was pretty bad. If we're honest, it was pretty bad. Especially when Australia won by an innings in Melbourne after making 200 in the first innings. That just doesn't happen in Test cricket. Yeah, and that's where obviously Scott Boland did what he did. So I guess teams come in that period of cycle and renewal, like in all sporting teams. And I guess for both Australia and England, that's what happens. John says, according to Skull, McCosker allegedly, in brackets, broke his jaw. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard him saying that. It's pretty funny.
John says, this is the problem. The top order, they're consistently getting mirrored, bogged down. And
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I completely agree with that. I mean, if you're not going anywhere with the scoreboard, England are happy because they know at some point they're going to.
Well, in the last, in this session, 13.3 overs, they've scored 21 runs in nearly 14 overs.
Yeah, and what, England would have scored like 4 or 5 times more than that, maybe?
Scoring at 5 and over, Just watching Bazball, I don't know how you feel like this, Jihan, but watching Bazball myself, I get a little bit sick, a little bit nauseous, because it just happens so quickly. Because you're not used to it. It's not conventional Test cricket. You're not meant to do that in Test cricket. You're meant to play properly. But
I have an opinion of Bazball, and it's a fairly negative one. So look, I think it's just a way for England to say, or not to say, but it's all bravado and a bit of there's a little bit of a delusion about it as well, if you know what I mean. But I think it's kind of hiding the fact that they don't fully trust their techniques and to be able to bat for long periods of time in long format cricket.
Because when you think about it, the highest I've ever batted is at Lords, and that was 86 overs, I think, or something like that. Compared to the other Test matches, that's the highest for the whole series.
Yeah,
so they don't bat for long periods of time because they score so quickly. No, sorry, my mistake. Take that back. That was Old Trafford. They got 107 overs in that. Sorry, my mistake.
So I think it's perfect when the wicket is completely flat and there's no sideways movement and the sun's out and the pitch is completely dry. And
when you
the
go
ball's
to
not...
India on the subcontinent, which they were going to do next year, it's a different story, isn't it? Because India
right.
will produce pitches that Australia played on in the series that's just gone early this year. There's no question about that.
Well,
so how will England respond to that?
Let's put it this way. Do you see India producing some absolute flat wickets when they play in England? When they play England, sorry?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly.
What's their strength? What's their strength? Their spin.
Yeah, exactly.
Good Asia Ashwin. It always has been for many years.
There's no way that's going to happen.
There's no way they're going to produce flat wickets. You can get flat wickets in the sub. Players are going to have a drink. And Australia won for 82 after the first hour.
Well, actually, I was thinking about this, and the only good thing I would say about Bazball, or this whole new way that England are playing, the only good thing I would say about it is opposition sides are not going to keep producing flat wickets for Test cricket.
No, they're not.
Well, if they do, they're not going to be able to keep up with England.
Well, obviously in England they will, because it's their home conditions. Yeah. But if they go to let's just say the next Ashes series in 2 years' time, you go to the Gabba, like it was against South Africa last summer, green top. Are they going to last? Probably not. It's probably all over in like the day one.
Look, Jack, if they batted like they did yesterday at the Gabba in Australia to take all their catches, they're going to be all out for 150. Yeah. And a few decent batsmen for Australia get in on a decent Gabba wicket, not playing Bazball, but just playing normally, normal attacking cricket. They're going to get 450, 500, and then England will be trounced. So this is why I can't see this happen working when they go to Australia in 2 years' time. Yeah. So
I think everyone's waiting for bated breath for that India-England series. It's a 5-game series, as it is now against England and India. And
when is it?
It's February next year.
Next year. Yeah.
Next year. So obviously the World Cup's in October, November. And I didn't realize that Australia actually do play an ODI series against India before that World Cup, which is before that World Cup, it's 3 ODIs.
Yeah, I think in preparation for that, yeah.
Yes. And then we go to South Africa in September. And that finishes on the 7th. Yeah, we go to South Africa.
For ODIs?
ODIs, yeah. I think we're playing 5, I think. Because we haven't been to South Africa since what happened in 2018, obviously. And we were meant to go there during the last couple of years, but that didn't happen. So
have we not gone back for a one-day series? I thought we had at one point.
We did in 2020. We did for some T20s, and because Ashton Agar got 5 wickets in that T20 match.
And did we win or do we lose?
No, I think we won. I think we won.
Okay. Yeah.
And he got a hat trick as well, I think.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. No, he got 5. No, he got the best figures for Australian T20 cricket. Got 6, I think, 5, 6.
Oh, okay.
So that India series, Test series is, I think everyone is hoping that's a big test of Bazball, and we'll probably say that Bazball is probably redundant, but they're not going to change their plans. England, they're stubborn. That's what I get from Ben Stokes. He's a stubborn character.
The thing is, India have to play well as well, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So if they have a shot,
and even for India, for them, they're going through transition as well. They dropped Pujara for the West Indies series. Yep. They brought in Ishan Kishan, who debuted. They dropped Bharat, and Jaiswal opened the batting with Rohit Sharma and scored 170 odd in the first test. Be it against the West Indies, of course, but
that's what I was going to say. Like I was looking at some of those scorecards, and there's a few people I haven't even heard of. I'm not a close follower of the IPL. I do watch it from time to time. But you're right. They are a team in transition, and Rohit Sharma, not so much Virat Kohli, but Kohli's going on a bit, but he's still playing really well.
He scored another 100 recently in the second test.
Yeah.
He's got 100
Yeah.
there. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I guess everyone's in transition, I suppose, but it's very sad to see the decline of the West Indies, Jihan. I know you've been talking about that on the podcast here as well and mentioned that a few times. I've got to be in the World Cup this year. They didn't play well in the qualifiers. I kept a little bit of an eye on it, but there's so much cricket on, you can't keep up with everything, Jihan. You know.
No, that's right.
So,
look, yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia with the West Indies
because when they were good, in their heyday. Yeah, it's just sad.
And also for me, in my lifetime, I sort of saw that transition from them being this legacy team to still being a great team to then being able to be beaten to starting to lose consistently. To being terrible, literally over the period of time that I've watched cricket.
Well,
so I've seen the absolute.
You've seen the best, you've seen the worst, and you've seen the very worst of the West Indies.
Exactly right. Yeah,
I know how Gabe feels. He's very down about the West Indies not playing the World Cup later this year. Supporting the West Indies, of course. But
he's aware of that, is he?
He's aware of that as well. And, well, you know, well, they have the T20 World Cup next year in the USA, and you know they didn't qualify for the World Cup T20 World Cup last year. They missed out and they lost against Scotland and Ireland and in the Super 12 stage.
No, you know what? I watched quite a few of those games, and that was difficult to watch for me. I watched the game where they beat Zimbabwe. I don't know if you remember that. They were literally up against it. They put a sort of, you know, not a great total on the board, like 120, 130. And Zimbabwe came out. They just lost to Scotland or Ireland, one of those two.
Yeah, they did.
And they had to beat Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe are obviously a better team than Scotland and Ireland. So I was just thinking, they're just going to lose this and then get knocked out.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, Azari Joseph just bowls this amazing spell of 90-mile-an-hour outswing, and it was just too much for the Zimbabweans to handle. And they ended up winning that game. I just thought, okay, all right, look, they've managed to show that they're a classier team than a lot of the other minnows here. And then they played Scotland, or maybe it was Ireland. I think they played Ireland.
It was Ireland, and they lost that match. And that was the end. End of the road, which it is a bit sad in a way. But I guess it was coming for the West Indies. I suppose they didn't do any forward thinking or planning. You know, the state of cricket in the Caribbean is pretty grim at the moment. In all the countries that are there.
Well, I guess something that made that a little bit, very tiny bit reassuring or less disappointing was the fact that Australia had a horrendous T20 World Cup as well.
Yeah. Well, that's very hard, Jihan. Not many teams win back-to-back T20 World Cups because it's so unpredictable, T20 cricket.
Yeah, that's right.
But I was very happy when Australia won in the UAE 2 years ago, and that was a pretty good win. Even though we lost that game to England, I thought, we're going to come back here, and we did. That semi-final against Pakistan, I remember watching Gabe and when Nick on CFA when they were streaming that, Gabe was losing his mind. I was like, calm down, Gabe, calm down. We got this in the bag. Matthew Wade knows what he's doing. And then Wadey goes out and just gets us the win. And then Mitchell Marsh played well in the final.
Yeah.
And you got to feel sorry for New Zealand, you know, World Cup finals, they don't quite get over the line. And Australia go to New Zealand next year, February, 3 T20s and a couple of test matches. We haven't been back since 2016. That's where Brendan McCullum got that century in his last test, the fastest ever test century. And Adam Verges got 200, but he got bowled off a no ball and wasn't called by Richard Illingworth. You remember that, GR?
How much was he on when he got bowled?
I can't remember, but he got a life. That wasn't called.
Yeah.
And
Because
no, sorry, I think no. Yeah. And then he got 200, and in the first
I
test,
actually
I think was can't remember. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, sorry, I was going to say I actually went to one of those test matches.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I went on a family holiday with my parents actually, and we were in New Zealand for like 10 days or something, and I'd never been to New Zealand before. And
it's a nice country. I've been there 4 years ago myself for a holiday. It's a nice country.
It was way above expectations for me, to be honest. I thought it was just going to be like the UK, but
it's very different than the UK. Very different.
Very beautiful place.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
We went to 2 ODIs. We went to I'm trying to think. We went to Eden Park, the first ODI in that series.
Oh, yes.
And I think, and that New Zealand hammered Australia in that match. They, I think,
yes, they did.
I think Australia bowled okay to begin with, but then New Zealand batted well towards the end of the innings, got about 300, 330 or something like that.
Yeah.
And you thought, okay, well, they've got a good score here, but maybe Australia will be able to chase it. And they were like 50 for 5 or something. And then I remember Matthew Wade and someone else was putting a partnership together. It may be Mitchell Marsh, I can't remember. And
it was the same series where Marcus Stoinis made that 100, and that was at Auckland. Nearly won Australia the match.
Yeah,
and then Hazelwood got run out by Kane Williams. I still remember it to this day. If Josh didn't steal a bit of ground there backing up, Australia would have won.
Yeah.
That was a great game. Most of the World Cup game in 2015 at Auckland as well, where New Zealand won by a wicket, was pretty good.
You were there, were you?
No, I wasn't there. I was watching it on TV.
Yeah.
I was just saying, that's another memorable match.
Yeah. No, I remember that. And no, so we went to that game, and then we went to the second game, which was at the what's that ground they call the Cape Tin?
That's in Wellington.
Yeah, Basin Reserve, I think. No, that's
not Basin Reserve. The Cape Tin's in Wellington. That's the
Yeah.
So the
we
regional
went to
stadium, as they say.
Yeah,
Wellington.
we went to. So they got hammered at Eden Park in Auckland. We went to the second game at the Cape Tin, which Australia won. I think I remember this medium pace bowler from Victoria. I can't remember his name. They used to call him the Duke.
John Hastings.
John Wayne Hastings. Yeah. John Wayne. Yeah. So he got some wickets. I think Zampa got some wickets, and they won that game. And it was 1-1 going into the third game. I think it was at Hamilton. We didn't go to that game. We watched it on TV. And it was a game that Australia looked like they were going to win, but they sort of...
Yeah, I remember that. It rained a little bit, and then New Zealand won. But John Hastings, Jihan, he had to retire because of that mystery illness that he had. Had blood in his lungs or something like that. When he was
really?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know
that's why he had to retire. But he has played a test, Jihan. He has played a test for Australia.
Yeah, I seem to remember him playing at Perth at the Wacker.
Yes, in Ricky Ponting's final test in 2012.
Against South Africa,
Which Australia got smashed, which is not a surprise. South Africa were pretty dominant.
Well, Australia went through this phase where they kept losing to South Africa at home. I think it was like 2 or 3 series in a row.
2008-9 up until last summer.
Yeah. So we've only just managed to turn that around.
And the last one was back in 2005 that we won against South Africa.
Yeah.
Where Ricky Ponting scored his back-to-back hundreds in Sydney, his 100th test.
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah. So 2008-9, we lost that series. 2012-13, we lost that series against South Africa. This is here in Australia. And then obviously last summer we won, finally. But against a depleted South African side, obviously.
Yeah. Well, South Africa haven't been playing too well in Test cricket for a while now.
They're not going to play many Test matches in the next few years, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
which is sad. Sorry, John, we had your comment up here, but we didn't get to it. You say it's a cycle, the first great upheaval I saw when Lily, Marsh, and Greg Chappell retired. We look like we're in for that again shortly. Yeah, three legends of the game as Australian cricket. And Australia went through a transition phase in the 80s there. That's just the way it is, John. These cycles happen. Yesterday, John, I made this comment on CFA, some sort of amalgamation between the Windies and the USA to push cricket forward in that part of the world. No one saluted. I did see you comment on that, John, when Gabe talked about West Indies cricket there. What do you think about that, Jihan? On that proposal that John's making there. You think that will be benefit West Indies cricket or not?
Logistically, I mean, how would you really do that?
It is complicated because there's so many islands in the Caribbean.
Well, and there's been some talk, and actually there's been some talk recently about something that I've actually thought about for a while now. Well, I want to say a while, in the last couple of years, maybe, when I've seen the West Indies really being quite poor. I mean, they've been deteriorating for 20 years, but you know, some of the stuff you're watching these days is, you know, it's very hard to watch.
And obviously it's going to be like that this summer when they come out again. You know, it's just like what's going to happen like last summer. It's going to be the same again this summer when they were here last year.
Well, let's just say I don't think they're going to beat Australia in a test series. But I mean,
they fought hard in Perth in the first test. You know, Braithwaite scored a century, and they.
Yeah, I mean, they fought. They fought hard with.
They fell away in Adelaide in the day-nighter.
Yeah, they fought hard with the bat in that series. Apart from that innings in Adelaide where they got bowled out for 80 or something, I think. Yeah. But apart from that, they did actually fight with the bat, but they haven't done that since. But no, what I was going to say was, so I had been thinking recently about, you know, I mean, the West Indies as a concept is, you know, it's a contrived thing. It's not a nation.
No. That's what people don't really realize, is that the West Indies is a collection of islands that make up the West Indies.
Yeah.
Cricket team. They're not an independent country when it comes to that. So, yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think maybe I'm not entirely sure about this, but yeah, maybe 90, 100 years ago that there may have been more of a cohesion with those islands together as being something like a nation. And obviously they would have been all part of the British Commonwealth back then. But I think I was kind of thinking, well, maybe it's time for all those individual islands to start playing as separate nations, because they are separate nations.
Yes, in the women's Commonwealth Games, in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, women's cricket was in the Commonwealth Games, and the Caribbean nations were independent countries because they can't play for the West Indies, obviously, in the Commonwealth Games. They have to play as their own country.
So you're talking about the Commonwealth Games, right? And so that's so that's in all. And even if you look at soccer, I mean, Trinidad plays separately, Jamaica plays as a country.
It's only in cricket where you just have the West Indian name and flag and the anthem rally around the West Indies, which is not a bad anthem, actually.
So you've got to start thinking about, you know, how much meaning does that have these days, and whether it would have more meaning for them to play.
Even when Clive Lloyd captained the West Indian team, you know, he had disagreements because many people spoke different languages, dialect, came from different countries and backgrounds in the Caribbean, and you had to bring them together to make them into a good cricket team.
And there's different cultures from each island that makes up the West Indies. It's interesting because I listen to there's a Caribbean cricket podcast.
Caribbean cricket.
I've listened to a few of their podcasts, and they talk about this a lot. And it does seem to be that it's a lot of fractured nation states that get together to make this entity that is the West Indies.
Yeah.
But they're all quite individual and quite different.
Hmm.
And the thing for me is, when they're competing in other sports separately and doing pretty well in some circumstances,
They sort of excel and do better, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it's the time. This might be the time to sort of change that.
Yeah, maybe. It's up to them. They need to sort out some of their problems, financially and
personally, I wouldn't.
structurally.
Yeah. I mean, and then that's been the case for the last 25 years, or longer, probably 30 years. Personally, I wouldn't like to see that. I would much prefer them to be playing as the West Indies. Well, I think because that's the team that I got to know growing up.
Especially that team, maybe from the 80s or the 90s, from your time watching them, Gian. Yeah.
And that's the team that I got to know. But I think I saw a thing on Cricinfo where even Ian Bishop was talking about this after they lost to India in that first Test match.
Yeah. It's pretty grim and sad, I guess everyone's in world cricket's like that at the moment, at different levels of cricket, and that's the problem with international cricket. That's the problem with how the game's run and how the game's going, really. It's very, very sad.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah, far away, Jay. Far away.
And let's make this a little bit more relevant because this is on the match at hand.
Yes.
But Labuschagne seems to be digging himself into a hole here.
Yeah, he's 81 off 9. Jeez, that's like a Cheshire Pujara batting. He's scoring a few runs in the few overs here, Marnus. I think he's just getting bogged. Oh, what a catch. What a catch that is from Joe Root. That was in the gap between him and Bairstow, and he stuck out the one hand and he pouched it. Well, he was getting bogged down, Marnus.
There you go, on cue.
And he has to go.
This is why I never agree.
The wicket. And,
this is why I never agree with these kind of innings, because once you get out,
have easily gone in the gap. But Joe Root, they've dropped a few in this series. England. Mark Wood gets the wicket of Labuschagne, first wicket of the day, and obviously Steve Smith. He'll probably up the tempo. He's coming in next. Marnus, disappointing innings. It was an unusual innings of 82 balls for 9. He's gone, caught by a very good catch from Root. Australia 2 for 91, and Steve Smith walks out to the middle. Obviously, he's always disappointed, Marnus. He always does the slow walk as he walks off.
It's not like he was saying something to the umpire then.
He did. I don't know. Maybe something behind his eye line or something. I don't know.
That's a very tentative shot.
It was. He was leaving the ball well, and then he just poked at one outside off stump, which he didn't really need to play at.
And that's the mindset he was in. So I mean, look,
yes,
that's what I mean. That was always going to happen.
You predicted it right there, Jihan. Steve Smith has a good record at the Oval. He averages well over 100 here at this ground. He needs 8 runs to go past Don Bradman's tally here at the Oval for the most runs by an overseas player. Average of 58, 102 matches. High score of 239, which was against England and Perth in that 2017-18 Ashes Test. And now he's one Steve Smith that does get a move on when he comes into the crease. We saw that at Lords where he just went off. He just went ultra aggressive. He negates that last ball of the over well. Defends it to the leg side. It's into the over 2 for 91. Sorry, 2 for 91. A little bit frustrating there for Marnus, but he was getting bogged down. He didn't really look at his best. Marnus trying a little bit too hard to not fear getting out. But often that happens when you do get out.
I think it's particularly frustrating given how well he batted in the last Test match.
Yes, he was a little bit patchy in Manchester, but you got to admit they're a good catch from Root. Got to give him credit.
That looked kind of like Bairstow's catch.
Yeah, but he should have went across there, Bairstow, but I don't know. He made that call, which you need to do. You either go or not. That could have easily gone in the gap and would have went for 4, and Marnus would have been still out there. The game of cricket's based on luck. But a bit more intent here, Australia. I want Australia to be ruthless, Jihan. I use that word. I don't think they've been ruthless in this series. When you're on top, be ruthless. Look to put the opposition.
Well, I've got to be honest. Like, they haven't been ruthless for a long time.
No,
I mean they're ruthless. They're ruthless against the West Indies at home or Pakistan at home.
That's a different story.
England at home. Or England at home.
But they haven't been quite at their ruthlessness in this series. But I would like to see that. It's very frustrating innings from Marnus Labuschagne, bogged down.
I don't think that at the moment. I think this pitch is playing pretty well. It's not like
it's flat. It's not doing much. It's a little bit.
It's not doing much at all.
It's not. Once you get in and get set, then it's okay. You got to pretty dry underneath this pitch, so it will take turn, and Murphy will be liking that. But is the sun going to come out and bake it? I don't think it's coming out at the moment. So
I think maybe tomorrow and Sunday the sun's going to come out. So it could get very flat tomorrow and Sunday. So if Australia get rolled here, then England will just come in and play baseball. And
I think for Australia, the goal is to get to parity.
Yeah.
If they can get to parity, then that puts pressure on England in the third innings, regardless of they're playing baseball or not. Because you are going to be under pressure in that third innings to try and do something.
This is exactly why Wokes and Woods' runs yesterday are so vital. Or so key. And they put on 50 or 60 together, and
Wokes got it in front of me here. They added 49 for the 8th wicket.
Yeah,
and Wokes was dropped. They were 7 for 2. Sorry, they were 3 for 73. And then they found themselves at 6 for 208, then 7 for 212, then 8 for 261, and then all out for 283. So that tells you a story.
Yeah. When you're 212 for 7, you need to knock them over for 275, 240.
They didn't finish it off.
Yeah,
that was the frustrating factor. I was sitting here, and I was just saying, bowl full and straight at the stumps and bowl a Yorker or something, and they didn't do that, Australia, especially with Moeen Ali. He was walking back and away off his leg stump, outside leg stump, bowl full and straight at his stumps because he's exposing them. And Australia didn't quite do that. There he is there, Moeen Ali. He's not taking part in the fielding effort today. Ripped his groin.
Yeah, they haven't bowled generally. They haven't bowled well at the tail this whole series.
No, that's been the problem. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 91. Anderson getting his sweater and cap back from the umpire. Not quite at his best in this series. John says, logistically, the next T20 World Cup is a shared tournament between the West Indies and the USA. Plus, Guyana is in South America. Politically, it wouldn't work. But better seeing West Indies cricket whether on the vine. Thanks for your comment there, John.
Well, that's a funny thing as well. Guyana isn't even an island. It's
in South America. Yeah, it's on the continent of South America. Yeah, and that's where Shivran Chanapal is from. He's from Guyana, isn't he?
That's right. Yeah. Chanderpaul, Sarwan, Carl Hooper.
Yeah, Carl
I think
Hooper. He's the Adelaide Strikers batting coach in the Big Bash.
Oh, is he really? Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw that he's been doing a bit of coaching recently. Yeah.
Carl Hooper. Yeah, never wore a fire
Clive,
guard.
yeah, I heard that.
No,
Clive
never
Lloyd
wore
is
a
a
fire guard.
Guyanese.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And obviously Tagnarine, Chanderpaul, Shiv's
Yeah.
son, is obviously from Ghana as well. He's playing for the West Indies. He bats like his old man. Very similar in technique. You know, a lot of people said that wouldn't work, but look what happened. He scored 12,000 Test runs at Chanderpaul. Very fine player for the West Indies. Always in Brian Lara's shadow. He wasn't quite, because obviously Brian Lara was good. You know, breaking records and all that stuff. But you know, Shivran Chanderpaul was just slowly in the shadows of BC Lara.
Yeah, I mean Chanderpaul, great player, but the majority of his career he didn't take the attack to the bowling. I mean, he could, he did a few times. He could do it. I've seen
I think he
him
had a
do it
reasonable career in one-day cricket as well. I think.
Yeah,
Can't remember his
he had
stats, but he had a pretty good career.
He had a good career. He played some very vital and key innings in ODI cricket for the West Indies.
Yes.
But as in his overall career, he didn't take the bowling on so much.
No, he didn't.
He had the ability to, and he did at times, but he didn't over his whole career. He didn't.
I remember when he was his last test in Australia was 2008-9 in that series.
Yeah. Okay.
When the West Indies were out here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Mitchell
Series.
Stark is one of the only bowlers to have got him and Tajnarine.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, father and son.
Yeah.
I think that makes Mitchell Stark a little bit old. I used to play against the old man. I got him out.
Yeah.
Now I got you out. Oh yeah. Oh well, that's just the way it is, isn't it? Wood in to Kawasha. This one, an inside edge, goes out to square leg from Kawasha. Mistimed drive and there's no run.
It's funny how those sort of things come about. I'm just remembering. I was 2016 and I met up with my brother, and I think the 2016 T20 World Cup was going on. Yeah. And Australia were to play Pakistan. And I don't know if you remember a bowler from Pakistan. He was very quick. He was pretty much as quick as Shoaib Akhtar, pushing 95 plus. Mohammed Sami, remember him?
Yeah, Mohammed Sami. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
So they randomly brought him back into that T20 World Cup squad for that tournament, and he was like 37 or something. And so anyway, in the preview show for that match on Fox Sports, as it is with Brendan Julian and Mark and all the usual guys, and they were going through the team, and they're going through the Pakistan team, and Mohammed Sami, who's in the squad, and he's coming into the team for this game, and Mark Hall was looking at that. He was like, "Mohammed Sami, is that the same guy I used to play against?"
Like in the 90s or something. Jeez.
Yeah, well, it would have been early 2000s, I think.
Early 2000s,
yeah. And it was the same guy. It was literally when Mark Hall was about to retire, and this guy had just started. 16 years later.
Yeah, well, in that World Cup match, Smith played that extraordinary shot, didn't he? Which was well wide of the return crease, and he flicked it over the rope for 6 over the leg side in that T20 World Cup.
I've seen that. Was that in the World Cup? Was that? Okay.
Yeah, and Dharma Mashallah against Pakistan.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Marnus, he's sitting on the chair, looking furious with himself, as he should. It was a pretty ordinary knock. But anyway, Kawasha and Smith, Smith looking to score. That's what he did at Lords. He really put the foot down, then he backed off.
Do you think maybe they have had a look at the weather forecast and have seen that conditions are going to get better slightly this afternoon and they're going to be perfect tomorrow?
I think this session was more take it cautiously. I think.
Yeah, but they're not going
And then
anywhere. They're
try and
scoring over and over.
try and set up the innings and set up the match really. Which is nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But you got to look to score and rotate strike. You can't get bogged down like Marnus did. I think he's tried too hard in this series, Marnus. He's just trying too hard. Different theories as well. He's not got that clarity in his mind, which has been spoken about Marnus.
Yeah.
Which
I'm just thinking back to the WTC final, where they were sent in very difficult batting conditions, and in fact it was I think Khawaja got out early, but Warner and I'm not sure what Marnus did. I can't remember what Marnus did in that
Marnus scored.
Did he hang around for a while?
He hung around for a while. He put on a good partnership with Warner.
Yeah, that's right. So it was Marnus and Warner that hung around whilst the ball was, moving around a bit.
Yeah.
And then once the wicket flattened out in the afternoon,
and then
Head came in.
Smith went berserk.
Yeah. Well, Head went berserk and
Head went berserk, and then Smith played the anchor role and
anchor role. Yeah. So I think Smith was helped a lot in that innings by the way
Head played.
So maybe they're thinking similarly or along those lines today.
Yeah. I go back to that analogy. Jihan, it's the tortoise and Australia or the tortoise. And that's how Test cricket is meant. You got plenty of time. It's only day 2. I thought Headingley was it. I was shaking my head and I was saying, it's only day 1. We're already in the, it's already day 2 and we're already starting the second innings. So, it's Test cricket. It's all about taking your time, being patient. And I don't mind from Australia, but look to score as well. Look, put pressure a little bit back on the bowlers.
I think
I don't mind the approach. I don't mind the mentality here because Australia are in a good position still. That's a lovely cover drive there from Smith, full and wide from Anderson, but he hit it straight to the fielder at cover for no run. They got it below 200. The deficit now 189. Get closer and closer, get to parity, build a lead, look to bat once. I think that's the plan. I think they want to bat once, Australia. Judging by the mentality in this first session, it's all about batting once in this test match. I think that's their best way of winning it, to be honest. What do you think, Jihan?
Well, the Oval is the truest wicket in the country. I know that from experience watching a lot of cricket in England, Test matches.
It's probably one of the most Australian-like pitch in England.
Yeah, and that's right because there's and you get a bit of extra pace and bounce at the Oval, and there's a bit of spin as well. Yeah, so you're right. So it's probably the most Australian-like kind of pitch. Going back to what you're saying about Headingley, I think that was the wicket in this series that had the most
life in it.
Yeah, because there was movement, not only swing but movement off the wicket itself, as well as pace and carry. So edges would carry to the slips. So, but at the same time, it was a fast outfield, and you could score quickly as well. But you knew that there was always a little bit in the wicket for the bowler, which is why that ended up being a relatively low scoring match.
Yes, I think day 5. I think of this test match, the rain is going to come in. There is rain forecast, and not to the extreme of Old Trafford, but it is going to come.
So
it's been threatening to come all this test. Another drama again.
Are we praying for rain? Is that what you're saying? Again?
No. I'm just saying that the forecast looks pretty. Looks like there's rain on the way. Not today. It looks pretty clear, even though it's overcast, but there's no rain. But on day 5, it looks pretty threatening with some rain. But let's hope that doesn't ruin this test match. But Joe Root doing some run throughs. He's going to get ready to bowl because Moeen Ali can't bowl. I don't know how he got 5 wickets on that pitch in Ahmedabad, Joe Root, but 2 years ago in that test. Oh, I remember doing that episode of the podcast on that, Jihan.
I think sometimes in India, on some of those raging turners that they tend to play on, not all the time, but sometimes.
Yeah.
Any kind of halfway decent spinner has a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you remember the last test of the 2004 series. Michael Clarke getting 6 wickets for 9 runs.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. It's a good shot from Smith, but he's hit it straight to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Even Ben Stokes was bowling some off-spin in the nets.
Oh, really? Okay.
He said his fingers hurt after 20 minutes or so.
And
I was listening to Simon Hughes. I'm not sure. Do you listen to Simon Hughes, the analyst? Jihan?
Yeah, so I grew up with the Channel 4 coverage.
Yeah.
Especially around 2005 Ashes. So yeah,
I listened to him.
A lot of him.
Yeah, and he said, you know what? I think Ben Stokes has a future, a bright future as an off spinner if he wants to. He's got a good action, repeatable action. But Ben Stokes said his fingers hurt after 20 minutes. You know, he's got strong hands, obviously. But I don't think he's going to do that, be an off spinner. He's not going to do like Ollie Robinson in Adelaide.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I was like, why is he bowling off spin? You know, he's got his shades on. He's bowling some off spin. Ollie Robinson going to roll some off spinners.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing about Ollie Robinson, but it's funny because I was looking at that the other day. I think I saw a clip of Ollie Robinson bowling off spin in his shades, and I remember it happening at the time, thinking, "This is like what's going on here," and I can't remember the exact circumstances because it was like 2 years ago. But when it came back up on a YouTube clip, I clicked on it and like Australia 100 for 5 or something.
Yeah,
I was looking at it thinking like, what? like, why is this guy bowling off spin when Australia they're obviously well ahead in the third?
Yeah. I think did Moeen Ali play in the last Ashes series? No, Jack Leach did.
Leach did, yeah.
So they wanted a different variety, I think. I think it came down to overrate, I think, as well.
That makes sense now that you've said that. It was because of overrate.
They were behind their overs. And they wanted to... Yeah, it's a bit weird. You don't see a medium pacer doing that. No. Smith, change of gloves. You seen that video of Smith, Jihan, that he was blindfolded and you can recognize what number bat he's holding?
Yeah, I mean, I heard about that, then I watched like half a minute of it, and I thought to myself, look, I don't really want to watch this unless you come up and score 100. And then he got 2 low scores the next game. I just thought, well, that video was completely pointless, wasn't it?
Hey, it's a skill in itself. He can recognize the bats.
Yeah, apparently he was pretty good at it. Yeah.
How good of a cricket nuff he is. You know, him and Marnus are inseparable.
Yeah.
And it was funny that Nick and Gabe from Cricket for Americans reacted to that video about Marnus. No run.
Yeah.
He's a character, Marnus.
Look,
I think Pat said he brings the energy to the field on the test documentary. When we need a lift, Marnus provides that energy.
Well, it's Marnus and Mitch Marsh, isn't it?
Sorry?
Don't touch on it. No, I was going to say it was Marnus and Mitch Marsh, I think, who
There's Cameron Green talking to Andrew McDonald. I don't think it's a bad thing for Cameron Green to get dropped. This test match, all the great players were dropped in the start of their careers. Ricky Ponting was dropped. Don Bradman was dropped. And then he came back and scored 100, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at all the good, good or great players, particularly batsmen, they've all been dropped, haven't they? Like
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Steve Ward,
Steve Waugh
Justin
was
Langer,
dropped. Justin
Matthew
Langer.
Hayden,
Matthew Hayden
Damien
was.
Martin was dropped for a long time.
Yeah. I looked at his. He debuted in the early 90s. And he came back
Yeah.
towards the end of the 90s, 2000s. So I was like, whoa. So he's been playing for a long time, Damien Martin. A very good partnership with Ricky Ponting in the World Cup final in 2003. Broke his finger. That's a glorious straight drive from Smith. Anderson's been dispatched for 4. That's just textbook. Show the full face of the bat. The 100 is up for Australia. Let the pictures do the talking. That's just exquisite shot.
Well, going back to what you're saying about Damien Martin, I think when in the early 90s as youth players, he was almost as good as, he was like a couple of years older than Ponting, I think, but he was regarded as even more highly rated than Ponting. And he captained all the youth sides. I don't know if you remember. I mean, I don't remember this really. I was only 7 or 8 years old, but I think in the 94-5 season, they had an Australia side and Australia A side in the
they did. Yeah.
In the, I think it was a quadrangular series.
Yes, they knocked out England, and Zimbabwe
Yeah.
was a part of it as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure Damien Martin was captain in that series. Captain of the Australia A side.
And I think something. Paul Rifle played for the Australia A side, and then for the final, he was picked for Australia.
Yeah, no, that was a funny thing. Like they poached the Australia A players.
Yeah, they said, we'll get rid of we'll get Pistol, as his nickname was, Paul Rifle. Yeah. Now an ICC umpire. I'll just get him for in the Australian squad.
Yeah,
and then obviously McGrath and Hayden had that big bust up in that series as well.
I've seen a clip of that. That's so funny because they end up being like teammates
and really good teammates actually.
Yeah.
And
Matthew Hayden looks so
as well. Matthew Hayden, I saw he debuted in the 90s as well. Didn't play until the early 2000s again.
And I've seen clips of Matthew Hayden playing against South Africa in like 1994, and he looks terrible. Like not terrible. He just
sorry. What was that? Sorry, just.
And I was saying I've seen clips of Matthew Hayden batting against South Africa in like 94 or 95 when he first sort of came in.
He looked a little bit out of sorts.
Yeah, he couldn't get the ball off the square. It's not the player that he was like 6 years down the line.
He was a pretty dominant player when he played for Australia. I'd hate us. With his mate Justin Langer, put on that. He got that 380 against Zimbabwe. Perth.
I watched that.
Beat against Zimbabwe. And, Australia got 700, and Steve Ward didn't declare. He kept that. Went past Brian Lara's 375, and then Brian Lara got it back the following year, 2004, against England.
Yeah, I tell you what, I pretty much watched. I think I must have watched about 97 or 98% of Brian Lara's innings, and I watched about 90% of Matthew Hayden's. So I saw the majority of both of those innings.
Yeah,
and
that's probably the same with me with David Warner when he was batting against Pakistan in Adelaide.
Pakistan
got that 335, not out, and Michael Clark's 329 as well. Sydney against India. In 2011-12, and Punter got that century, dived on his front, and all his shirt was dirty because of the soil and that. And then Hussey scored a wonderful century as well. One of my heroes, Michael Hussey. I always love watching Huss play. Always reliable, Mr. Cricket. Very good one-day player as well.
You're a Mike Hussey fan, were you?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
It was a sad day when he retired.
Yeah.
He didn't have a long career for Australia. He should have played earlier. He scored 10,000 first-class runs before he got chosen for Australia. Yeah. He was pretty dominant, but he was just in that generation, you see. Gutsy cricketer, reliable, good test record. And that 2010 T20 World Cup, in the Caribbean.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Got that innings that got Australia over the line, and
No, I
he was a
watched
good
that
player.
live as well. I watched
Oh,
that
really?
inning. I watched that match live as well. Not at the ground. Actually, I'll tell you what. I'm not even making this up. My dad was at the ground watching that game.
Wow.
So one of my dad's friends, that they've been like good friends since since they were in Sri Lanka, growing up. I think they went to the same school or something. Anyway, both in England, and he came to him and was like, "Oh, they're both obviously massive cricket lovers."
Yeah.
And he came to him and was like, "Oh, we're thinking about going to the Caribbean for that T20 World Cup in St. Lucia." And he had a daughter that had just got married, and he said, "Oh, I'm going with my daughter and son-in-law, but why don't you come?" So they went on this trip to St. Lucia together, and I think they must have gone to a few of the games. I remember my dad saying that when they were in the hotels there in St. Lucia, all the players like mingled with all the people there.
Yeah.
And he said that they'd be at a bar or something in the evening, and all the players would walk in, and they'd just talk to all the people in the hotel.
Yeah.
So they went to that game at St. Lucia. And my dad was telling me that he thought Australia were going to lose, and it was looking bad for them.
Yeah, it was. And then Hussey played that innings, and he's a really good one-day player as well, Huss, and T20 player for Australia. But made his debut in 2005 and played against the West Indies in that first series of years and opened the batting, actually, because it was an opener. He went down to the lower order and did well. The sun is out, Jihan. Glorious, isn't it? The sun is out at the Oval. Well, there you go, Jihan. I think that's answered your theory. Yeah, they knew that the weather was going to get better. Anderson.
It's so canny how as soon as the sun comes out, more balls hit the middle of the bat.
Yes, it's just in the mind, isn't it, with the batters?
Maybe some of it is in the mind. But
yeah, maybe some
there's
of
definitely
it's
something. Yeah.
John says this session looks like they're batting for a draw. They were criticised about that in Old Trafford, Australia, but the rain was coming on that occasion. John says Australia is the tortoise lying on its back at the moment. John says had to laugh when Gabe and Nick, that smudge, started life as a leggy. He did. And look at him now. Number one batter in the world, one of Australia's finest batters that we've ever had. Oh, that's a good lead from Khawaja. That one coming back in from Anderson from right arm around the wicket. Khawaja leaves it on length through to the keeper, no run. And John says Uzi's straight drives when he just leant forward to the ball were glorious. He's very elegant, Usman Khawaja, and he's when he's playing, when he's batting. And John says Haydos was Australia's version of Graham Hick early in his career. Yeah, Graham Hick had a pretty good county record, and then he scored 400 at one match, and then he was pretty ordinary when it came to test level. Greg Chappell talked about that and said that he should have really got selected for England at that age, when he was really dominating county cricket, because the level he got used to that level. Then went out to test cricket. It was a different level, and he was getting found out. So he did struggle a little bit there, Graham Hick.
I did listen to that Greg Chappell interview, and it was fascinating to listen to. And I think what the point he made was in that period when Graham Hick was qualifying to play for England, because he was from Zimbabwe. He had to play a number of years in county cricket before he was eligible.
I think it was 7 years or something like that to qualify. Yeah.
7 years, yeah. So it would have been longer back then, I suppose.
Yeah. He made the move from Zimbabwe to England, of course. Yeah. He had an okay test record, but Michael Atherton declared on him when he was on 99 not out in Sydney.
Yeah.
And didn't forgive Athers for that. Left him stranded on 99 not outs in that test at the SCG, I think it was.
Yeah.
Was it 94, 95, I think it was, or 97, 98? I think it was 94, 95.
94, 5. I think he was 98.
94, 5, I think it was.
Yeah.
John says, sun's out, guns out, as the grey cricketer likes to say. They're okay, the grey cricketer guys. They're quite funny. I think some of their humour, I think their laughter is a little bit put on, I think, a little bit. But you know what I mean, Gene.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. Yeah,
they're
sure.
right.
They are pretty funny. They're pretty funny. And they're very knowledgeable about
cricket,
Australian cricket, and Australian cricket culture as well, because they've obviously both played grade level as well.
Yeah. They've interviewed some good people as well, like Ian Chappell, Greg Chappell, who else? Matthew Hayden, Adam Gilchrist.
Ponting.
Some of the game's best players in the world. So they're pretty good.
No, I do enjoy their content, actually. They're pretty good.
There's so many out there. I think there's so many cricket podcasters and people creating content. It's quite a competitive market, I think. I've experienced that personally. It's not easy.
Having to compete against others, right?
Yes. And then you have a look at Nick and Gabe, and they've got like nearly 20,000 subscribers. And it's great that they're successful. I wish them all the best. You know, they were my first ever interview that I did, Jihan. I don't know if you saw that interview that I did with Nick and Gabe. Have you ever watched that episode?
I must have done. I'm pretty sure I must have done. But you've done a few with them, haven't you? Like you've done one.
I've done a few. I've done. Yeah. I've done that interview with them. I've been on their channel and their live streams.
Yeah.
During the IPL and other cricket, just to help out whenever they need someone to come on. You know, if Nick's doing it by himself or Gabe, you know, come on, just because it's very hard talking to yourself because you just run out of material. So I offer my services, and I've had Gabe on for a live stream talking about cricket, West Indies cricket, all that stuff. And they're good. You know, Nick and Gabe are genuine. They generally care about cricket. And, they're great fun. They were the first interview I did 2 years ago, in fact. This month, actually. 2 years ago in July 2021, I did that interview with them. I was very nervous. It was my first interview I ever did. It was well received. And sorry?
That was with both of them, was it?
That was with both of them, yeah. This was 2021. Because I discovered their channel during when the West Indies and Pakistan toured England, that period. It came up on my YouTube, this video of theirs, and I was like, well, this is interesting. A couple of Americans learning about cricket, you know, and I thought it's going to be a laugh or something like that, but they like cricket. They like Test cricket. They want to learn more. And then it sort of kicked off from there. I emailed them and they came on, and, you know, ever since we've formed a very good friendship, I think.
Yeah, you know what? With those two, it's amazing how much they
have learned in a short span of time.
Yeah, how I was going to say how much they know about the game and how well they analyze the game as well.
Yeah.
Nick made a comment in one of their recent videos about this streak of Ashes, holding the Ashes for Australia is the third longest in history. And I was actually I was looking at this is what I do in my spare time, you know. I look at the history of the Ashes, and
I'm pretty much the same, Jihan. So you're not alone in that club, mate. I'm pretty much the same.
So a couple of days ago, I was looking through
good
all
stuff.
Of that.
It's good material.
Yeah, and I was looking at that, and so England have this amazing streak at the beginning when it first started, from like 1882 to whatever it was. and that was, I think it was 8 series, and then
And then
the
Australia.
longest streak. Yeah, and that was the streak in my lifetime, which is 1989 to 2003, 8 in a row.
Yeah.
And this is the third best in terms of
Since 2017, for Australia.
Yeah. So I remember I was thinking this to myself and looking through all of that, and it took me a while to work that out. And then a few days later, I'm listening to Nick mentioning this on one of his videos. I'm thinking,
like, how do you know
wow.
this?
Exactly.
Oh, that's great. They do their research. They generally learn and watch others. They're the real deal. That's what I say. The real deal.
Yeah.
But it takes it takes a lifetime to learn cricket. Jihan.
I've got to say they've learned pretty quickly, I would say.
They have learned pretty quickly, but there are still certain areas that they have a bit of trouble on, which you need to try and help them out a bit. But that's lunch, actually. Australia 2 for 115 at lunch.
So how many runs did they score in that session?
I was keeping tally. 51 in 26 overs. Not much. Compared to yesterday, England scored 131 in the first session. So, but it's about setting up the day. The sun's out. Get that at bat on after lunch. He was at 2 and over the run rate. Just having a look on the coverage now. But we're still going to be here, everyone. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be streaming the second session. If you're happy to stay on, Jihan, and it's been great chatting cricket with you.
I might need to pop out for about an hour or so, but I can come back afterwards if you'd like.
Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll still be here. I don't know. I got this bit of an itch. Probably do the 7-hour stream, maybe. I don't know, because I haven't been streaming for a while. I don't know. Should I? It's Friday night. What do you think, everyone? Put that to the poll.
Which was the one that you did?
That was Lords. Lords.
Right. Yeah, that was great. That one was awesome.
Yeah, it was
because
awesome.
you kept saying, "I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed," but then you just never did.
No, I was going to say I was going to end the stream and then watch the rest by myself. I've got a bit of an itch. I don't know. Should I? What do you think?
I don't know. Me or your audience?
Well, I'm asking you and the audience as well. What do you reckon?
Okay.
You want for it? Or
you want definitely, I would say. And I'm happy to keep you company as well.
Well, thank you, Jihan. We'll definitely stream the second session, and then we'll make a call after that.
Okay.
Whether we do a little bit of the third session. You know how these things are. When you get going, you can't stop. So I sort of got to make it up for everyone because we didn't do the last 2 test matches and they went down to the wire. I was thinking about streaming Lords, but I was probably going to keep that to myself because I was jumping up and down and losing my mind. Headingley was the same as well. Old Trafford, I was just praying for rain, like everyone was. You seen that meme, Jihan, of the Australian team lifting the urn up, but the AccuWeather?
No,
they're lifting up the AccuWeather radar.
No,
and saying because it was it's quite funny. It was on ESPN Cricket on the commentary,
right?
And one of their writers or something put it on Twitter and said the Accu ashes. It's just a weather radar, and Australia just holding it up.
That's pretty funny.
It's pretty funny.
I think Pat Cummins, or someone said, I think it was Pat Cummins said, I don't control the. No, sorry, it was Aaron Finch. It was Aaron Finch tweeted saying, Australia have controlled the weather. Sorry about that, England.
Yeah, John says you risk it for a biscuit. Well, I did vow never to do 7 hours again, but I don't know.
I've got to ask you this: what do you think of Piers Morgan's recent comments? I'm not sure.
Don't get me started, Jihan. No. I don't really want to talk about that. Really, nah. People have had their different opinions on the matter in hand, and that's fine. But not really going to get into that conversation if I'm honest. Because
sure.
I think
The only thing I would say about that is I saw a video. He came on the Vaughan, Toughers and Vaughan podcast. I'm not sure if you're aware of that one. That's
Yeah.
yeah. And he was calling the Australians a bunch of cheating convicts and going on about how England have actually thrashed Australia throughout this whole series. And
Yes.
I kind of, and that made me a bit angry. I felt that was pretty disrespectful. And I actually thought to myself, maybe we should just play that video for the Australian players and ask them to use that as motivation.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, I just scratch my head sometimes and say, over a game of cricket, that's what it is in perspective.
Yeah. No, and you're absolutely right. Yeah,
it's not life and death. It's not the end of the world. It's just a game of cricket, and we have these things anyway. That's just the world we live in, I'm afraid. But John says the great cricketer /streaming this day too, but I'll stick with you guys. Yeah, they were going to do the first session only, so I did see that. John says, I started watching CFA the same way, too curious mostly. Your channel was mentioned there, and here I am. Yeah, I'm grateful for that as well. They don't have to do that, but I feel sort of embarrassed, Jihan, when I go on Cricket for Americans, because I was like, I don't belong here in a way.
Thinking back, I'm not sure how I came across your channel. I'm pretty sure it was through CFA. I think they must have mentioned it. Actually, you know what it is? I think it would have been when you came on their channel at some point, and I was listening to your analysis, and you obviously know a lot about Australian cricket, and I thought, oh yeah, this guy knows a fair bit, but I didn't realize who you were or the fact that you had your own channel at that point.
Yeah.
But then I checked out some of your content and really liked it.
Oh, thanks, Jay. That means a lot. What's been your favorite episode, by the way? Probably the Gideon Haigh one.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
That was good chat, because we were meant to speak with Gideon early last year, but we had technical problems and we had to reschedule it, and I kept putting it off, and I was like, the Ashes are coming up, might as well talk cricket with Gideon. So I did, because he's pretty good on the game, of course. Journalist and writing point of view, historian as well. That's why I like about Gideon, the history side of the game. So we invited him on, we had the chat, and it was good. It was well received by everyone. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. But we've interviewed some great people on the podcast, and I know you enjoyed the Richard Harrison one. I spoke to Richard.
I think
I wrote a book about his experiences in England and Kent.
Yeah, I think I enjoyed that one for nostalgic purposes, because I grew up in Kent, and I played. My first experiences with cricket were in Kent, and that's where I grew up learning the game. Both watching and playing. So I enjoyed it for that fact. And it sounded like he seemed to love being there as well, and he enjoyed that whole experience.
He did. He spent a long time there, obviously umpiring. Then he moved back to Australia and continued umpiring here. Obviously, he doesn't umpire now; he's retired. But it was a good chat that I had with Richard. Just listened to his book and wanted to invite him on. We've interviewed Daryl Harper, of course. Sorry, Jim. Yep. No,
I was going to say I was quite interested about what he had to say about Steve Smith when he umpired Steve Smith as a kid. Well, not a kid, maybe like in his, I'm not sure what
early
age
20s,
he was.
20s.
Yeah. And he knew that this guy had amazing talent. But it's interesting that he said that he felt his talent was more in his leg spin bowling.
Yes,
and
he's batting
at that stage, and at that stage of his career, I think that's what most people would have seen it as well. I mean, he would have been that all-round talent, but he was, I suppose, at that point more of a bowler than a.
I think realistically, if he was going to play for Australia long term, maybe bashing was probably the way to go for Smith.
Yeah.
And that's proven to be the case, hasn't it? But going back to the podcast, we've interviewed many other great people. Daryl Harper, which was nice. That was a couple of years ago now. A lovely chat.
I have
with
also, sorry, I was just going to say, I haven't seen the one with Daryl Harper, but there have been a few with. There was a sports psychologist that came on a couple of times.
Graham Winter, yes, yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I particularly enjoyed those ones actually.
He played for South Australia as well back in the day, and he worked with the Australian team in the 90s during that period when they were dominant, and obviously a sports psychologist with the Olympic team as well. And he wrote a book, Mindful Cricket, about the mental side of the game. And it is mental cricket. It is that sort of game. You have to have a good mental game to perform at this game, because it is very taxing. It's a very hard sort of game to master.
So he wasn't the same guy that was talking about mental health and that side of things, was he?
No. That was Mark. That was Mark Boynes from Opening Up. It was another great chat that I did.
Yeah, so I love both of those actually. Yeah, that
because we don't talk about it often, mental health and well-being.
Yeah,
which affects all of us actually. We've all go through our struggles and battles in life. That's just life. We don't talk about it a lot, and that was a great chat that I had with Mark to raise awareness with mental health and well-being. And I did the work with my cricket coach as well. He was on the podcast as well. We talked about mental health. That was a couple of years back. So we've done that. We've interviewed Mary Walden, Ireland women's wicketkeeper. That was nice. That was one of my most enjoyable chats that I did. Up there with the Daryl Harper one, top 2 for me. And the Richard Harrison in the top 3 there for me. And obviously Nick and Gabe, of course, up there on the list. There's so many to choose from.
Have you had any?
So that was great.
Have you had any international stars?
Well, Mary's the only international player that we've interviewed.
Oh yeah,
actually. Yeah. So we haven't had anyone else on the podcast, but I can review. Sorry.
Any plans for getting someone on?
Well, I can say it now. I was going to keep it a surprise, but I can say it now because it didn't go through anyway. But we got in touch with Billy Bowden. Billy, got in touch with him. We sent him a message. He got back to me, which is nice. I thought he was not going to get back to me. He said, I'm still umpiring in New Zealand, which he is. He hasn't umpired in national cricket since 2016. And he said, thanks for asking, but I'll decline. So we tried. We tried to get Billy Bowden on. That would have been nice to get Billy on. We contacted him through his... he has social media. I didn't know Billy had social media. So he has an Instagram and a Facebook page. So
right, okay.
We got in touch.
Did he say why he declined, or
he just said not at this time, not at this stage, probably busy umpiring domestic cricket in New Zealand. That's fine. If you don't ask, you don't get it, that old saying. So, we've had many opportunities to ask people to come on, and a lot of them have been successful, whereas with Billy and other people, it hasn't. So, plans for it, yeah. We could ask more people to come on. Maybe former players, maybe current players, female and male. That's the plan, and just other people in cricket as well that have a good connection to the game and cover all bases. That's it's very hard asking people on, Gian, because we're not a big outfit, you see. So there's declines and people declining that. So that's just the way it goes. But we got plans, but doing this for 3 years now, so it's been a battle. I think it's been a challenging sort of experience doing a podcast.
I was going to say, we tried it. My brother and myself tried to start a podcast, and we were going for a while, but it just became too time consuming, and
Yeah,
there was a lot
it
involved, and
does. You know, you got to
um,
edit. You got to edit videos and
mm,
upload stuff, and
there's a lot that goes into it, actually,
there's a lot that goes into it. You know,
that you don't really think about if you haven't actually done it yourself.
yeah, it's the same with Nick and
Um,
Gabe as well. You know, people
mm,
pressuring them to cover everything. They can't. They're busy. They're teachers. They've got other things.
yeah,
They've got families.
yeah,
They can't do anything. That's why they stopped streaming. Limited capacity.
yeah.
They only did one IPL match. That was it. That was the game against Mumbai and Chennai. And then they didn't stream anything.
I was surprised by that, actually. I actually thought maybe their love for IPL had started to dwindle, but
it's just
probably
they
not
didn't
the
have
case.
time.
Yeah,
Didn't have time.
Maybe.
And even in this Ashes series, they don't have time either because the time difference is just shocking from USA to England. You know, it's like early hours in the morning over there.
Yeah.
Whereas it's okay here for us. You know, it's like evening time, and we're all right. So, so they just haven't had the time.
Sure.
But
so Jack, I just need to pop out for an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm happy to join once I'm back.
Once you let me know when you're back, and you can join us. We're going to be streaming the second session anyway. So.
Oh, you are? Okay, cool.
Yeah. So.
Should be back in time for the second session. Let's hope Australia can get some more runs and not lose many wickets.
Well, hopefully not. Been a sedate session, this first session, but promising second session ahead. Just trying to set up the match. So, yeah, we shall see. So still lunch, and Australia in an okay position at this stage of the match. So.
Cool. All right, I'll see you a little bit later on, maybe.
All right then, Jihan. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you later.
All right, see you, man. Bye.
Take care. Thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks Jihan for joining us for majority of that first session. We're still going to be here for the second session of the day. Second session going to be starting in a few moments from now, not far away. So just recapping that session, a pretty sedate session from Australia, not really accelerating as many people would have hoped. And this session coming up, the second session will be vitally important for the Australian team. John says, quite enjoyed your interview with Gideon. Didn't think I would. Thank you, John. So Australia at lunch will be hoping to have a better second session than they did. Marnus Labuschagne was the only wicket to fall. He got a bit bogged down, got out for 9 of 80-odd deliveries, which was an unusual innings from Marnus. It got really bogged down. But Australia just going along with their merry ways. We use that analogy, the tortoise and the hare. Australia batting like the tortoise, just taking it steady. It's only day 2. It's no need to rush at the moment. So taking their time, Australia. And at at lunch, 2 for 115, 51 overs. And Usman Khawaja still out there on 47 off 152 balls. He's batting like he did at Edgbaston. Steve Smith, 13 off 20. Joined him at the crease. The partnership is 24. And Australia still trail by 168 runs. So plenty to play for in this final Ashes test of this series. John says, is that the slowest 9 in Test history? I'm not sure about that, John. That's a good question. It's a good question. I'm not sure if that's the slowest ever innings that someone's played. But there have been some innings that have been a little bit slower than that. But that's something that we could look at in terms of the stats and the research. Maybe someone can come up with the answer. But thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying the cricket. And I hope everyone's having a pretty good time on this Friday evening. And we're not far away from the second session beginning after lunch. Australia content, just basically building this lead and setting up this innings and looking to bat once, and that's the mentality that they have. Certainly from the first session where run scoring was limited, and that's certainly the case that we've seen here at the moment. So lunch on day 2 of this final test match. John says, I was just jesting, just my natural sarcasm. Yeah, it was a pretty pedestrian type innings from Marnus, which was a little bit slow. But didn't quite look at his fluent best, Marnus, as he was at Old Trafford in the 4th test. So not quite at his fluent best. His fluency was a little bit off the pace in his innings today. Two for 115, 51 overs today. Australia going along steadily. As I mentioned, still 64 overs minimum in the day's play. Not guaranteed that we probably get all those overs in. As is the case with over rates these days. But we shall see what happens if they can improve the over rate going forward in this test match. And let us know in the comments, what do you think about the first session? What do you thought about this first session from an England and Australian point of view? And let us know in the comments your thoughts on that. All right. Right. Thanks, everyone, for still keeping in touch with us. Hope everyone's still with us. Lunch, as I mentioned, and Australia 2 for 115, 51 overs. They trail by 168. So Australia going steadily. So we're going to take a break until the resumption of the second session. So do stick with us for the second session of play. But we're going to take a short break, and we're going to be coming back for the second session of the day, and hope you can join us then. But in the meantime, we're going to take the short break, and we will be back for the resumption of the second session. John says, just before we take our break, John says, lack of intent in brackets again. Like to know what the game plan is because I can't fathom it. Well, I think it's pretty simple, John. I think Australia just trying to be conservative up front, looking not to lose too many wickets and make sure that they set up this innings. I think that's the game plan. Look to bat all day. That's the plan. Bat all day. Look to bat once in this test match. I think that's the mentality that that Australia have employed in this innings. So that, judging by the first innings, that's what's happened here. So I think that's pretty simple. I think with the game plan, look to bat once, look to bat big, look to put England under pressure, because if they do that, Australia will be in a very firm, strong position in this fifth and final test. So that's probably the game plan, John. That's probably what they're discussing at lunch at the moment. Alrighty then, we'll take a short break, and we will be back for the second session. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments as we get ready for the second session. But in the meantime, join us for the resumption of play on day 2. And we'll see you in a little while. Hello, everyone. We're back for the second session and drama. Straight after lunch, Usman Khawaja has departed. Gone for 47 LBW to Stuart Broad, who has picked up the first wicket for England after this lunch interval. And he'll be disappointed about that, Usman Khawaja. Batted well for his 47, but he's got to go. And maybe the scoring rate will pick up a bit with Travis Head out in the middle. As we know, Travis Head can be a fast scorer. He's out there with Smith. He's on 13 off 20. He's on strike now as Chris Woakes will continue from the other end. Australia trail by 168. They'll be looking to get to parity, achieve some sort of parity, look to get a first innings lead. And Woakes in to Smith. This one whipped off the pads from Smith down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Australia score their first runs after lunch. And the scoring rate will just go up a notch, you would think, with Smith and Head at the crease. Right on the pads there, Woakes bowling straight to Smith and just whips you away through that mid-wicket leg, square leg region. That's 4 runs. Pierced the gap nicely. So I think Australia will be looking to get the foot down after what was a very sedate first session. Works in to Smith. This one full. Smith defends to the leg side. No run. And Smith 17 off 22. Travis Head has only faced 1 ball. Just arrived at the crease in the last over because of Usman Khawaja being dismissed in the last over. LBW for 47. Woakes in to Smith. This one full on the pads. Smith works it out to the leg side. And there is no run. And Stuart Broad, as he always done in his career, but also in the series, he's picked up the first wicket for England after lunch on day 2. Woakes in to Smith. Smith defends. Back to Woakes for no run. Steve Smith looking solid. Has a pretty good record here at the Oval. Scored a century in the World Test Championship final against India. And he'll be hoping to kick on, get a big score. A little bit of a sedate first session from Australia. Didn't really score a lot of runs in the first session. 50-odd runs. Run rate was 2 and over, so a little bit slow. But they'll be hoping to pick things up here in this middle session as Woakes is in to Smith. This one wide of off stumps. Smith lets it go to the keeper. No run. The Australian team watching on from the balcony of the changing rooms here at the Oval. There's Todd Murphy, David Warner, Daniel Vittori looking on at proceedings as Woakes is in to Smith. This one down the leg side. Smith lets it go, goes past Bairstow. He can't cut it off. It'll be 4 byes to win the over. End of the over, 3 for 119. Australia, that's the end of the over, sorry. 3 for 123. And first boundary, second boundary after the lunch adjournment. And the scoring rate, you would think, will pick up. Smith looks eager. He looks to get on with proceedings here at the Oval. And Travis Head hasn't scored yet, but he'll be looking to up the ante as well. And I think that's not a bad thing from Australia. 160 they try by now. Slowly eating away at the deficit. If they can reach parity, which you would think they will, get a good first innings lead, put pressure on England in that third innings. Travis Head on strike. He's faced 1 ball, and that was to Stuart Broad in the last over. Broad in now to Head. around the wicket. Head punches this to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run. Looking solid from that shot there, Travis Head. No worries, Jihan. No worries. We'll be still on, Jihan. So, yeah, no worries. Broad into Head now. Round the wicket. He's in now. This one beats Head past his outside edge. No run. Stuart Broad looks up and about. Round the wicket to the left-handers, as we've seen him in this series. Trying to take the ball away from that angle from around the wicket to the left-handers. And Travis Head thought that was a good delivery as well, judging by his reaction. Broad, in again to Head. This one full. Head punches it past mid-on. It will race away to the boundary for 4. And Travis Head is off the mark in style. Well, the intent has been noticeable from Australia. Travis Head looking to up the ante in this second session. Steve Smith as well. And for Travis Head, just a simple push down the ground. Pass mid-on for 4. Not a good delivery from Broad there. Just a little bit too full with his length. As Broad gets ready again for his 4th delivery. He's now in. So Broad to Head. He's in now. Beats Travis Head past his outside edge. Is it caught behind? Broad is celebrating. It is. He is out. Travis Head is gone. Caught behind. Australia lose the 2nd wicket after the lunch break. Khawaja for 47 and now Head for 4. He prodded at that outside off stump. Good take from Bairstow. He's been under pressure in this series with the gloves. Broad's got the 2 wickets in this session now. And that is the end of Travis Head. It was a short stay. Probably he shouldn't have really played at that ball. In hindsight, he probably should have left it. Head gone for 4. It's 4 for 127. Australia trail by 156 as Mitchell Marsh arrives to the crease. And Australia a little bit in a spot of bother after this lunch break. They've lost 2 wickets. Khawaja gone for 47. And now Usman Khawaja, Travis Head caught behind as well. Obviously hit a boundary and then got out. And Stuart Broad's got 2 wickets to begin this second session of play. So he will be disappointed. Travis Head. He probably shouldn't have played at that delivery, but he did in the end, which was his undoing. Anyway, Australia still trail by 156. They've got 6 wickets in hand. They're 4 for 127. As Mitchell Marsh arrives at the crease, batted well at Old Trafford, batted well at Headingley. He will need to bat well here with Steve Smith. Just had a good partnership. Get back on track in this match. Fans are watching on. Broad's got his tail up as he always done in his career in this series. Once he gets a bit of a sniff, he's up and about. So England have got 3 slips. They've got a backward point. Got a mid-on, mid-off. Ben Stokes marshalling the fielders around. They've got a square leg. They've got a cover. And Travis Head is the last wicket to fall. He was going for 4. As brought in now to the new batter in Marsh, who's in now. And Marsh defends to the onside. No run. Mitchell Marsh. He's done pretty well since he's come back to the Australian side. Mitchell Marsh in this second session. He'll be a little bit disappointed about that. Travis Head, he shouldn't have really played at that delivery. Maybe should have left it in hindsight, but you've only got 0.1 second to react. But Mitchell Marsh, he's going to get on with proceedings. He's going to push on with the intent. And Steve Smith as well. As Broad is in, this one left alone by Marsh outside his off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. Into the over, 4 for 127. Stuart Broad has picked up the 2 wickets to fall in the second session. That was of Usman Khawaja and now Travis Head in that previous over. That's just gone. So Australia, they were content with just going at a steady, sort of sedate run rate in the first session, where they scored 50-odd runs, but sort of come back to haunt them a little bit in the second session, the scoreboard not moving. And therefore, they're 4 for 127, and they still trail by 156. Stuart Broad has taken 20 wickets in the series. He's ahead of Mitchell Starc by 1, followed by Cummins with 17, Hazelwood with 15, and then it's Wokes. Wokes in again to Smith, who defends. Back down to Wokes, and there's no run. Steve Smith. Pretty good record here at the Oval in his Test career. Averages well over 90. But just going back on Australia, they'll be disappointed to lose those 2 wickets there. Khawaja, missed a straight one from Broad. As Wokes is in, this one's short outside off stump, and Smith works it through square leg for 1. He moves on to 18. Marsh is on strike. John says, nope, that's all on the top, falling yet again, meaning the top order of Australia. Jihan says, this is why the blocking forever never works, because wickets eventually fall and you've gotten nowhere. Yes, that's true. But in this second session, you would think with Smith and Marsh at the crease now, you would think the intent would be different. Mitchell Marsh won't be blocking. He'll be looking to score. Wokes in. This one full on the pads of Marsh. He flicks it through behind square on the leg side to backward square leg, deep backward square leg for a couple of runs. He's off the mark. John says parity is looking a wish. Rubbish. Have the faith, John. Have the faith. It's not a bad pitch. It's done a little bit, but you would say some errors. But, parity is still on the cards here for Australia. Just need to knuckle down. Get a good partnership here is required. Works into Marsh. This one's short. And Marsh defends onto the offside for no run. Mitchell Marsh, he's been one of the informed batters for Australia in this series. He's only played 2 test matches. This is his 3rd. Just asking umpire Kumar Damasina just to remove something off his gloves there. Maybe a bit of thread that probably came loose before he faces up to Wokes. He's in now. This one left alone by Marsh. Past his off stump. Through the keeper, no run. Australia up 4 for 130. Trail by 153. Not ideal to lose Khawaja and Head after the lunch break from Australia. Not ideal indeed. You would say errors on Travis Head and Usman Khawaja's part. Khawaja just missing a straight ball from Broad. It didn't really do much. And then obviously Travis Head prodding that one outside off stump, which he shouldn't have had. Marsh defends to the offside. No run. Into the over, 4 for 130. Australia trail by 153. Broad as the sun comes out here at the Oval. It's been a very overcast, miserable sort of day. Broad into Smith. This one full. Smith whips it off his pads. Down to fine leg for one. Good from Smith. Good strike rotation. Australia need a bit more of the singles and the twos. Convert the ones into twos and then the twos into threes, as the old saying goes. Which is good. Smith looking proactive. Unlike Marnus Labuschagne, who played a very ordinary innings. It was a very peculiar sort of innings from Labuschagne. Not really at his fluent best. Steve Smith. Looking determined as always. Looking pretty determined, Smith, as Broad's into Marsh. This one full, left alone outside off stump from Marsh. Through to the keeper, no run. But good intent from Smith. After lunch, he's hit a boundary already. Rotated the strike with a few singles. Mitchell Marsh is getting into his innings. So good signs from Australia just to keep the scoring ticking over, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and get to parity. That will be the goal of the day. Broad into Marsh. This one full. Marsh defends to mid-on the front foot. No run. Broad into Marsh. This one traps Marsh on the pads. An appeal for LBW. England not going to review it. Ben Stokes is saying it's high, and it was high. It did look high. Kuma Damasino agreed as well, not in his head. And time has run out for the DRS, so they're not going to review that. And they shouldn't. They've already lost a review today. England have already got 2 left. Let's have a look. Yeah, that one high. And Stuart Broad was adamant. But not to be, I'm afraid. He was going forward as well. Marsh probably just going over the top. Broad in again to Marsh. And Marsh dispatches Stuart Broad with disdain. Over to the long off boundary for 6. What a shot from Mitchell Marsh. What a shot indeed. He's in good touch, Mitchell Marsh. He just lofted that over mid-off's head for 6. Long leave, well, he hasn't quite got long levers, Mitchell Marsh, but he hits the cricket ball very hard with all the muscle and the power that he's got. My word, what a shot indeed. We've seen Mitchell Marsh batting well in this series, and that's proven to be the case here with that shot. He's not going to let England settle, put the pressure back on. That's the way to go. And that was the LBW appeal. It was umpire's call for the wickets. That was the LBW appeal that was turned down off Marsh. It was umpire's call in the end, so marginal, but it wasn't given out. Excuse me. Broad. In again to Marsh. Marsh advances down the wicket. Defends to cover. No run to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 137. And that's the first 6 of the innings from Australia. We haven't seen them hit a 6 up until that Mitchell Marsh 6, which was a very good shot indeed. Lofted over mid-off's head for 6. That's what Mitchell Marsh can do. And he can produce these innings where he can take the game away from you, sort of like with Travis Head. Australia trail by 146, therefore for 137. There's Wokes again into Smith. And this one left alone by Smith. Outside his off stump. Through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, a noticeable difference in intent when Smith and Marsh have arrived at the crease. The intent has been different compared to what we saw in the first session. And Smith looking to get on with the business, and Mitchell Marsh as well, looking to get on with things here. Smith chops this ball into his pads off Wokes, and there's no run. Mitchell Marsh, 8 of 11. Smith, 19 of 31. So what we saw from Mitchell Marsh in that last over when he hit that 6, the intent has been good from Marsh in this series. Wanting to score, looking to score, looking to tick over the scoreboard. That's what Australia need to do here. Works into Smith. This one full. Smith defends to mid-on. There's no run. So Broad shining the ball. It is 57 overs old, this ball. Wokes in to Smith. This one beats him. Past his outside edge. Through to the keeper. Dot ball. Seen from both sides in this Ashes series. Coming to an end, this Ashes series. A long series. Both teams feeling the fatigue and the tiredness of a long, elongated series. It's been a very fast sort of series, compacted. Works in again to Smith. This one again beats him past his outside edge. And there's no run. But Australia opportunity to win the series, which I haven't done in England in an Ashes series for 20 odd years. Since 2001. Works in to Smith, who leaves this one outside his off stump for no run. Through to the keeper, no run. End of the over, it is 4 for 137. It's a maiden from Wokes. Six overs done in the second session thus far. John, you say, why is the intent higher now? Can't rely on the middle late order. Why do I do this to myself? Yeah, John, the intent has shifted a bit, obviously. With Marsh and Smith at the crease. Well, I suppose, things change. Different batters have different mentalities and different methods and different ways of going about things. I think that's probably the case here. As Broad's in, Marsh defends to the offside, no run. But I think for Australia, it's all about just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. It's 146. Get that below 100, the deficit. Start building a lead. Any lead would do for Australia. Get a lead of 50 runs, 100 runs. That'll be the thinking. And that was certainly the plan of the day, just to bat all day, get a lead, which they can still do. They just need a change of mindset, that's all. Broad into Marsh, who defends to the onside. To mid-on in the end, no run. That's it's been that sort of series, John. It's been that series that's gone up and down, and the pendulum switches from one side to the other. So I think we're all we'll be glad when this Ashes series is over for another year. It's certainly been stressful, as many Ashes series are. Broad, and again to Marsh. This one on leg stump. Marsh dispatches Broad through the leg side to the fielder at deep mid wicket. He'll pick up a single. Moves on to 9. Australia trail by 145. Mitchell Marsh, he's not going to hang around. He's going to play positively. And he's done really well in the series, Mitchell Marsh. He's had a bit of a tough time of it in his career, in and out of the side and inconsistent performances. But in this Ashes series, he's done pretty well. One of Australia's best bashers in this series by far. Broad into Smith. This one tucked onto the leg side from Smith for a single. Picks up 1. He moves on to 20. 4 for 139. Jihan. There we go. You say the Marnus innings and Australia's general approach is absolute advent for baseball being vindicated. Yes, that's a pretty good point. I think England sort of telling the world that this sort of style of cricket is sort of outdated. But that's how Test cricket's been played for over 140 years. Brought in again to Marsh. This one traps Marsh on the pads. In the end, it's a dot ball. And Marsh throws the ball back to Johnny Bairstow after picking it up, after playing that delivery. Now the sun peeking through here at the Oval. And it's been an overcast sort of day. The lights have been on all day. And just a little bit of sunshine going through the sky here, going through the clouds. Broad. Yet again, he's in now to Marsh. This one full outside off stump. Marsh attempts to drive, mistimes it, goes straight to mid-on instead. End of the over, it's 4 for 139. Four for 139. John, your question, your comment. You say, whose failure / idea is the current mindset? Why are we so timid? Not suggesting a baseball approach, but this is overly negative. Excuse me, I don't know, John. I think it comes down to individual players. Comes down to them. They have different mindsets. They have different attitudes. They have different ways of approaching the game. So it could be a factor of that. Maybe it's this one left alone by Smith outside his off stump of Wokes. Free to keep no run. Every player is different in their mentality. Maybe Australia had the idea of just playing safe in the first session, not too much damage, and look to try and set up the innings and look to bat long. But that's been the case from Australia in this series. At times, they haven't looked to be positive and show that intent. Wokes to Smith. And Smith works it behind square on the leg side, down to find leg for 1. This is good from Australia, looking to pick up the singles. Since Marsh and Smith have joined together at the crease, the intent's been a lot better. And that's more better from Australia. Look to rotate the strike, look to pick up the singles. Jan says, I think they're trying to invoke boycott and Tavares. Yes. You could say it was like watching paint dry with Boycott and Tabaret. That could be the case. Definitely. Marnus Labuschagne sort of played like Jeffrey Boycott today. But anyway, Works to Marsh. This one short. And Marsh brings it to ground behind square on the offside, down to third man for a couple of runs. There was a misfield by the fielder. They pick up a second run. Good running. Harry Brook misfielded there. Important just to put the pressure on the fielder. Convert the single into a double, which Marsh did. It was a misfield from Brook. He didn't quite get the ball in his hand as he was about to throw it. And therefore, Marsh saw that. He was able to come back for the second. So that's good running. And already, good positive intent. When you're looking to score, you get into better positions and when you're looking to score, you get into better positions and things seem a lot easier. Works into Marsh, defends to cover. No run. He's 11 off 18. Smith's 21 off 38. Australia trial by 141. They're 4 for 142. 2 balls left off the 59th over. James Anderson, the camera on him. He's been under pressure in this series. Hasn't quite delivered to his standards, as we know. He's going to be 41 on Sunday. James Anderson during this test match, which is good for him. Works into Marsh. Marsh defends to the leg side. No run. Looking solid, Mitchell Marsh, as he has done in this series. But as we've seen from Mitchell Marsh over the years, he can muscle the cricket ball when he hits it. That was a slower ball from Wokes. Sort of like a knuckleball, maybe. Took the pace off. Going through the bag of variations. Wokes into Marsh, who punches him straight back down the ground for 4. A lovely shot from Marsh to end the over. It's a boundary. It's the end of the over, 4 for 146. Lovely shot from Marsh. Just a punch down the ground. Bit too full from Wokes. Easily dispatched by Mitchell Marsh. Straight back past the umpire, down the ground for 4. That's a good shot from Mitchell Marsh there. Nice follow through. Full face of the bat. He's in good touch. As we're going to see spin for the first time from England. Joe Root's going to be in the attack. We haven't seen spin thus far in the innings, but Moeen Ali is off the field, obviously with that groin strain or tear. So England will have to bowl Joe Root for a lot of overs. He's into the attack now, so Smith will be on strike. He's 21-38. Marsh 15 off 20. This partnership has brought back some intent for Australia in this session. It was pretty slow going. But all of a sudden, when you're looking to score, with that positive intent, how things can look so much better. Root to Smith. This one on his pads. Smith works it to deep square leg for 1. He moves on to 22. I think that's important for Australia, just to rotate the strike off Joe Root. Pick off the singles, milk the singles. John says, "Hey, lad, know where your off stump is. Can't do the accent." Try to do the accent there, John. "Hey, lad, know where your off stump is." That's very important for all batters. Root to Marsh. Marsh drives back to Root. There's no run. In England, they've got a deep cover. They've got mid-on, and mid-off up. They've got a deep square leg, backward square leg. As Root into Marsh. Marsh defends on the front foot. Back to Root, no run. Now, Australia, if they can just continue on with the intent, look to score in their second session, whittle away at the deficit. Root into Marsh. This one outside off stump. Marsh drives to deep mid off. Picks up a single and moves on to 16. Australia 4 for 148. Yeah, nice curve there from Root. That one just spinning away from Marsh. But he was good enough, Marsh, to get that through the offside for one. Oh, that was a poor delivery from Root. That one down the leg side. Steve Smith missed out on that a little bit. Anyway, gets it down to fine leg for a couple of runs. 150 up for Australia. Poor delivery from Root. A bit of a rank delivery there from him. Should have been capitalized on from Smith. He missed out there, but he got 2 runs nonetheless. Root to Smith, who works it to the leg side for no run. And it's the end of the over. It's 4 for 150. And Australia are going about their merry way here at the Oval. After 60 overs. Positive intent. The beauty of positive intent. When you're looking to score, get into good positions, and you're putting the pressure back on the bowlers. That's what you need to do. And Australia slowly but truly chiseling away at this deficit. Now, thanks everyone for joining us. And there's James Anderson. None for 37 from his 15 overs, Anderson. Joe Root chewing his gum. James Anderson back into the attack. He's not quite been at his best in this series. Old Jimmy. So here we go. It's going to be Anderson. He's going to be bowling to Marsh, who's on 16 of 23. Smith, 24 of 41. This has been a good partnership. Since they came together, the intent has gone up. Anderson to Marsh. This one defended by Marsh to the leg side. No run. Good start there from Mitchell Marsh. Good solid defence, which is the important thing. Anderson to Marsh. This one wraps Marsh on the pads, on the fly guard actually. Trickles out to the offside and there's no run. Bit too early for the shot there, Marsh. Let us know in the chat what has been your favourite moment of this Ashes series. Over the 5 test matches, what's been your favourite moment? What's been your most iconic moment or your significant moment in the series? Let us know as we reflect on this Ashes series. As Anderson into Marsh, this one left by Marsh, outside his off stump. Through to Bairstow, no run. Bit of shape there from Anderson. John says this is a crucial partnership. Well, they've started well, John. Good intent. And these two are going along things nicely. But yes, that's a fairly obvious observation to make. It is definitely an important partnership, but they've started well. As Anderson to Marsh, defends to the offside again. There's no run. He's done well, Marsh, in this series. Coming back for Cameron Green. Did well at Old Trafford, did well at Headingley, scored a century. He's done well. And Cameron Green, he'll be very tough to miss out on this last test, but no doubt we'll see Cameron Green in the future. Anderson in, he's gone. Marsh is chopped on. He chopped it on, Marsh. back onto the stumps. How many times we've seen this in this test match where batters have chopped onto their stumps? We saw that from England yesterday with Root and Bairstow, and now we've seen it with Mitchell Marsh. Going hard at the ball there, Marsh. Didn't need to go hard at the ball. He went a little bit too hard there and chopped it onto his stumps. And he's walking off. Mitchell Marsh. And in just a nothing shot, really. How many times we've seen that in this test match where batters just chop on? Anderson. It's been a tough series for him. He picks up his first wicket of the test match. Marsh has gone for 16. It's 5 for 151 as Alex Carey arrives to the crease. Well, frustrating for Mitchell Marsh. He'll be disappointed about that. Just a nothing shot from Marsh. Carey comes to the crease. He's out there with Steve Smith. He'll be disappointed, Marsh. Just too hard at the ball there. Just didn't need to do that. We've seen Joe Root. We've seen Johnny Bairstow do that in this test match, chopping onto the stumps. And for Australia, they've lost 3 wickets in this session. They lost Khawaja, then Travis Head, and now Mitchell Marsh, who was looking comfortable. And then he just prodded at a ball and he chopped it onto the stumps. And Anderson. Hasn't been a great series for him, but he's got something to smile about, I suppose, as Mitchell Marsh departs. But good opportunity for Alex Carey. He arrives at the crease. He's kept pretty well in this series. He'll be hoping for a big score here. But anyway, Marsh disappointed. Just went too hard at that ball. He shouldn't have really played at it, really. So he's gone for 16. Anderson picks up his first of the test match. There's been a lot spoken about him. Retirement rumours. Anyway. Australia 5 for 151. They still try by 132. The aim for Australia is to get that deficit down. Get that deficit down, down, and down. And get close to England's first inning score of 283. Anderson in to Carey. This one wraps Carey on the pads. Trickles out to the offside behind square. And there is no run. Alex Carey. Anderson to Carey. He defends to the offside. It's now round and center the over, 5 for 151. The crowd applauding Anderson. And he's had a very tough series, James Anderson. Not really his favourite ground, the Oval. It's in terms of average, he averages 32 here. But nonetheless, so I think the key for Australia here is to dig in, grind it out. We've seen that in this test match. We've seen that from both sides. Batters getting in, getting starts, and Australia's not the only team to do that in this test match. England did that as well in their innings. A bowling change, Root off. And it's going to be Mark Wood. England's pacer. But, for England, they've got 2 slips. They've got a leg slip for Smith. As Mark Wood in now to Smith. This one leaps up, surprises Smith. He gets an outside edge down to third man for 1. It's important for Australia to keep ticking the score over, look to rotate the strike. That's the key. No need to do anything brash or rash. Just look to bat sensibly. Look to score, positive intent, take a leaf out of Mitchell Marsh's book and that short partnership that he had with Smith. And that's the key, is to look for scoring opportunities. But we've seen from both sides in this test match, it's gone pretty similar. How both teams are battered in this test match. Not quite at their best. Making some errors and mistakes as Wood is now into Carey. This one short. Carey ducks underneath it. Lets it go to Bairstow. And no run. Sees it over his head. No worries, Jihan. No worries. All good. John says, all out for under 200. Wasted opportunities. All over by day 4. I wouldn't say that, John. I wouldn't say that Australia will get bowled out for under 200. They'll definitely get over 200. So I wouldn't say that, John. But it's important that Smith and Carey can't understate. Just look to bat sensibly. The pitch hasn't really done much. It's just been some errors from the batters that have caused their undoing. As Carey leaves this outside, he's off stump, no run. Frustrating, I understand, John. It may be, but it's been like that for this whole series. There's nothing we can do. We can't control anything. We can only watch from afar. I know it's frustrating, but the players, they got to do what they got to do. They know what they need to do. It's just a knuckle down. The sun's out now. Cash in if you can. At Wood to Carey. This one a wide delivery from Wood, well outside off stump. Carey lets it go to the keeper, no run. That's important, John. Contributions are important. Smith and Carey, contribution, partnership. And Australia 131 behind, 5 down for 152. So just working small targets. All right, let's get it to 120. Let's get it to 110. Let's get it to 100. Don't think about the scoreboard. Just think about this ball, how you're going to play it. Often that is the way to go. That's the method, the strategy you should employ. Wood in. This one full. Inside edge from Carey. Trickles out to the leg side. No run. Hands on heads from England. Wood was on the ground. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Yeah, Carey trying to drive on the front foot. Didn't quite get that ball where he wanted it to go. Went out behind and went out to the leg side, inside edge. Jihan says, maybe the Australian batsmen remembered there's a scoreboard and this is not just a net. Yeah, Jihan, it's been a bit weird with the mentality today from them. Wood to Carey. Carey drives nicely, but he finds the fielder at cover for no run. End of the over, 5 for 152. 5 for 152. Australia trail by 131. Not an ideal second session for Australia today. But that's cricket. You never know what's going to happen in this game. It will keep you guessing. Now the sun's out. It's been overcast today, so the Australian batters, what are they doing? Let's put the foot down here. Not in a reckless manner. Smith, he's looked good. Since he's come to the crease, he's looking to score and picking up singles. He's 25 for 42. Carey yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 balls. Anderson in again from the pavilion end over the wicket to Smith, who leaves outside off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. I think for Australia, the key is to get to parity. That will be the goal. Get to parity. Number 1, level pegging. And that's the key. But before that, just focus on trying to play the ball on its merits. Look to score, get into good positions. Look with that positive intent. Anderson. In again to Smith. Smith works it on the leg side. Through square leg for 1. He's looking for 2. Carey wants to, but Smith says no, and they just settle for one. 130, Australia trail by. 5 for 153. Anderson. About to bowl this delivery to Carey. He was takes guard and he's facing up now to Anderson. This one wide of off stump. Anderson to Carey, and Carey leaves to the keeper. No run. Good crowd in. We've seen some good crowds in this Ashes series over the 5 test matches, of course. A lot of people have come. Cricket's been scintillating, and today has been proven to be the case. Lights are still on here at the Oval, but the sun is peeking through the overcast sky. Anderson in to Carey. From around the wicket, this one comes back into Carey, traps him on the pads. It was going down the leg side. No run. Ben Stokes still marshalling the troops, pointing to the fielders, moving them in the right position. England have 3 slips. They have a mid-wicket, they have a mid-on, mid-off, and they have a cover. They have a fine leg. As well, to Anderson, now to Carey. This one full. Carey defends to cover. There's no run. Alex Carey looking to get settled. Take his time. Build a partnership with Smith. Australia. That will be their first objective in this session. Anderson to Carey. This one full outside off stump. Carey drives to the offside. Dan Lawrence, the sub fielder on. Carey can't get it past him. It's a dot ball to finish. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 153, and we're going to have a drink. 12th and the 13th man are coming on. Time for drinks here at the Oval. And a very interesting first hour of this session for Australia. It wasn't in the script to lose 3 wickets, but that's cricket. That's just the way it goes. But an opportunity to bounce back. Opportunity to knuckle down. Really grind it out. But this series has always been back and forth, back and forth. And that's been proven to be the case in this test match, but also in this series in general. It's always been the case where this series has gone from one side to the other. But if you're an Australian fan or an England fan, of course, you'll be a little bit frustrated. But it's up to the players at the end of the day. They're the ones out in the middle. We can only sit and watch. As the players have a drink. And Australia will be reassessing where they should go from here. And obviously, that will be to form a partnership, tick over the runs on the scoreboard. That's what they need to do. And look to do that. We saw that from Marsh and Smith for a while there. And Australia just need that intent. Just keep continuing with the intent. The pitch is not too many demons in the pitch. It's been mainly errors from the batters that have caused some problems. It's mainly errors and a lack of decision-making and judgment. But you can understand as well the players on both sides, really, haven't been in their best at this test match. There's been some mistakes. There's been some errors. It has been a long series, compacted into 6 weeks and 7 weeks. And finally, we're towards the end of this series. And hopefully, I think everyone will be glad that the series will be over and they can have a long rest. But Both teams will be looking to do well on this final test here at the Oval. Drinks here at the Oval, and Australia 5 for 153. They trail by 130 in response to England's 283 in their first innings. Smith and Carey at the crease, and they'll be looking to rotate the strike. Positive intent. I think Australia must have had a few words at that drinks break just to reset the plans, reset the priorities, as Joe Root's back into the attack. So it was only a short spell from Mark Wood, as Root will return to the bowling crease. He has a slip and a leg slip for Smith. He's in now. This one on leg stumps. Smith works it to the leg side, pushing hard for the single. They'll come easily through for the single. Steve Smith looking to rotate that strike. He's done well. 27 off 45. Carey yet to get off the mark off 11 balls. Good opportunity for him off the spinner. John says, getting back to your earlier question, my favourite moment was Edge Bastion. We just don't win like that. I've never seen that. I'll tuck that away for a keepsake forever. Yeah, John, I agree. I think that's been a special moment. I think my special moment was Nathan Lyon probably walking out to bat at Lord's, doing his part for the team. I think that just sums up Nathan Lyon. I think that was one of the moments that stood out for me. Root to Carey. This one on leg stump. Carey works it to the fielder behind square on the leg side for no run. But definitely, John, Edge Bastion was pretty special. And Root in to Carey, who works this away to the leg side behind square. He attempted to sweep. I think it's a leg by. Umpire Damasceno was shaping up to signal leg by. England have reviewed it. I think he was outside the line. He was playing a shot too. I think that's just a review out of desperation. Or they ran out of time. Did they review or not? Well, Stokes signalled for the review, so they must have got it in within time. Let's have a look. Maybe he got a bit. Yeah, he got a bit of bat on that. Yeah, that came off the face of the bat. So, it came off the face of the bat. There's a bit of movement there, bit of a rumbling on Ultra Edge. It was outside the line anyway, so I don't know why England reviewed that. It probably came off the face of the bat. He went to sweep Carey, so he got that front pad outside the line up off stump. He's playing a shot. You can't be giving out LBW if that is the case. I don't know why England reviewed it, just because they want to. Burnt a review for nothing. You can clearly see that the impact is outside the line of the off stump. From that replay, as we're having a look at Ultra Edge, if you're watching from home, yeah, I don't know. Why did we need to go to ball tracking? It's outside the line. It's over 3 meters as well. The review is lost. It's a waste of time from England to review that. In the end, it's a leg by. Carey knew, Australia knew, England knew, but they reviewed it anyway. But anyway, that's the thing with teams. They just use the reviews for the sake of it. They don't really think about these things. A bit of a conference with Stokes and Root, just saying something. Anyway, excuse me. Root to Smith. This one defended by Smith. Back to root, no run. Root to Smith. This one on leg stump. Smith gets it past square leg. The fielder at deep square leg. We cut it off for 1. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 156. 3 runs off the over. 5 for 156. They trail by 127. Australia. There we go. Australia slowly chipping away. Pardon me. At the England deficit, 127. Currently 5 for 156. Yeah, the Alex Carey LBW. He was outside the line of off stump anyway. He was more than 3 meters down the pitch anyway, Carey, so he wouldn't have been given out LBW. As it is with the DRS with ball tracking. The ball was close to the face of the bat. It doesn't matter in the end anyway. Ultra Edge picked up something, a murmur. Anderson to Smith. This one outside off stump. Smith leaves for no run. To the keeper. Looking comfortable, Smith. Looking comfortable. It's his good ground to bat in, Smith, here at the Oval for him. Good record overall. And I believe he's gone past, well, he has in fact gone past Don Bradman for the most runs here at the Oval by an overseas batter, which is another milestone ticked off for Steve Smith. Anderson in again. Smith leaves outside off stump. Through to the keeper. No run again. Sure, Jihan. Absolutely. Yeah, Jihan, the link I sent you before, that should be all right to join back again. Just after this ball, Jihan, I'll add you in. Anderson again to Smith, leaves again outside off stump, no run. We welcome back Jihan. He was with us in the first session. He's back for us again. Jihan.
Hi, guys.
Frustrating again, isn't it? Just as Australia were looking good, and then all of a sudden it's that common theme in the series.
It's not looking too good. I have to be honest.
Have the faith, Jim. Have the faith. There's still, you know, Steve Smith's there. Still as he works it to the offside for a single.
Look, I'll put this to you, Jack. Right now, if England were in this position, and I'm not a huge advocate of Bazball, but what would they be doing?
Well, they'll be looking to score and putting pressure on Australia with Bazball. That's what they'll be doing now.
Well, you've got a situation here where Mark Wood and Chris Wokes are outscoring Australia's top order literally because they have better intent. That's all it is. Not because of talent, not because of ability, not because of technique. And that's the most frustrating thing out of all of this. Chris Wokes was dropped twice yesterday. You know,
he was. I got it in my notes here when he was dropped on. He was dropped by Marsh and he was dropped by Murphy. Can't remember what the scores were, but he was dropped by them in that second session.
And I made a comment on one of those. I can't remember. I think it was. Do you know that guy Norman Kormachak or something?
Oh, Koshnik.
Yeah. He makes a lot of posts on YouTube.
Yeah. But I've heard.
And
of him,
Yeah, I comment on them all the time, and he always acknowledges everything I say. I think he does that to everyone that comments on his channel.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I made a long comment, long post yesterday about Harry Brooks' innings actually, and I said it was a little bit harsh, I suppose, but I said it's the flakiest innings I've ever watched because there was so much luck, so many edges, so many plays and misses. Ball, he was obviously dropped. There was balls. I think there was. I remember one ball that sort of was edged between third and fourth slip. Just in the gap that they had, and to me, it just seemed like he played well in between, but it seemed like
it did look a little bit scratchy at times. Yeah, I agree.
It seemed like he could get. It seemed like he could get out at any point.
Yeah,
and that's actually what happened. He nicked off to. Actually, it wasn't a great delivery. It was a bit of a wide ball from Stark, but if you're someone that's just always gonna throw the bat at everything, eventually, can you keep doing that without getting out at some point?
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess it comes down to the stubbornness, Jihan. I think Australia are stubborn in their way, and England in their way as well, and that's been the theme in the series.
But I think Australia being too stubborn. Like I don't get it because they don't play like this in Australia.
No, yeah, that has been noticeable in this series, and I have talked about it in my reviews. I sound like a broken record, but I always keep saying it. You got to show intent. Even when Mitchell Marsh was there for a brief while, he had the right intent, and Smith as well, and now Carey is a busy player, but the rest of the batters haven't done that. And Marnus was just, I don't know what he was doing. 9 off 80. That's an arm ball there from Root.
So what I'd say about that? Oh, is Joe Root bowling? Oh, I need to get this.
Yeah, he's bowling. Yeah, he's bowling.
Yeah.
He's bowling his off breaks because Moeen Ali's still off the field.
Oh, yeah, there you
go. Will Moeen Ali bat at number 3? I don't think he will. I think he'll bat down the order. But they bring up a Chris Woakes maybe at number 3. That was the talk. Good.
Where did you hear that from?
I heard it somewhere when I was listening to one of those podcasts like TMS or something. They were talking about it. Somewhere mentioned it. They could. You never know. Who else is going to bat number 3? Joe Root doesn't. He doesn't want to.
Yeah, but is this the same, in the same ridiculous realms of, we can bat Jimmy Anderson at 3 because he's our Lara or something?
I think I saw someone in the chat in Guerrilla Cricket. Someone said, let's just mess around with the Australians and reverse the batting order and have Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad open.
Yeah. But I mean, that's how, like, I don't know the word to describe it, but how anything can happen kind of thing with Bazball.
Yeah.
That could potentially happen. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. John says, it does blow me away how much detail both of you pick up. Well, we're very close studiers of the game, John. We don't miss out on these things, When you've watched cricket for a long time, then you pick up on these things, don't you, Jihan?
Is he talking about me and you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. No, I mean, for me, it's all about the cynical things I pick up.
Yeah.
I'm like the Basil Fawlty of cricket analysis.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense to you.
Yeah. Faulty Towers, that was a good show.
Yeah. But
well, at least the sun's out. That's good. It's shining.
Yeah, but that's what we need. But the unfortunate thing is,
but it's just that Australia have dug himself in a hole.
I was going to say the unfortunate thing is that the sun's going to be out tomorrow and all of tomorrow and all of Sunday. So, yeah, I don't know.
Anyway,
so I mean, you might say that Australia knew that was coming and they were.
Probably that's what their thinking was. And, there's nothing we can do, Jihan. We can't control what the players do. So It's up to them. They're the ones playing. They're the professionals, and we're not. We only play at a, sort of an amateur sort of level.
No, I played a professional level. No, I didn't really.
No, I was gonna say. Oh, what a shot from Smith! Just flick that off his pads. He doesn't miss out on those, but he will get a couple as the fielder from the deep cuts it off for 2. The sub fielder.
The great cricketer guys must have been professionals at some point, maybe.
Yes, you think about it. All the cricketers who played for Australia in any form of cricket were all great cricketers. Who were just better than the rest. When you think about it, they were. I think that's what Ian Chappell said. I think he said that once. He said you got selected for Australia because you were a good grade cricketer.
Yeah.
So,
but it goes grade into state, doesn't it? So surely you have to be a good state cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, sorry, go on, Gio. Yeah.
No. If you want to hear,
no, that's all right. That's all right. It's
no. I was going to say, if you want to listen to my experience of growing up with the cricket system in England,
sure, yeah. If you want to share that,
yeah. So I mean, the equivalent. Oh, sorry! I just saw Smith.
Yeah,
I think I'm a few balls behind you.
Yeah, the app's quite
great,
a long way behind because I went to bed after Headingley because I thought it was going to be a washout, on day 3, and then we came back out after that, and I was like, "What are you doing, God? I thought it was meant to rain for the whole day." Then we came back, and look what happened. And then I watched the app, and I was listening to Guerrilla Cricket as well because they're often behind as well on the coverage anyway. And I was watching on the app, and then they were ahead of me on the app, and then I had to go back to my TV in my lounge room where I am now, just to watch it. And I was like, "Geez, this is pretty bad if it's behind." So anyway, I'm digressing. What you were saying, Jihan?
Sorry, I'll go into it, but I literally just saw a ridiculous player miss by Steve Smith from Jimmy Anderson that could have easily been out. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was a bit of a waft.
What was that? Seriously, that looked like he was trying to get out.
He just hit his bat into the ground. He was angry with himself there, Smith.
Yeah. He was annoyed about it. Yeah, he knew he had to leave that. You can look at him.
Of course he is. That's how Steve Smith operates when he bats, especially when he sledges himself. Yeah, there's one video I watched where he got hit and he said, "Oh, cop that" or something to himself. Or something. He's out of the box, Smith.
His body language after he played at that was, why are you playing at that?
Why are you doing that?
You need to leave.
You should leave that.
Yeah.
And I think it's just come down to, anyway, I think it's just come down. Both teams have been sloppy in this test, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's been a long series, and that's a factor as well. Fatigue. They played the break from this test and the last test was only a small break. It was only like 4 days or something. Whereas between the 3rd and the 4th was 9 days. And good shot from Carey. He just whipped that outside off stump and hit it over the rope for 6.
6?
Yeah, 6. You'll see it in a minute. He just got it outside off stump, but he just went for that big old heave-ho to deep mid-wicket.
Is this off Joe Root?
Yeah, it's off Joe Root, yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to work out how far behind I am in the coverage.
I'm on 67.4.
Okay. Where am I? I'm on 67.1.
What?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm a few balls behind. I saw the second.
Carey. What are you doing, Alex Carey?
We got out.
You hit it straight to Stokes. Oh, you idiot.
Oh, no. He got out.
He got out. He hit it straight to Ben Stokes.
I knew it could only be too good to be true.
Oh, for God's sake! He hit it straight to him at a straight sort of mid off.
The 115 behind, right?
Yes.
So, to be honest, it feels like England must be laughing at this, right?
115 at the moment. Kerry going for
Yeah.
10. Mitchell
If
Stark's in
that,
next, so he can bat. He's got a test
that-
99 in Mahali. 2013.
England probably feel like these guys are just going to block and get out at some point. So, and then we can go crazy when we're batting. So we're always going to be able to get.
It's just.
And you know, if the Australian Quicks are bowling to England right now in these conditions,
they'll be going
just
hammer and tong.
That was a soft dismissal.
Yeah, it was a soft dismissal. Look, just defend that or work it in the gap. It's not that hard to do. I just hate dumb cricket. It's just. Anyway, Mitchell Stark, get out there and he can bat. Mitchell Stark, he's no mug. He can bat. As I mentioned, he's got a test 99 in Mahali. That's pretty good.
I just saw the replay of that, and I just saw the replay of that dismissal, and it was ridiculous how the timing between him hitting the ball and walking off the ground.
Well, he knew that
as soon as he hit it.
As soon as he hit it, he knew. You just know.
Yeah.
Look, if Australia can get close to England, then I'll be happy with that on first innings. If they can get some sort of a lead, any lead would do. If it's like 20 runs or something, I don't care.
All right, Jack. How much were England? How much were England when they were 6 down? When they lost the 6 wicket?
Good one. When England was 6 down, they were 6 for 208 at this stage.
Okay, so England were ahead.
So not too far away from the two. So England definitely a little bit ahead at this stage. I think that's the thing. This test match has been a bit sloppy. Both teams haven't batted well. And Australia will be disappointed. You know, they've lost 4 wickets in this session. They lost 1 yesterday. They lost 1 in the first session. Labuschagne.
But you know what England will be thinking? Looking at the weather right now, right? Look at. Yeah. You can always tell by the shadows on the ground when the sun's out, right?
Yeah.
Do you think England are thinking, "Oh, we've got to watch out for Hazelwood Cummins. They might be able to get a few wickets here," or do you think they're like, this is a one-day game in, I don't know, Dhaka or somewhere where there's just nothing in the pitch for the bowlers?
I think that's just the way they bat, Jihan. I think it's a one-day mentality.
It is a one-day mentality. But when they do, then when they do it in even Test match conditions, they get out. That's the thing.
Yeah. Like they did in the first innings. They batted for 54.4 overs. That's a one-day innings, basically.
Or they rely on the tail, and they rely on the tail to get them a middling score. I mean, 283 is not great.
I am disappointed at the moment. The session's got 4 wickets for 55 runs, which is a run rate of 3. That's an improvement on the last session. But if Smith and Stark can get a handy partnership here, like, Stark's played some good contributions in this series. He made first shot in Manchester, and he was not out. So he can definitely hit. Sorry?
How much did he get in Manchester?
He made first shot, I think. First shot not out.
Really? Yeah. The problem is Stark and Cummins haven't done anything for a long time with the bat.
No. This is the time to stand up, and you're playing for Australia. This is the Oval. We haven't won here in 21 years since Steve Waugh did it. Just one more extra push. That's all I'm asking.
I get that. I completely understand.
You can't just roll over and give up. That's all I'm saying. You still got to grind it out, but you got to find a way. And that's been the theme in this series. They've got in, got out, got starts, and it's frustrating just to watch from here. But you can't do anything about it. It's up to them. It's what they do.
We can't do anything about it.
No.
But no, I mean, today,
it would be nice if we can speak in the inner sanctum and saying, "Well, what the hell are you doing?"
I think
that's why people are ticked off with the team, obviously, especially in this Ashes series, especially after what happened at Old Trafford.
Yeah,
but it's been that sort of series. It's gone back and forth. No one's really dominated, really, when you think about it.
I think Australia
maybe England the last test did, but no one's really.
I think Australia kind of they were ahead for the longest period of time in the Test match in the series, and that was at Lord's.
Yes. That's a good shot from Smith.
So I don't think England ever dominated for as long as Australia did at Lord's.
No, they haven't. But the momentum of the series shifted during the Lord's Test. It did. After the Lord's Test, it shifted in a big way.
Yeah, it did after Stokes's 150.
Well, were you feeling, Jihan, a bit of the shakes from 2019? You're like, cold sweats. Oh, he's not going to do it again, is he?
Well,
it was a pretty good innings. It was a pretty good knock.
Which one are you talking about? The Lord's knock?
The Lord's one, where Stokes went off and got 155.
Yeah, to be honest, like, I always felt that Australia were going to win. No matter, like, because they had so much to do. Like, if you think about it, that was Lord's was the one time Australia batted the top order, batted really well.
Yeah.
And were completely on top of the England bowling. And then you know what happened? They lost 2 wickets towards the end of the day to Joe Root.
Yeah. Travis Head and Cameron Green. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was another turning point, because they turned the score of they collapsed a little bit and they got 416, which is still a good score, which was enough to win. But that could have been 500, 550 if they didn't lose those 2 dumb wickets to Joe Root at the end, right?
Yeah.
And if they did that, then then England would have been chasing. How much were they chasing? 370. They would have been chasing 470.
371.
Yeah, they would have been chasing 400, 450, and the only way they would have won that game is if Stokes went on to get 250. And how likely was that to happen? So they always had that game won, but they let England in at the end of day 1. Was that day 1? Yeah. Day 1.
John makes his comment here. We've played into England's hand this match. I think there's still plenty to play for this last Test, obviously, but I think it's been a little bit deflating after what happened at Manchester, and Australia's already wrapped up the Ashes, so they can't lose the Ashes now, but they can still win the series. That's the motivating factor for them. Australia's played 6 Test matches on the bounce now because of the WTC final here at the Oval. It's quite ironic that Australia finished their tour of England here at the Oval. This is where it all started 6 or 7 weeks ago when they played India. So they are a bit weary, of course. It's just been errors and mistakes from the batters today. They'll be disappointed, but there's an opportunity to keep going, keep grinding out the runs.
I think the most disappointing thing for me is that if England win this match and Australia lose, then I know Australia retained because of the washed out game at Manchester, but in all honesty, I don't think Australia winning that game. If there was
someone made the comment in my review. I don't know if you saw it, but someone said, Marsh and Green could have scored centuries. In England, Australia could have made Australia bat again. In hindsight, yes. But
I think I said that, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I made a few comments to that effect.
You did. But there was one comment that commented on the video afterwards.
Yeah. But I mean, there was no guarantee. You're right. There was no guarantee that England were going to win that game. But I think probably in all likelihood, I think England probably would have won. Even if they had to check, even if Australia had an amazing third innings and they set them 220 to win.
Yeah.
I reckon England would have got there. They may have just got there. They may have just gotten over the line. But I think they were always dominating that game. It would let's put it this way: like, even if how many overs did we lose? We lost about 150 overs, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Even if we lost let's say 100 overs, and I think it would have been harsh if England couldn't force that result, even with an extra 50 overs.
Yeah. And then you're sort of relying on the weather on day 5 for a bit of a break, which was not going to happen because it's pretty miserable. So
I mean,
in hindsight's a wonderful thing, but
yeah.
we will never know. We will never know.
Exactly. I was about to say that. So in all reality, we'll never know what would have happened.
Never know. We'll never know. And I think with the Todd Murphy thing, I don't think it made any difference if Todd Murphy played or not, because I think he would have got smashed. Like he did at Headingley to an extent a little bit. But I can understand why people were frustrated at that selection. But if Australia had to bat on day 5, I think it would have been justified if we had the extra all-rounders there for the batting. I think it would have come into its own. And then Australia say, we proved you wrong, and the extra batting saved our bacon. But we will never know.
I was about to say exactly that. I don't think Australia would have drawn that game if Todd Murphy played.
No.
Because they didn't have the extra batting.
It spun a little bit, but not as much, because the sun wasn't baking the pitch. As Mitchell Stark's off the mark, drives through the covers for 1.
And I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember, but when we were talking about selection for that match, that was the team that I selected.
Oh, really? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And I said, "Oh, they won't go with that," but then they did.
And then they did, yeah.
And then they did.
I felt that they needed
but I think with the all-rounder debate, I think it was pretty clear-cut after that test that Mitchell Marsh had to play here. And that's what's turned out to be the case. Because he's much better than Green. It's nothing against Green. I hope Green succeeds and does well. Because I like Cameron Green. I think he's got a bright future ahead. But I think he doubts himself, I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself. You saw the test documentary, right? Where he got out in Sri Lanka. Yeah. So he puts a lot of pressure on himself to do well, and that often comes with extra pressure, and you want to do well, and then people are on your back. But I think he'll come back better and stronger, I hope. And he's working on that. He's working on that side of his game, the mindfulness side, the mental side. And Ricky Ponting keeps banging on about it as well. He needs to show that intent, be aggressive, like he does in Sheffield Shield cricket with WA, where he just smashes 150 odd off of X amount of balls,
I don't know if you remember, but in the test documentary, when he scored runs in Sri Lanka, I think in the first test match, there was this. I won't name him, but there was a certain white ball player for Australia who has done, he's one of the white ball legends of recent times, who said that Cameron Green was going to be the best effing player of all time. You remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And I just thought, when I saw that, I was just like, "Oh, come on!" Like he's only just started.
It's good that we have been round in the test side, I think, because we haven't had one for a while, not since Shane Watson, and even before Shane Watson, you probably have to go back to Keith Miller, and he played in the 40s and 50s. That Australia's had a genuine
all-rounder.
Well, he was he wasn't really all-rounder. He rolled a few overs a bit, but that genuine all-rounder, we probably have to go back to Keith Miller.
Sorry, when you said he wasn't really an all-rounder, who are you talking about?
Well, I was talking about Shane Watson to an extent.
Shane Watson.
He did bowl in his younger days, but he got injuries.
You reckon
he debuted against Pakistan?
More of I remember that.
Yeah, 2005 in Sydney, and he fell over.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that well. You know why? Because
I saw it on YouTube. I saw it on YouTube by Ro Belinda. Shane Watson's debut was against Pakistan. He fell over in his first over, I think, when he was delivering the ball.
See, I'll tell you why that memory sticks in my mind. Because that was actually the first time I'd ever visited Australia. I was there on holiday at the time.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, 2004-05. I was doing my A-levels at the time. That was Christmas holidays. And I went visited to Australia with my brother and my dad for the first time. I was 16. I was 16 actually. I was about to turn 17 in February. But we spent most of the time in Melbourne, and we were in Sydney for New Year's. And which test did he make his debut in? Was it the Sydney Test match or the
Sydney Test? Yep, I think.
Yeah,
Sydney.
yeah. So Sydney would have been the New Year's Test, right?
New Year's Test, yeah. So January of 05.
Yeah. Of 05, yeah. So I would have been 16, literally about to be 17, and I remember watching that game at my uncle's place in Sydney. And I remember when Shane Watson came on to bowl, I was quite excited about him being picked in the Test side because I think he'd played a few ODIs before that, and
I think he did.
Good. He looked pretty good. He looked pretty good, and they were like, "Oh, Shane Watson's gonna
bowled some good pace in his early days, but then he's
in his early, that's
his early days. He bowled some good pace.
He was bowling 145, 150s. People don't believe that, but he was.
No, but he did. He's good.
He actually was, but then
those injuries sort of put him back a bit, and then he was a bit of a medium pacer and who can bat a bit. Obviously, bat and then bowled a few overs.
And he was good at kicking the ball in front of middle slump as well.
That's the running joke with Shane Watson. Go upstairs, DRS. Burner review, Watto. Every time. It wasn't funny the first time.
It happened.
But he was a talented player. Let's not forget that. We make fun of that.
No. He was a very talented player.
But maybe he didn't really quite fulfill his potential, if that makes sense. His numbers probably don't reflect that in Test cricket, maybe.
Probably not in Test cricket. I think he did
also in one-day cricket. I think
he did okay in one-day cricket, didn't he?
I remember when he got out for 99 in that Boxing Day Test against Pakistan. I think it was.
Wasn't he run out? Was he run out?
Yeah, I think he was. 2010. Yeah, I remember it. I watched it on
with
TV.
Catich,
he was batting with Catich and got out for 99.
Yeah.
Which happened a few times in his career, actually. He was a bit unlucky.
Before Warner turned up, he was the opener because they couldn't find any openers.
Yeah, because Catich played in that Ashes series in 2010-11, and then he retired.
Yeah.
And then Watto was opener as well. And then there's been quite a few openers that Australia have tried with David Warner over the years. Ed Cowan was one.
Yeah, I remember Ed Cowan. Yeah,
Ed Cowan. Rob Quiney.
Rob Quiney. How many? No, he would have played one or two, maybe.
He played in that series against South Africa in 2012-13. He played in Adelaide. Made his debut there. So him. Who else? Just trying to think. Cowan. Chris Rogers.
Chris Rogers. Chris Rogers played for a while. He played for a while.
Well, he made his debut in 2008 against India.
I remember that. He got out for 2 low scores, and I thought he was rubbish. And then he came back.
And then he came back
and did all right. Yeah,
in the Ashes in 2013, did well.
Yeah,
which was a bit bizarre. Oh, that doesn't look good. It looks ominous there with the clouds. It looks pretty gloomy. That's sunshine for the time being.
I feel like in this scenario right now, it's a little bit difficult, but at some point they should just Cummins and Stark should just throw the bat like Mark Wood. And
let Steve Smith just be the anchor.
Yeah, you're right. You got to let Steve Smith be the anchor.
Yeah, because he can't bat Stark. He's no mug with the bat. As I mentioned before, he got a Test 99 in Mohali, 2013. He was pretty disappointed about that. Mitch
should have got 100, right?
Yeah, should have. And he didn't. It's like Shane Warne in Perth for the whacker. He skied it off Daniel Vettori, but it was a big no ball.
Yeah.
That guy in the crowd just whacking his hat. Disappointed that Warne got the.
They interviewed that guy like 10 or.
Yeah, they did. They did. And Mark
he looked
Taylor
so different.
And Richie Beno gave him a bit of a dressing down because Tubby used the word tragedy.
Oh.
Shane and Richie said, "That's a good shot, Stark, but not quite 4. Good fielding there."
Why did that trigger? Why did that trigger Richie Beno so much? The fact that
because
he
he
used the word
said
tragedy.
kids. He said people dying in Africa, like kids.
Jeez. So he
That's
moralized
a
on them.
tragedy. But Shane Warne getting out for 99 isn't a tragedy. So he said, Mark, I'll give you this piece of advice. Do it as you see fit. And then Tubby opened the card. He thought it was going to explode or something from Richie. And that's what it said inside. And then a few weeks later, he said the same word again. Oh, he's gone. It's a tragedy. You know, Richie was a stickler for those sort of things.
Yeah, no, it's funny.
Yeah. It's not a tragedy that Shane Warne got out for 99. I met Shane Warne, actually.
You met Shane Warne?
I met Shane Warne.
I didn't have that. I've never had that privilege, unfortunately.
It was best day of my life, Jihan. Great guy.
Yeah?
Very kind.
Yeah, it just seems that way, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was very genuine. You know, I mean, I was nervous. I was bricking myself, to be honest. You know, he's just the legend of Australian cricket. And I'm here at his book signing in Adelaide.
Yeah.
This was in 2018. And I bought his book, I read his book, which is quite good, actually. His biography, which Mark Nicholas wrote.
He's written a few, though. What was it called? I think I've read some of it.
No Spin.
Nice. Yeah, I've read some of that. Yeah, I haven't.
And he signed the book, and he also signed a poster of the book, which I have in my other room, which you've seen in my other streams in the background there next to my Ricky Potting poster, which is signed by Warnie. And I met Warnie, had a photo with him. I was there with my sister, who lives in Adelaide as well. I said, hello, how are you? He said, I'm good. You know, and I said, I'm a bit nervous, Warnie. And he said, no, don't be nervous, mate. And then I said, because he was on the MCC cricket committee, you see, at the time. And I congratulated him on that. And he said, yeah, thanks. There's a lot of work to be done, but I'm looking forward to it. And then and then it was all over. And then I was like, geez, that can't beat it.
Yeah.
You know? And wow. Just pretty amazing to meet him. And when he passed away, I just couldn't believe it.
Look, when that happened, it was a depressing time for me, I would say. Look, I'm not sure if I told about this, but I also went through a death of a personal friend as well, literally a week or two before that happened. Yeah. And to make things worse, that personal friend was a great fan of Warnie as well.
Yeah.
So that all happened in one sort of go. But you know what? You know how I found out? Like I think I was sort of grieving from my mate and thinking about a lot of things, and I wasn't having a great time. And I went to bed, woke up at 2 a.m, and just went to the bathroom. I just, as you do, you just pull your phone out and see what's going on
That's
in the world. What's going on in the world of cricket? And then there's all these articles about what Shane Warne did for Australian cricket, and
you're like, how he. This sounds like a bit of a tribute or something.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, like, why does this all come out? And I was thinking, oh, maybe they're just. I actually thought, I thought the Sydney Morning Herald would run out of headlines, so they just decided to go on about Shane Warne, and I was reading through, and I was like, died in his villa in Thailand. I was like, are you being serious? And it was 2 a.m. here in Perth, and I had to go through loads of different articles before I could convince myself that it was that had actually happened.
Yeah, I was just flicking through YouTube and I saw the video from BBC News, and I was like, Shane Warne? No, this must be a hoax or something. You know, those fake rumors. But it hit me pretty hard because I actually met Warnie, you know, and it just hits you hard like that. It's like I'm glad that I did that. It was an opportunity I wasn't going to pass up. And I met Josh Hazlewood as well in the same year as well, in the one day that Australia played in Adelaide against South Africa in 2018. Had a photo with him after the game, which Australia won. Pat Cummins, you know, that image of him going like this, or, you know, getting that LBW, I think it was. No, Marcus Stoinis, the Hulk, doing that sort of thing. Yeah. So yeah, I watched the second innings. I didn't watch the first innings. So I went to watch the second innings, and then I had a photo with Hoff. Nice guy, quite tall in person, good guy. He said, "Yeah, sure." So,
he's from the New South Wales bush, right?
Yeah, he is. He's from I don't know where he's. Bendemeer, that's where he's from. Bendemeer, which is in rural New South Wales.
Just a decent, down-to-earth guy.
Yeah, he is sort of like Nathan Lyon. He's from the country of New South Wales as well, from young.
So Nathan Lyon's from New South Wales, is he?
Yeah, he's from New South Wales. Yeah.
Because I know that wasn't he groundsman at Adelaide for a bit?
He was, and he played for South Australia as an opportunity to play cricket.
So he wasn't actually from South Australia?
No. He came here for an opportunity as Mitchell Stark skies a ball and he's out of court.
Oh dear, this is going terribly.
Well, he's that sort of player, Mitchell Stark. Didn't quite time that. Straight up in the air, and Duckett was not going to drop that. Mark Wood gets another wicket in this series.
But, you know, instead of just hanging around for like a few runs and then getting out, why don't we just get like a 30 or 40 like Wokes and Wood do?
Yeah.
That's the difference, right, for England?
Yes, it is. I think Pat Cummins will start playing shots now. So he'll come in, and then Murphy, and then it's Hazelwood.
I don't know. This was the perfect opportunity to. Well, firstly, they should have bowled England out for 200 yesterday.
They should have bowled them out for a lot less than that. They dropped catches. They should have bowled them out for 200, just under 200. They had them 3 down for 73 or something like that.
I mean, Australia today could have tried to play baseball, and they would still have been a lot more in front, even though they didn't know what they were doing with baseball.
Even though Australia won't get a lead, if they can get close to England's first innings score, that's a good result from this position.
But then England will come out.
You don't want to concede a big lead. It's 98. You want to try and get that down and down and down to parity if you can. And if they can get a lead of 20, 15 runs, it's something. Like at Headingley, which was 26.
Yeah, but is Steve Smith
if it wasn't for Ben Stokes. But Smith is still there. He's the anchor.
Is Steve Smith going to play a Ben Stokes innings there? He's not, is he?
Well, that's not the type of person he is, but you know, he'll provide that stability from one end, and it's been that theme of the series. Both sides haven't really done well with that.
If Australia are playing to their potential, and England just keep playing to their potential, the England get bowled out for 200, and Australia push on to get 400.
That's the thing. You're still in the game. You're not out of it with England because they're, as we saw on the first innings, you're still in the game because they'll give you opportunities. They only just won that Test match at Headingley by 3 wickets. That's not a dominant margin of victory. So.
That's very true. But my worry is at Headingley there was always something in it in the pitch for the bowlers.
Yes.
My worry is here. The sun's going to come out and it's going to become an Old Trafford again.
It probably is.
In the third innings.
Maybe.
So I don't mean to sound so negative and cynical.
Yeah. You're just stating the facts, and that's totally true. What you said is absolutely 100%.
This is why Australia should have batted properly and batted England out of the game.
Yeah, it's sort of like the game against here 4 years ago.
Yeah,
you know, how Tim Payne won the toss. Australia were bowled out for. England were bowled out for 200. Let me get that scorecard up here. Why not? 2019 series.
You know, the only thing that's the number one thing that's motivating me or wanting Australia to win so badly is Piers Morgan's reaction. It is literally
yeah.
I can't stand the sight of him gloating if Australia lose this match.
Yeah. John says it's painful to watch. John, it's not. It's cricket, mate. look, I'm not too upset because we've already retained the Ashes, and that was the main goal, really.
But we retained it
We've retained it, but we want to win the series. It just has a 2019 vibe about it, like in 2019. Yeah. John says about Warney, the whole country was gutted that we lost such a short span of time. Yes, Rod Marsh passed away in the same time as well. Yeah, Rod Marsh.
And to top things off, a few weeks later, Andrew Simons randomly died as well.
Oh, Simo. Yeah. Oh dear.
That was bloody ridiculous.
Yeah, it was. But that's just life, Jan. It's precious, isn't it? You have to spend every moment. It's not the end of the world. Cricket's cricket. It's a game. It's not the end of the world, isn't it? We move on. But if Pat's, his figures don't reflect how well he bowled yesterday, Pat Cummins. He could have easily got 3 wickets, but it wasn't for drop catches. But
well, it was Pat Cummins' bowling that actually got Australia back on track. Because,
it was.
For a while there, Hazelwood and Cummins, I don't know what they were doing. Like, they bowled rubbish with the new ball.
Yeah, it was a bit wayward, a bit all over the place. It was like, what do you... 71 runs have been scored, but 5 wickets. That should have been none, actually. Or if you lost a wicket, probably 1 or 2, not 5. I saw Khawaja just before I came back on after the break I had for the stream. And I saw him just miss a straight ball that didn't really move much from Stuart Broad. Errors like that, and then head poking one at outside of stump, and Mitchell Marsh getting in, getting out, and same with Carey.
Well, I made a comment. I don't know which podcast it was, but I think it may have been a cricketer.
Yeah.
No, that's right. It was on their live stream. I said, I actually said,
really?
in the last Test match, I made a comment saying, are Australian batsmen going to do anything besides just getting to 30 and then missing a straight ball? Which is what happened at Old Trafford in the first innings.
Yeah.
Smith, Marnus missed one off Moeen Ali, and then
played around his front pad. I was doing that.
Yeah.
Didn't turn
Cameron
much.
Green,
a little bit, but you should be playing that with a
Cameron Green missed a just a random straight
ball.
And even that Cameron Green one was literally just clipping leg stump. That was an umpire's call.
I know how you hate umpires' call, Jihan.
Yeah.
Actually, who agrees with you, Jihan? Daryl Harper. Watch the video that I did with the DRS. He agrees with you. He said abolish it. Get rid of it. Be done with it.
I thought most umpires love umpires' call.
Not Daryl Harper. Nope.
Okay, yeah.
So if you watch that video that we did on DRS, then you would agree with his views because he doesn't like DRS. He said, "No, get rid of it."
I wouldn't get rid of DRS, but I'd get rid of umpires.
No, he said get rid of umpire's call. I bet not DRS.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So he agrees with you there, Jihan.
Because the margins are just too...
Yeah, they adjusted the margins and stuff like that. Well, I've seen it all. It's Harry Brook having a bowl. What?
Oh, okay.
He's going to bowl his medium, dibbly-dobbly, wibbly-wobbly filth, if I can say that, or rubbish.
You know what? Not a lot has been talked about. Everyone keeps saying, I was lucky that Australia won that Edgbaston Test match, putting on 50 randomly, which was completely out of context. Sort of what's the word? What's the way to say that?
Sorry.
Against the run of play. That was
the flow of play.
A lot of people were saying that partnership between Cummins and Lyon was completely against the run of play, right? Because they had to score 50 to win, and England were constantly taking wickets up until that point, and then they got those last 50 runs for the 10th wicket partnership.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, I think you have to question Ben Stokes' tactics with his field placings and bowling.
Yeah.
He was. Why was he bowling Joe Root when you had to get 2 wickets to win the game with only 50 runs on the board?
I don't know. That seemed a little bit bizarre, and they didn't take the new ball because that was a risk.
Yeah, they didn't take the new ball. They didn't get the new ball.
I know
down.
Gabe's been critical about that first test from Ben Stokes, from his assessments on Cricket for Americans, and a lot of people have said other things as well, and saying, well, you got to factor in these things and etc. So, but he made those decisions, and
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but in what universe, in a tight game, when there's 50 runs to win and you've got your position 8 down, you're bowling your part-time spinner.
It doesn't make sense. You would either bring back Broad or Anderson, and he didn't go to Anderson. He didn't go to him, or Robinson. He went to Robinson, and then he went to Broad, and they weren't really effective.
And it was actually Joe Root's bowling that got Pat Cummins going, because he was like,
well, if you're going to hit for 2 sixes in that over, I think.
Yeah,
and that really got
not only that, but for all Bazball is about being ultra aggressive, ultra attacking, towards the end there, he was setting ultra defensive fields because he was worried.
Yeah, he was.
And Lyon and Cummins were able to get easy singles there towards the end.
They weren't really attacking fields at that stage of that match. It was quite defensive.
Yeah,
let's be honest, the pitch was pretty much dead.
Really but it doesn't matter if the pitch is dead. If you
but he could have been better in his tactics. And that's where England went wrong. Lords.
No one has talked about that because nobody wants to criticize Ben Stokes.
No, it seems like that's the end of the over. Brooke bowled a maiden. That's the worst thing. You don't really want to get out to this sort of bowling. And I can tell you, I do bowl probably the same pace as Harry Brook.
Doorknobs.
Yeah,
they call it the Chris Harris. They used to call it doorknobs.
Well, that's T actually.
How's that T? Oh, yeah.
It's T on day 2. So Cummins and Smith, vice captain and captain. 70 runs were scored at a run rate of just over 2.96. 24 overs in the book. So the plan for Australia is to try and wipe out these 97 runs, get as close as we can. That's the plan.
Do you think they can do it?
I hope so. Fingers crossed. It's not game over by any means. It's only day 2. There's still a lot of cricket to be played, and probably the weather may have a part to play on day 5, because I had a look at that forecast and it really looked promising. John says it was, and both I and Jack were screaming bat conservatively, and then that's been the theme of that series, John. Can't do anything about it. You're just getting worked up over nothing.
Jack.
So,
I was going to say I'm happy to stick on to the end, but I reckon if we do, we might end up being really depressed by the end.
Well, I was thinking about sticking on, Gian. Why not? Why not? You're up for it, Gian?
I am, but what do you think is going to happen?
No, I hope it doesn't end badly. No, I hope Australia just whittle off a few more runs. That's all. I'm always the optimist. It's not over till it's over, as they say in cricket.
You seem to be more of an optimist than I am.
Yeah, well, I always look in the it's anything can happen in cricket. That's the beauty of cricket. Anything can happen. You don't know what's going to happen. And this game's not done yet. There's still a lot of cricket to be played. Yeah, it's a bit disappointing by Australia, but they could have done better. If it wasn't for that mentality of digging themselves into a hole and Labuschagne playing a very bizarre innings of 9 off 86 or something like that, then it could have been a different story. But I suppose, it's just the way it is. It's frustrating. If Gabe was here, Jihan, he would be losing his mind, being an Australian supporter himself. he made some interesting points in his last video with Nick reviewing the fourth test about Pat Cummins, about the team.
Oh, I had to disagree with him. He kept going. He seems to keep going on about that SCG test match that Anderson and Broad drew.
Oh yeah.
That seems to have fascinated him for some reason, but I don't think he realizes that Australia lost pretty much a day and a half to rain.
Yeah, and bad luck as well.
Yeah, the only reason they were in that situation was because they pushed
because of the weather.
Yeah, they pushed England.
But I guess Gabe sees it in a different way. It was like a fighting sort of brilliant effort from Broad and Anderson. Obviously, Anderson's done it before with Monty Panesar and Carter.
Oh God! Don't remind me about that. I was thinking about that the other day, actually.
2009.
I was thinking about all these results since 2005 when England have won, and you know,
happy Ricky Fine. Time wasting.
Yeah. Who was time wasting? Oh, yeah.
You know, asking for gloves and stuff like that. You know, the time ticking down towards the end. Just he wasn't happy with that, Ricky Fine.
Yeah, I suppose if they won that Cardiff Test match, then that would have been a drawn series.
Yeah,
it would have been, and they would have retained.
Yes.
And then even the 2013 series, it was 3-0, but it was a lot closer than that result suggests. Like the first match, they won by 10 runs or something. It was like 14 runs, I think.
Yes, Ashton Agar. Yeah, he put on a partnership with Phil Hughes.
Yeah, that's right.
Of 100, I think it was.
Yep.
It was the record for the highest ever 10th wicket partnership before Root and Anderson broke it against India in 2014, where Anderson scored 80 odd at Trent Bridge. Same venue.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Trent Bridge as well, was it? I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
Broke the record after Ashton Agar got 98 on. What did he got? 98 on debut. Then he got out.
Yep. He was so unlucky to get out, wasn't he? Like,
yeah, he was, and he was number 11 as well, and it was his first test. No one heard about him. And,
he played a hook shot off Stuart Broad, I think, and Graham Swan just about took it off the ground. It's just like, come on, like he's played so well. At least he could get 100.
Yeah, and then obviously the Stuart Broad thing happened in that test as well. Which
well, that's the other thing. I mean, if that was, if Alim Dar wasn't asleep, that would have been out.
Well, he's not umpiring on the elite panel anymore, Jihan. He's stood down from the elite panel now.
Stood down? It's taken 20 years or so, isn't it?
No, because he's decided to step back, he
stood down.
He's still umpiring, but he's not umpiring on the elite panel now.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you meant that he had been stood down.
No, he hasn't been stood. He just stood down from the elite panel. He just decided to call it a day.
Yeah.
He's still umpiring, I think. He's been around for a while,
Yeah, I remember him first umpiring in 2000, 2001, something like that.
Yeah. He umpired in the 05 Ashes as well.
Yep. And he made
Rudy and Billy.
Yeah, of course. They made a lot of mistakes in that series.
I'm referring to Michael Kasparich getting gloved down the leg, getting gloved at Edgbaston.
No, I'm not just that. There was at least another 9 or 10 that were incorrect.
Yeah, but that's cricket.
Well, that was cricket pre-DRS.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember this, but the Edgbaston Test match, Australia had to. They're chasing 280 or something, right? In the
something similar to what they chased in the first test.
It was pretty much
270, 280 somewhere around there. Yeah.
So England were 230 for 9 in the third innings, and Bretley round the wicket against Simon Jones, plumb LBW, middle of middle, and Billy Bowden's like, oh no, I don't think that's out, and it's smashing leg stump. Smashing middle stump, which would have mean that they would have been chasing 240. In Australia would have won. So it's annoying things like that.
It is. That's just the way umpiring is. You get some right, you get some wrong. I've been there.
It's so funny that when Nick and Gabe look, not so much Gabe, Nick, but when Gabe looks back at some of the older stuff without DRS, he's like, and oh my God, this was in the pre-DRS, before DRS.
Yeah, probably. It was Steve Buckner and reacting to those videos. Yeah, we cop it as umpires. It's a tough gig, not easy. But someone's got to do it, and I do it. So John says, don't get worked up about the true draws.
Oh, that was another thing that triggered me as well. What's this whole true draws and fake draws nonsense?
Well, I think pretty much a draw's a draw, right? You either draw or you draw, or you don't. So I don't know. I think Nick and Gabe see it in a different perspective than many cricket fans, I suppose, because they're used to America. They're used to not having draws in sport. What's a draw? They say it's either a tie. It's different in cricket compared to that, because if it's a tie, then scores are level. Whereas a draw is just a draw. Can't get the wickets or the runs, and you just shake hands and say, well, that's it. And
the interesting thing is scores can be level on a draw as well.
West Indies and India did that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, was that 2011? I think that's right on ESPN Cricket. I think it was 2011. I think. Yeah. The game ended. The scores were level, but it was a draw, and the scores were level.
Right, yeah.
I saw a stat the other day, Jihan, that the West Indies haven't won against India since the 2000s, since early 2002.
Yeah, I mean, is that surprising? I really, remember that.
I thought it was I thought they would have won a test in that period in the early 2000s against India. But that was surprising to me a little bit. I thought they would have won at least one in that period.
Well, they won in 2002.
Well, the last time that they won against India was in the early 2000s, I think.
Yeah. I remember watching that series. In fact, that series, they went down. They were 1-0 down, and they had to come back to win that 2-1.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Jack, my earliest memory of cricket, and I used to think that it was the 97 Ashes series, because I absolutely remember that.
Yeah.
Australia got destroyed in the first match, and then they came back, won 3 tests in a row. They drew the Lord's test, but they were dominating that, and then rain interfered. But then they won 3 in a row and won that series. That's probably my first memory of Test cricket where I can actually remember the whole thing. But I have vivid memories of earlier on that year. I think it was 97. India's tour of the West Indies, and they played a 5-test series, and West Indies won 1-0. So there were 4 draws. So I think it must have been a heavily rain-affected series.
Yeah,
and maybe on some pretty flat tracks as well. But the one, and interestingly, Brian Lara was captain of the West Indies, and Sachin Tendulkar was captain of India.
Yes.
And interesting, I can't remember which test it was. It was either the 3rd or 4th test. But up until that point, India had never really challenged the West Indies. Like occasionally, I think they chased down over 400 once in the 70s or something to win a test. But even when West Indies went to India, they would play on these ridiculously flat pitches, but all of West India's fast bowlers they'd get the job done. Like there'd be like a 5-test series, and they'd win 2 of them or something, and the other ones would be really.
Yeah.
Anyway, so in this series, it was a 5-test series, and the one test where it actually seemed like a result was possible was in Trinidad, and India had to. So India actually they didn't dominate, but they were leading the match the whole way, and it got to a point where they batting in the 4th innings, they needed 120 to win. So everyone was expecting them to win and beat West Indies for the first time in ages. They got bowled out for 80.
Yeah,
and that was Ambrose, Bishop, Franklin Rose. Walsh was in the squad, but I think he didn't play that match for some reason. I think he was injured or something. but 3 bowlers just ripped through them. And this is the same Indian batting lineup that scored tons of runs against Australia just only a couple of years later. That was Dravid, Ganguly, Tendulkar, Laxman.
Yeah.
Had
It didn't work
you
out
heard of
for
that?
him, didn't it? Sachin Tendulkar, the captaincy. He had a tough time of it when he captained here in 99-2000, which they lost that series, India.
Yeah.
It wasn't really for him, captaincy. Didn't really suit him. And they moved on from him as captain after that.
So I've heard him say apparently that was his worst day of captaincy for India when chasing 120, they got bowled out for 80 in Barbados. It was Barbados, sorry. It was in Barbados. And that was his worst day of captaincy. 2 years later, they come to Australia and get destroyed as well.
Yeah.
They
were difficult years for India in those days. John says, yep, Gabe works me about that Sydney test. Thinks it's best thing since sliced bread. I guess, John, Gabe sees it differently to what we interpret it as from our different perspectives. That's fine. And he'll be joining himself at Major League Cricket in the playoffs this week. He'll be going there.
I think the final's on Monday, isn't it?
Finals on Monday, yeah. So he's
I saw TSK lost today, I think. And the
I haven't
Yorkers
followed
won
it
the
as
final.
much because obviously the Ashes, of course. But yeah, I've only seen bits and bobs of that tournament. So
I've just followed a few scorecards, to be honest. I haven't watched it properly, but I don't know. For some reason, I don't know what it is, but it seems like the camera work isn't that great. Like it's like you're watching.
I think a lot of people have made those observations. Even in this series, the camera's just so behind. The ball goes over there and it's still here. They've lost it.
Yeah.
A lot of people have said the camera work in this Ashes series is just dreadful. It's poor.
Yeah.
It has been sometimes because they don't catch up with things quickly. They don't anticipate where the ball's going to go. It often goes out to cover and they're still on the leg side or something and they lost it. So anyway, that's just the way it goes with the coverage and the TV work. But anyway,
so look, I think with this current Australian side, and I hadn't really thought about it until this series, to be honest. I think this is the last chance to do something significant as a side, as this current side, because so many people are going to move. So many of those players are going to move on in the next few years.
Yes, that's true. There we go. I just found the scorecard for the corresponding test 4 years ago. England were bowled out for 294. Australia were bowled out for 225. England made 329. And Australia were bowled out for 263, chasing 399. England won by 135 runs.
So it looks like the same thing's going to happen, right?
I hope not. I hope not. But they have drawn comparisons to that test 4 years ago.
There's so many drop catches on the first morning of that test as well.
Yes, it was. Mitchell Marsh took 5 wickets in the first innings. And that was his last test before playing in this series. Steve Smith made 80 in Australia's innings. Labuschagne made 48.
Yeah, I think Steve Smith
contributions from
Matthew
Peter Sill
Wade
made 18, 25 for the Lion. And then England, Joe Denley made 94. Ben Stokes made 67, 47 to Josh Butler. And then Australia's last innings, Matthew Wade made a century. He made 117. That was his second ton of the series.
He took on Jofra Archer at the end. I think
he did. And that was that. So that was in 2019. So a similar pattern here, but obviously different sides and obviously different conditions. I remember that pitch of the Oval was a lot greener from memory. on that first day, and that's why Australia bowled first. But this pitch is a lot drier and hasn't got that tinge of green grass about it.
You know what? Australia have made that same mistake in Ashes series twice in the deciding test of the Oval. 2009 and then 2019. I don't think it was a mistake this time. I think he had to bowl.
No. I don't think it was. Because they actually bowled England out from 300, which was
and the ball was moving around. They had the perfect conditions, but it was a terrible decision last time, and in 2009 as well. And in 2009, like last Test match where they didn't pick Todd Murphy on a crumbling surface, they didn't pick Nathan Horrocks, who was their only spinner.
Nathan Horrocks. Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, Nathan Horrocks, yeah.
So they went into that Test match with like 4 fast bowlers.
He was another one that they booed in the early 2000s as well. I think. Yeah, or late 99.
Who? Not Horrocks?
I think he was 2000s, I think, early 2000s. I think,
yeah, he actually debuted in that series in India that they won in 2004.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. And then he sort of was out of the side for a bit and then came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nathan Horrocks. I remember he got his thumb smashed in Sydney against South Africa. That return catch that he caught when he got that wicket. Smashed his thumb, broke his thumb, broke his hand.
I don't remember that. Actually.
That test where Graham Smith came back out after his
that was
hand was broken.
2008-9. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I remember that because that was the same series that Mike Hussey dropped that ridiculous catch at mid-on.
Yeah.
The MCG, and that was the bowler was Nathan Horrocks.
Yeah. Who did he drop? Dale Steyn, I think.
Yeah, Dale Steyn.
He made 70 odd, and Duminy made 100 after he made that 100 in Perth after South Africa chased down 400.
Yeah.
And I think De Villiers made 100 in that match as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, players are back out for the last session of the day.
Bad memories.
England have got 3 slips. Mid on, mid off. They've got a cover point. They've got a backward point to Cummins. He's got a new helmet on. Back Cummins. Brand new helmet. As Wokes in for the first ball of the last session. This one a play and a miss by Cummins. There's no run.
So, if Australia lose this match convincingly, would you be willing to concede that England were the better team in this series and deserve to win?
Oh, yeah, that's the argument, isn't it? Well,
I probably would, to be honest. Because
you would say so. Especially the last 3 Test matches, that's the case. But the first 2 was Australia there. If Australia win here, then it sort of validates their approach and says that we played the better cricket or whatever. But, you're going to get counter arguments about that. So I think...
Well, I really felt that Australia, especially after winning the toss yesterday, had a chance to dominate this match.
Yes, that's the thing in this series. They just haven't realized key moments. They haven't dominated. They haven't put the foot down. And today was a perfect opportunity to do that. And they didn't, which is the frustrating thing.
Even if things aren't going your way, you can always take a bit of a punt. That's what
that's right.
Do constantly because they
take a risk. Take a risk.
Yeah.
And it's just been the way in this series. It's just I'll be glad when it's over, to be honest.
It's just a bit frustrating for me watching Wokes and Wood and lower end scoring more runs than the Australian top order when all they're doing is just swinging the bat and it's not like proper batting. You know what I mean? And also getting dropped like 2 or 3 times and riding their luck all the time.
Yeah. I wouldn't count the Steve Smith one as a chance. That was if anyone's going to take that was a difficult one. But the others should have been taken, Warner and...
Well, I was thinking yesterday, like there were 5 drop catches. I would call it 4.5.
4.5, yeah. The Smith one, if he gets it, that's good. If he doesn't,
They are those ones either stick or they don't.
Yeah, they either stick or they don't. Those ones, and he has a knack of taking those catches, Smith.
Yeah, I have seen him take quite a few of those. But actually, I've seen him drop more sitters than the rest than Warner, for example. Warner seems to catch everything. That one he dropped yesterday is one of the few that I've seen him drop.
Ricky Ponting picked up about that he crossed his hands over. Because when you catch, you catch with your dominant hand. He went with the other way. He went the other way. So that's why he didn't quite get it into the middle of the hands. Because he crossed over. That's something that was picked up.
That's easy for him to say in hindsight, but
in hindsight, yeah. But when you're actually reacting to it, and you don't think 90%.
Yeah, 90% of the time, Warner's catching those. I don't know if you remember the Headingley. You know Headingley. Well, obviously you remember Headingley 2019 because that was devastating for Australia. But actually, when Australia were doing well, when they bowled England out for 67, he took some great catches in that innings.
He did. Warner did. Yeah. He took some very good catches there. I suppose that's what happens when you get a little bit older. Reaction times and start to slow down a bit. Yeah. And he is 37, Warner, and puts the selectors in a bit of a conundrum. If we drop him, that's it. And he can't come back if he's dropped. Then he will retire. But, you put the pressure on the selectors for making that decision that I'm going to play in Sydney. Let's be honest, it could be a washout. Sydney, every January always rains. So it may be a draw anyway, maybe. But I heard someone say you can always have a farewell by driving in a car around the stadium, as they do for former players, just say their farewells.
I remember Matthew Hayden doing that at the Gabba.
Yeah. He didn't really have a farewell, didn't he? I think he retired after that SGG test in 2009 because they went to South Africa next after that, and they won the series over there, Australia. So I think with Warner, many people would say he doesn't deserve a send-off. He doesn't deserve a farewell after what happened in Cape Town.
But does that mean that
people say Don Bradman deserved a send-off because it's Don Bradman, you see? And he did here at the Oval in 1948. We got bowled by Eric Hollies. And he said, "Oh, well, gee whiz, fancy doing a thing like that," he said. "Oh, well," he said. That's the way he approached it. And then the funny thing about that, Jihan, is that Arthur Morris was batting at the other end and he got 196. People don't remember that. Where were you when Bradman got out? I was just at the other end and I just scored a lazy 196. Thank you very much.
How much was he on when Bradman got out?
I think he already made his century. Then he went on to make 196 and then he got run out.
Okay. Did they win that? They won. Okay.
Yeah, they won. Well, it was the Invincibles. They won everything.
So that was the 46 tour, was it?
48 tour.
Right? 48, sorry. 48, yeah.
They won everything, basically.
Yeah.
Won all the county games just about. They drew a few. They thrashed Essex. They scored 721 runs in a day. Don Bradman made a century.
I mean, that was proper basketball.
It was. That's what I said. Australia were playing baseball 70-odd years ago against Essex in 1948. That's still a record in first-class cricket for the most runs on day one.
Yeah.
It always helps when you have Don Bradman in the side. He was scoring like a 90 runs and over or something, or per hour.
I told an England fan recently that 10 years ago, 2012, Australia scored 482 for 5 off of 80 overs against South Africa in your hometown in Adelaide, actually.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
and Warner got a runnable 100. I think Mike Hossey got 100, and someone else got 100. I can't remember who the third one was.
So David Warner got 100. Michael Hussey got 100.
And someone else.
I think that was it.
Oh yeah.
That was it.
But they scored
Michael Clark got 200. Michael Clark got 200.
Michael Clark, yeah. So Clark, Warner, and
Hussey. Yeah.
And Hussey, and
because that's when Michael Clark scored, those double hundreds.
He scored one at the Gabba as well, didn't he?
Yeah, the Gabba as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's when he was on that golden run when he scored those 200s.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he had the record.
Yeah. So I mean, that was Bazball, wasn't it? Or does it not count?
I don't know.
Does it not count unless you're playing silly shots all the time?
Yeah. I don't know.
No, I said that to an England fan.
What is Bazball defined it in the dictionary? Something that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum conjured up, or something. I don't know. It's all about scoring quickly. But
yeah. Well, so they were like, "Oh yeah, Australia did that once. We're doing that every innings." I was like, "Okay."
That's not a new thing. You know, you always positive intent's always been a part of cricket. It's not nothing new.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was listening to an argument
take it to the next level. That's all. England.
I was listening to an argument about this a few weeks ago, and it was a passionate Australian fan, and he was like, "There's similar arguments to me about to what I say about Bazball, about how futile it is, and how it's just a ruse to cover up, poor technique,
poor performances and rash shots.
Yeah, exactly." And
that's a tight run from Smith. Sorry, Gian.
No, it was quite funny the way he was putting it. It was like, so you don't think you're good enough, so you just slog and hope for the best. And hope for the best.
They went for 2 runs here, Smith. He said, I wanted 2. He had to dive. The throw came in from the sub fielder. Smith put in the dive. Is he going to make it?
Oh, Smith is out.
Oh, he has just. No. He got the bat grounded in time before Bairstow removed the bails. Has he? We have to see here. Now, if it's grounded, let's have a look.
That looks like it's out.
I think he's short there. He is short. Well, that's the sub fielder. It's like Gary Pratt against Ricky Ponting in 2005. This time it wasn't Gary Pratt. It was some sub fielder. Rat himself out, Smith. That's not the way to be going about it. That was just a crazy run. You didn't need to run 2 there. You can trust Pat Cummins. He's more than capable. Let's have a look. Now, was the bail removed out of its groove? That's what we're checking. It has to be removed out of its groove for the wicket to be considered to be put down. If I'm just using the technical speak here. Oh, I think Bairstow knocked the stumps before he gathered the ball. It looks like that.
No, it's out.
He hit the stump moves there. The off stump moves. His gloves are near the You can see there his gloves touch the stumps, and then he takes the ball. Now, if he's knocked out first, but without the ball, he's got to have the ball in the gloves for it to be out. It looked like he did it before it came in there.
It's hard to tell, isn't it?
The bail is still in its groove. It's not out of its groove. Now it is.
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now just sort of going on a limb here.
Well, look, you're the umpire, but what I would say is the bell starts moving before the ball's in the gloves.
Yes, but I think his glove on the left, you can see the off stump move before he has the. You can see it move.
Yeah, before the ball's in his glove. That's what I'm
before
saying.
The ball's in the gloves. He's got to have the ball in the gloves.
So does that mean it's not out?
The bail to me doesn't look like it's out of its groove. It's still intact. It's not fully dislodged. It has to be fully dislodged. Complete removal.
But what about the fact that it was moving before the ball got anywhere near?
Well, if he, then it would be not out in that case. But
that's what it looks like
could
to
be
me.
out. Oh, it's not out! It's not out! I was right. Oh, there is a God. Oh my goodness me!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it seemed like he knocked the bails
on the left. When you look at the split screen on the left, the off stump moved before Bairstow had the ball in his gloves, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
You've got to take the ball in the same hand, to perform the run out or the stumping. And to me, the bail didn't look like it was out of its grooves. It has to be completely out of the grooves. it looked like it was still in. It was like crooked a little bit there if you saw it on the replay.
So what happens if he's knocked it a little bit?
Yeah.
It hasn't come out of the groove.
Yeah.
But then once he catches it, it comes out of the groove.
Well, then the wicket's not put down. It's like when the ball hits the bail and it goes back into its groove, then the wicket's not put down.
No, but when he's actually got the ball in his gloves,
yeah,
the bail has come off.
Oh, well, then he's broken the stumps without the ball in the hand, so that's not out.
No, the ball is in the hand.
Oh, the ball is in there.
Yeah, but before that happened, the bail had moved when he knocked it with his gloves.
Well, then it's still.
That's pretty. I think that's pretty much what happened here.
Yeah,
he's knocked it.
I think so. He's knocked it in.
He's knocked it already before the ball came in, but then the ball came in, and then the bail moved out of the groove.
Yeah. He got away with that one, Smith. That was real touch and go. Oh, anyway, try explaining that to someone who doesn't know cricket. Yeah, it's a bit difficult.
I think a baseball fan would maybe understand.
Yeah. But I think if Nick and Gabe were here, they probably understood. But for the wicket to be removed fairly and to be put down, as we say, the bail has to be out of its groove. It has to be dislodged, complete removal. And to me there, Bairstow sort of knocked the off stump with his glove first before the ball came in his hand, and the bail moved a bit.
Yeah.
That's why the third umpire, Niton Menon, picked up on.
Oh, another two. Oh, no.
Yeah, another couple of runs there. But, to me, it looked like Bairstow, he dislodged the stump before the ball. Even on that replay on the side on there, you can see on the split screen, before the ball reaches his gloves, that sort of left arm is hitting that stump. So it's moved the stumps and it's dislodged the bail. So therefore the wicket is not put down. So I think that's a good call there from third umpire, Niton Menon.
But what about when the ball comes into the glove?
Well, the ball comes into the glove and then he puts it back onto the stumps. Then it's fairly put down the wicket.
No, but it's already been put down before. He's already knocked the bails before the ball's come in.
Well,
but then the ball.
Let's just say this. If you knock like the Alex Carey run, remember that when he was trying to attempt the run out at Old Trafford?
Yeah.
He knocked the stumps. Yeah, and he didn't have the ball. Okay, it's just like that, basically. Okay. So that's not out because he didn't have the ball. But if you knock the stumps, if Bairstow knocked the stumps over with his gloves and the bails popped out and fell to the ground, and then he collected the ball and then did that, then that's not out. But then he has to pick up the bails and put them back on the top to perform the run out.
But the thing here is the bails hasn't fallen off. They've just
the bails haven't fallen off, but he's knocked it before he's collected the ball.
Yeah,
which is the thing there that that's going to be buys. Bairstow missed that down the leg side from Brook.
So I guess my question is, if the same thing happened, but Steve Swift was nowhere near the crease, so he's knocked them before the ball's come in.
Yeah.
Then he's caught the ball. Steve Smith is nowhere near the crease.
Yeah.
What does he have to do to run him out? Because he's already knocked the bail a little bit, and it's gone.
Yeah, well, he has to put the bails back into its grooves. Then, in that case,
really,
which takes time.
Right. I guess he could just grab the stump.
When you knock the stumps out, you know how keepers knock the stumps over, like John T. Rhodes did in the '92 World Cup when he just splattered the stumps like that.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, if the wicket's all put down, if the stumps are out of the ground, then you have to knock the stumps back in and put the wicket back as it was to perform the run out. But that takes time. No one does that. That's a rare thing that happens. Or in the case, if both bails were removed out of the grooves, then obviously then you have to pull
when you look at this replay, I'm looking at the replay right now. I mean, it's barely out of the groove. The tip of
looked like it was a bit crooked. You should be really putting the bails on properly. There should be a little gap between the two bails so they don't stick in to each other.
The end of the bell has lifted off a little bit.
Yeah, so that's not complete removal in the case of the third umpire. He doesn't think, Niton Menon doesn't think that was a complete removal of the bail. He thinks the bail is still intact with the stumps.
No, but that happened before the ball came in. Once the ball came in, he removed the bells.
It's very hard because I didn't listen to the commentary because I can't because of copyright. So it's very hard for me to make a judgment on that. But
they seem to think it's not out, though.
Well, I'll get the law up and we'll have a read of that, shall we?
I'll tell you what, that reminds me. You know what that reminds me of? Although I'm pretty sure the other one was out.
Yeah.
But similar was Glenn McGrath's run out of, I can't remember who it was. I think it may have been Steve Elworthy in the World Cup semi-final in '99. At where was that? That was it Edgbaston?
Edgbaston, yeah.
Edgbaston, yeah. Because that was very similar, that one, but it was given out.
Yeah. I'll get the law up and we can clarify that. Yeah, I think it just comes down to the players not knowing in this case. That's why they're a little bit frustrated, England. John says Bazball was a phrase by a journal at some point.
Yeah, I think that was Andrew McGlashan that came up with that.
Came up with that term. John says good call. The bail was dislodged slightly first. John says wicket was broken prior. Yes, it was. John says or take the ball and rip a stump out. That's what Pat Cummins did in that T20 match against Sri Lanka. And the other Sri Lankan bowler tried to do that, but he didn't do a good job of it.
I've seen that where he messed it up.
You've got to time it just well, otherwise it's not considered to be out. That's a rare thing in itself. That doesn't happen a lot. But I'll get the law up here and we'll see like that. MCC. Laws of cricket. All right. So some clarification here. Yeah. The bail was, just have a look at that replay again. The bail is still intact. It's just the stump. What has happened? I think the stump has moved, right? But the bail has just slid it across the top like that. So it's not out of its groove. That's what it looks like to me on that replay there.
Before the ball came in.
Yeah, before the ball came in when Bairstow brushed it with his glove. Steve Smith was walking off and he's saying, hang on, that's not out. So obviously Smith would know. He's a...
So if it's... Hold on. So if Bairstow's done that with his glove, before the balls come in, it hasn't gone out of its groove.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, you're saying it has or it hasn't?
And it hasn't. It to me, it's just like when he brushed the stump, it just slid the bail across a little bit like that. So it's still in its groove, technically.
Okay, so but when the ball did come in, he took it out of its groove. So why is that not out?
He did when he put the wicket down. So probably, Menon thought that probably it was disturbed before the ball came into his gloves.
Yeah.
And then he performed the run out, but already it was too late. So,
jeez, I'm just looking at the replay. It looks like Smith was about to walk off, and then
and then he said, "Hang on, let's see."
Please don't tell me that this is another thing England are going to moan about.
No, I don't think so. No. Sorry, that's not the one. I want the wicket being put down fairly.
So John Weir says wicket was broken prior.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'll get to that in a minute. Stuart Broad's got the new ball. That's why England were bowling Root and Brook, because they wanted to get to that new ball. This could bring about runs as well for Australia. It's only 82. Getting close to some sort of parity. All right, the wicket. The wicket is broken. when at least one bale is completely removed from the top of the stumps or one or more stumps is removed from the ground. Okay. And then we'll get off to breaking the wicket fairly, which is quite a long part of the law. So the wicket is broken fairly if a ball is completely removed from the top of, a bale is completely removed from the top of the stumps, or a stump is struck out of the ground by the ball, by the striker's bat if held, or any part of the bat he or she is holding, for the purpose of this law only, by the striker's bat not in hand, or by any part of the bat which has become detached, by the striker's person, or by any part of his or her clothing, equipment becoming detached from his or her person. However, any detached equipment should not include the striker's protective helmet or any part thereof as defined in Appendix A 2.3. By a fielder which his or her hand or arm, providing the ball is held in the hand or hands so used, or the hand of the arm so used. The wicket is also broken fairly if a fielder strikes or pulls a stump out of the ground. The disturbance of a bale, whether temporary or not, should not constitute its complete removal from the top of the stumps. But if the ball in falling lodges between the two of the stumps, this should be regarded as complete removal. I hope that helps.
So, having read all of that, why was that given not out?
Well, I think for the last point, I think I just read. I think the disturbance of the bale, whether temporary or not, shall not constitute its complete removal from the top of the stumps. But if a ball falling, so
it wasn't removed.
It wasn't removed. It was still in its groove. So
but
it was temporary.
Removed. Yeah,
it wasn't removed.
But it was removed when the ball came in.
It was, but before the ball came into his gloves, it was temporarily moved out of its. Well, it wasn't moved out of its groove. Cricket is confusing at times, but
I have a feeling that Steve Smith got away with it.
He got away with it, I think.
Who's the third? Jeez, like if that was it was Nissim Menon, wasn't it?
Yes, Menon. Well, the disturbance of a bale, whether temporary or not, shall not constitute its complete removal from the top of the stumps. So I think in the case that we just saw before, I think that was the case.
But that's surely an argument to say that was out, because you're saying that it wasn't.
Yeah. That's a good shot from Smudge. He just smashed that down the ground to long on for 4, and that brings up his 50. Well played, Steve Smith. Nice. Well played. Round of applause from everyone.
We need a few bits of luck to go our way. So I'm not
77 now. It's getting down. Get that to 70. Get that to 60, 50. Get some sort of lead. I don't care how much, but a lead is good.
I'm welcoming that decision for Australia, but I'm just not understanding why it was not given out.
Yeah, it's very hard because I didn't listen to the commentary, you see. So it may sound a little bit confusing. Try to explain that to someone.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
Oh, he's played another shot like that as well. It's getting to the boundary. Not quite. Anderson cuts it off. He's done okay there. They'll come back for 3.
There's a lot of Australian travelling fans in all these test matches, aren't there?
Yeah, tour group. Cricket Australia tour group. Yeah. You ever considering that, Jihan? Tour group one day, maybe?
Yeah, that's the reason I brought that up. That looks pretty.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah,
he's done okay, Anderson. I think he's got rid of the ball before it touched the rope, his body. Therefore, it is considered to be a boundary. Yeah, he's done well there. That's 4. As he was getting it back, it brushed his other hand, I think. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it touched his thumb, and he's touching the rope, so that will be 4. And the umpire will signal that.
Imagine
try doing that on a Saturday. That's a very hard thing to do if you got cones out.
Imagine if Smudger played an innings like Edgebus in 2019 right now.
Oh, he went off in those 2 innings, didn't he?
Yeah, and
That's
we need a
4.
Peter
Sorry?
Siddle to be with him.
Yeah, he did his role, Peter Siddle. Not a bad bowler, Peter Siddle. He bowled quick in his early days and slowed a little bit, but he's become a very good T20 bowler. Still plays for the Strikers. Um, 73 now.
So you're asking me about Cricket Australia tours. This cap I'm wearing is actually from the last Ashes series, actually.
What was it?
Yeah, so I booked one of those things where you can go to the test match, all 5 days of the Gabba test match. Had tickets for.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was part of
That's right, because you joined Nick and Gabe for their live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it was part of a package, accommodation included. I got to go to an event with Glenn McGrath and Ian Healy hosting, answering questions. That was awesome. It was like Ian Healy's really funny. He's a really funny guy.
Yeah,
he's got a real sense of humor. Even Glenn McGrath as well. Like,
yeah,
he's not.
Pitch is quite funny as well. Always predicts 5-0.
Yeah.
Whenever Australia, even if it's just a 2-game series, he still says 5-0 to Australia.
So we had a really cool Q&A with both of those guys, and I think the night before the match, that was before the Gabba match, because at the time they had all the COVID protocols and stuff, so they were like, "Oh, you can't get anywhere near the Australian players." But they actually brought out Michael Nisa and Jai Richardson to join the Q&A on the night before the match.
Yeah, they tend to do that.
Yeah. So a lot of guys, like Aussie fans all over the place, and they were just asking these guys questions. Like, I think someone asked Michael Neza, "Do you think David Warner's going to be able to succeed against Stuart Broad with his round the wicket theory?" And I think, and Neza just said,
him 17 times. The record is 19.
Yeah.
We all know who got the record. It's Glenn McGrath with Michael Atherton. Atherton's on the list 3 times.
Well, 1, 2,
Ambrose and Walsh and McGrath.
Walsh as well. Ambrose.
And then obviously it's Arthur Morris and Alec Bedser with 18.
Right.
That's the top list, yeah.
So Arthur Morris getting Alec Bedser out, is it?
No, it's Alec Bedser getting Arthur Morris out.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, Alec Bedser. Wasn't there Bedser twins?
Yes, there was.
Yeah,
Alec and the other one, I can't remember his name.
And they were Surrey players.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, they were Surrey players. Yeah.
From the over.
And both of them had pretty good careers for England. When they played. John says, just something for the Poms to whinge about. I've heard that word tossed around in the last few weeks and months, or days actually.
Whinge.
Yeah, whinge. Getting kind of sick of that word, to be honest.
I think I've used it about 100 times in the last few weeks.
John says the bail was disturbed. The left edge lifted before the run out was completed. I take it. Yeah, well, Smith, he was certain that he was gone, but there you go.
You know, I can think of a run out in not so much, well, kind of similar circumstances in an Ashes series that cost. Well, England say that it cost them a win. It was the 1999 Sydney Test match. Do you remember that?
Just before my time, Gino. But vaguely a bit.
So it was a typical Ashes in Australia. They dominated.
It was Mark Taylor's last test.
Yeah, that's right. Mark Taylor's last test. Mark Taylor's last series as captain. Yep. England somehow won in Melbourne. I don't know how that happened. They won by like 10 runs or something. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, Daryl Harper umpired that test. We talked about it.
I talked about them bowling for 4 hours in that last session.
Yeah, it was the longest session in Test cricket history.
Yeah,
Alex Stewart wasn't happy about it. It didn't matter in the end because Dean Headley took 6 wickets. Who was the grandson of George Headley.
Yeah, Dean Hadley. Yeah, Dean Hadley played for Kent actually. When I was I say kid, when I was a teenager, I actually used to see him in the local supermarket because he was playing for Kent at the time. Or I
He's
think
virtuous.
he just retired actually.
Yeah.
Dean Hadley, but yeah, no, Michael Slater scored 100 in the second innings. I think he scored 110, 120 or something like that, where everyone else got out, and he was the only one that held up the innings. And there was a run out where England were convinced he was out, and it went to the third umpire, and Simon Tolful was the third umpire. And that must have been, Simon Tolful became a really established, even now, right? He's one of, but that was 1999. Yeah, that was 99. So he must have been pretty new at that time. And I can't remember the exact circumstances, but he gave it not out, and Slater went on to get 120.
He talked about that in his book, because I have his book, Finding the Gaps.
Right.
He mentioned that, I think, about making mistakes and stuff like that.
So he reckoned that was a mistake, or did he? I don't know.
Well, obviously I have to see it on YouTube, I think, and then judge it from there. But no, he was the best in the business, so even he made mistakes. And he's offered Pat Cummins about DRS training.
Yeah. I remember you saying that.
Yeah. He should, because you got to think like an umpire. It's straightforward, isn't it? You just think like an umpire and say, why was that given out or not out? Because you see many players waste reviews for the sake of it, because they don't think.
Yeah, but Jack, I understand that argument, but don't players think that as well? Like, why was that given out and why wasn't that?
I think so, but you can deal with it in processes and decision making and stuff like that, which you can help to refine your process. He's just offering that just to help him out, and he's surprised that they haven't came back to him with anything. I saw that on ESPN Craig Info that he mentioned that.
And why haven't they taken him up on it?
Oh, maybe just because they think the process that they have is sufficient. I think many people would say probably not, because under Tim Payne it was pretty poor. But if you think like an umpire, then more often than not you can try and get these reviews right, because you've only got 15 seconds. That plays a part in it as well. Whereas an umpire, you can take your time, but not too long.
Yeah.
Which is the important thing.
So isn't the easy solution just to tell the captain to think like an umpire?
Well, pretty much. But you know what Marnus is going to do? He's going to waste it because he thinks everything's out. Same Stuart Broad.
Take the emotion out of
it. Even when he was appealing for that LBW and Kumar Dharmasena stood there, Stuart Broad was saying, how's that, pointing his fingers going like that. Because he was like, why aren't you giving that out? Dharmasena's just taking his time, and then he makes his decision. That's what you do as an umpire. And that's the important lesson that you should learn. Take your time. Just sum up everything, put the emotion out of Broad running. I hate it when Stuart Broad does that. When he runs, goes to slips like that for an LBW, and then he shouldn't be doing that, really. You should be looking at the umpire when you review, when you appeal.
You mean when he celebrates without really appealing?
Yeah. I know a lot of people have made some comments about that. Now, Pat Cummins has reviewed this LBW off Stuart Broad, and he's reviewed it probably going down leg maybe. He said that to Smith, gesturing that. It is Joel Wilson after all. Let's have a look.
Oh, if it's Joel Wilson, it will be umpire's call for sure.
Well, he was in front of us. It could be missing leg stump, maybe. You can see middle and off. So
that did swing.
Did swing a bit.
It swung quite a bit, but yeah.
Bat and roll. Is it going down the leg? It is. Well done, Pat. Missing leg stump. Yep. Not by much, but good review, because it swung a little bit.
It did
Joel
look
Wilson
like it swung.
Turned his decision again.
It did look like that swung a long way.
Yeah.
Um,
Good review there from
m-
Pat.
I tell you what, I wish Australia could get the ball to swing this much when they bowl. That swung a long way.
It did. Well,
Is
it
this
is
the
a
new
little bit
ball?
gloomier there. It's a little bit
Did they
overcast.
did they take the new ball?
They took the new ball. It's a new ball now.
Yeah. So
So you'll get some swing with it.
yeah.
The old ball was doing a little bit, but not much. That yeah. And that's the thing.
That's it.
You know how Nick and Gabe did that video about umpiring,
Yeah.
and they looked at those celebrations and they said, "How come that decision wasn't given out?" Because I mentioned in the comments, because no one appealed. If you don't appeal, you don't get.
Yeah.
And Gabe was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah. You got to appeal. You got to say, how's that?' or just jump up and down and raise your hands. That constitutes an appeal." Yeah. Because if you don't appeal, you don't get. That's the old saying in cricket.
Yeah. Well, can you remember when Steve Waugh wasn't given out when he edged it behind, and they only appealed after
The
they saw
Barmy
the
Army
big
cost
shot?
England the wicket.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the umpire
Wedge.
said not out, no appeal, which is nonsense because they appealed.
No one appealed. You can hit the cover off it, Gian, and not be given out.
No, but they didn't appeal at the time, but they appealed after.
No, they didn't appeal at the time, but he did edge it, Steve Waugh. He got his bat out of the way, but it just flicked his bat on the way through. He said he was suffering from a migraine.
Yeah, apparently
He wasn't really at his best, Steve Waugh.
Yeah.
I saw a video on cricket.com.au when he talked about that moment for the 2017-18 Ashes. He said, I wasn't feeling the best, got a migraine and stuff like that.
I was watching that game live, and I'm pretty
Justin
sure
Langer made 200 in that test.
Yeah, 250. It was 250.
Yeah, 200. Yeah.
And Hayden got 100, and actually, it was one of those games where they had, I don't know why I remember this, but they got 600 or like some massive score, right? I think it was 600, and they had England 180 for.
Sorry, Jihan, good shot there from Smith. Pulled that nicely down the fine leg for 4. Continue.
I'm going to complain like Gabe for not being in line
ahead.
stream.
Sorry, just saw it.
That's right. No, I think that match they had Australia got 600 or something ridiculous first innings. Justin Langer 250.
Yeah.
Matthew Hayden 100 just after lunch.
They were the good days, were they? I remember on YouTube, someone uploaded the highlights of that entire series, and I just watched it once.
Yeah,
because that's what I do. I just watch old footage of cricket.
Yeah,
I can't switch off. It's always cricket all 24/7. Even in my sleep, I listen to games in my sleep. Like I have my phone and I just listen to it in my sleep. I listened to the All-Stars game that used to play in Brisbane. You know how Tim Payne got his finger smashed by, got that finger injury in that All-Stars match, that T20 match that Australia played?
I didn't know about that. No, I know he had finger problems, but
yeah, he got his finger smashed in that game. That's how he got his finger injury. It was
a
charity. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I remember him talking about that. Like, what was this, back in 2012 or something? It was a long time ago.
2010.
Oh, even longer ago. Yeah.
That's how it happened. But even someone on YouTube uploaded the T20 that was played against Australia and England in Sydney in 2006-07, just after the Ashes.
Yeah. No, I watched that. Like, I'm not at the ground, obviously, but I watched that on TV.
Yeah.
I remember Gilchrist hitting 3 sixes in a row.
Yeah, and then Michael Slater losing his mind on comms.
Yeah. He's like, give us another 6.
Give us another 6, Gilly. Yeah, righto. I got to settle down. Partner's telling me to settle down here, mate. He's a player, wasn't he, Gilly? That 100 in Perth was.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's another one I watched live with my dad at like. It would have been something like if that was Perth. So when we're watching series from Australia, like all the test matches on the East Coast basically start at midnight, finish at 8 a.m. Whereas the Perth tests start at 3 a.m. and like go on till sort of mid-morning.
Yeah.
And when he was doing that, it was like 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning on like a Saturday.
He was smashing
or Sunday.
Panasar. He was smashing everyone.
I think it was like it was a Saturday or Sunday morning in England, in the middle of the winter, and that was December. So
He said to the 12th man when they had drinks, he said, "Tell Ricky, I'm going to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. If you want me to back conservatively or go for it." And he swore that he had a thumbs up. And Ricky said,
he got confused.
Calm down.
He got confused about the signal.
He got confused and then he just went off.
But actually, in that innings before he did that, Michael Hussey scored.
He had a poor run of it against Flintoff in 05. Got out to him many times. Yeah. And he even dreamt about him in his sleep, he said. And he was considering retiring.
Got in his head.
Then he retired against India in 07-08 in Adelaide.
Yeah.
This last test.
In that innings, Mike Hussey scored a great 100, and Michael Clark got a great 100 as well. And apparently it was like 50 degrees in Perth as well.
Oh,
and
that's real hot when you play that sort of cricket in Perth.
Yeah.
It's a shame that we don't play the WACA anymore. There's going to be a women's test there this summer against South Africa.
Where's the Perth test this year? Is it Optus? Is it
Optus? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're redeveloping the WACA.
Right.
For redevelopment at the moment.
So does that mean that they're going to have more international games there, or?
I hope so. But I can understand why the Optus Stadium's a brand new stadium, but it's been there since 2019 because that's when New Zealand played Australia in that test. It was the day-night test. It was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, day-night test.
Okay.
Because they played in Perth, they played in Melbourne, they played in Sydney. And Pakistan were out before that. So they played at the Gabba, and they played a day-night test in Adelaide. That's where David Warner scored the 335 not
out. Wasn't that Adelaide, the 335?
Yeah, it was. It was the highest score in Adelaide, beating Don Bradman's 299 not out.
Yeah.
And Bradman would have had 3 centuries. That was against South Africa in that test.
And people say that David Warner was a bit salty or he got to 335 and then they declared, which was like one more than Mark Taylor.
Tim Payne declared because, look, Australia won that game by an innings anyway. It didn't really matter. Yassir Shah made a century.
Oh, yeah, that was that game.
He scored a century, the leg spinner. And, Pakistan, Shaheen Afridi was in that match.
Yeah.
And he fielded a ball that went to the rope, and then people said this is the worst fielding performance we've seen from a Pakistan team.
Well, I remember Ricky Ponting saying that this is the worst bowling attack I've ever seen coming to our shores.
Yeah, that's right. He did. How on earth did Pat Cummins get that on that? Sorry, Jihan. He just uppercutted it like that. Just a short ball from Broad, and he got it past Bairstow for 4. How on earth did he hit that and get it to the boundary? That came off the edge of the bat, I think.
This is becoming a bit annoying that I'm so far behind in this game. No, it's my fault. I think
it came off his arm, I think. Glove, I think. I'm not sure. I can't really tell, but.
Oh, yeah. So
he got it on the bat. He got it on the bat, I think.
Off the glove, maybe? I don't know.
Glove, I think, bat. 38. This is a good partnership. 38 runs. Come on, Pat.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
This is what Wokes and Wood did. They added 49 in this situation.
Well, but they added 49 in about 10 overs.
Yeah, they did, but you know what I'm trying to say. Trying to put that in that context. It's
what were we talking about just...
Gian, it's Ron Ball, it's Trav Ball, it's Cummins Ball, or whatever.
Cumble.
Travis Head was doing it before it was fashionable.
Yeah.
It's good to see him and Kerry do well. A bias, of course, South Australian, of course.
Yeah.
We haven't had any South Australian representation since Darren Lehman and Dizzy. And that
really?
And that
surely you've had one from not since then.
Chad Sayers in Germany played a test.
but
in
not
Hobart.
anyone.
In Hobart, that was. And Callum Ferguson
Okay.
played in that test
Callum
in Hobart.
Ferguson, yeah.
Oh dear, that was horrible. And then Vernon Philander took like.
He never played again, did he?
Joe Menny never played again. Chad Sayers played in South Africa in that final test after what happened in Cape Town. He played at the Wanderers.
Oh,
Joe
did he?
Menny played that test in Hobart with Ferg. Never played again. One cap wonder. It's the same with Bryce McGain. You know Bryce McGain?
Yeah,
the spinner.
Yeah. I remember like everyone going on about how amazing Bryce McGain was. I think I say everyone. I think it was probably my dad who was going on about it. And then they played him in that game. He went for like 9 and over.
Worst ever figures on Test cricket history.
Yeah. I can't even remember what year that was. What was that? 8,
2009.
9 was it? Yeah, 9. Yeah.
Because it was after the series here in Australia, and they played that series, and Australia won that series, I think.
They won in 09. Yeah. That was.
And that's where Mitchell Johnson scored his century.
Yeah, that's where Philip Hughes
scored a century as well. Back to back.
Oh, he scored 2. He scored 2. He scored 2 centuries on Debbie. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Oh, Hughesy.
But then he turned up to the Ashes and got a bit rattled by Flintoff.
I remember in that test in Bellerive in Hobart where David Warner scored his first test century. He kept wickets because Matthew Wade had a bowl. Philip Hughes, that is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Was that David Warner century? That was against New Zealand, was it?
Yeah, which Australia lost. He was batting at the end.
That was the one they lost by 10 runs or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
because they played at the Gabba, and then him, Warner, Pattinson, and Stark debuted in the same game of that New Zealand series, and then India came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Mitchell Stark got his baggy green presented by Richie Bennett.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I think Michael Slater presented a cap as well. I think that was to David Warner. Not sure with James Pattinson. I think it was someone else. But they all debuted in the same game.
Yeah.
Which was...
it's been... don't you think Mitchell Stark's test career has been... I don't know. It's not... It's been a bit odd, if you know, like.
Yeah, he's been in and out of the side, all that stuff.
He's got a great record, but when you look at his numbers, he's got a great record.
Yeah, he's got a good record. He's had a lot of injuries, and they didn't play him often enough.
He's got a great average, and he's got one of the best strike rates.
Oh yeah, he does. You have a look at his numbers that are ideal. You could say, the average could be a little bit lower, but no, I'll take that. 30 and you got 300 wickets. That's not bad for a test career. It's pretty good.
Lower than that. It's 28 or something, I think.
Is it 28? I thought it was 30. I know Nathan Lyons is 30, but
I'm going to look this up because I'm pretty sure it's better than 30.
Yeah, I think it's better than. I think you're right. I'm not sure. But I think you can tell, Gian, that I do have an encyclopedia of cricket knowledge in my brain.
Yeah, 27.7. I said 27.
Yeah. I think you're right.
But the thing about Mitchell Stark's, for me, when I think about Mitchell Stark, I just, for some reason, I just remember him more as a white ball bowler.
Yeah, because he debuted in one-day cricket before he played Test cricket for Australia.
Yeah.
Because he played in that 2010-11 ODI series against England.
Okay. Yeah.
So he actually debuted for Australia in one-day cricket before he played Test cricket.
Yeah. So I think he's always, when you look at his record, it's a great record in Test cricket.
Yeah.
But I think the reason I don't remember him like as much as a Hazelwood or a Cummins is, one, he's been in and out of the side. Even in his younger days, they didn't want to keep paying him because I don't know if you remember when they rested him and he was a bit annoyed about that when he first played. And then also, I don't seem to remember him getting a lot of big hauls. It's always like steady three wickets or 2 wickets.
3 thirds or a couple of 2 thirds or 1 wicket every now and again. Yeah.
But he's steadily done that through the years. So I mean,
No,
It all
he's a
counts.
good. Yeah, it all counts, and he's done the hard yards, and he's sacrificed the IPL to prolong his
Yeah.
Test career, which many people have applauded.
Yeah.
Which I have any problems with that. He, made that sacrifice. And it's a shame that other players don't really follow his lead, but the money's so tempting.
Yeah.
As it is.
Because can you remember?
39 runs. Sorry.
Do you know?
Yeah,
Sorry, I was going to ask you. Do you know Nick and Gabe's friend? He's another
Nate.
cricket. Yeah, mate.
Nate.
He's another cricket guy. Asjad, cricket.
Oh, Asjad. Yeah, Asjad. Yeah. We've had Asjad on the channel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he asked me a question. This was probably about 2 years ago now, but he asked me, in your opinion, I think when we were streaming during the previous Ashes series, he asked me, in your opinion, who would you rate above the other, Mitchell Starc or Mitchell Johnson? And you can give me your opinion on that same question, but I find that difficult to answer.
Yeah.
I think for immediate impact and who's going to be their best at that, who's going to be their absolute devastating best, I would say Mitchell Johnson. But ironically, Mitchell Starc's probably been a bit more consistent than Mitchell Johnson through his career.
Yeah, he has. I don't know. Both were good bowlers. Obviously, Mitch had a tough time against England, of course. He talked about that openly. And Starkey as well. If you're talking about one-day cricket, then you'll say Mitchell Starc because his record's pretty good. It's up there with Wasim Akram for left armers, that is. Test cricket, both of them got 300 Test wickets. Both of them are left armers. Both of them have been match winners for Australia.
Yeah.
I'm like with you. I can't really choose one or the other because I think they're both equally good. But if you say one-day cricket, I think Stark's probably ahead of Mitch there. But that's another debate. That's another.
I think you're right.
Conversation.
I think you're right because Stark has tended to take the new ball in one-day cricket. And he obviously balls that devastating Yorker and reverse.
When he got rid of Stokes yesterday, they drew that comparison to when he got him out of the 2019 World Cup at Lords.
Lords, yeah. I mean that was a Yorker, but I mean
that was a Yorker. This one wasn't a Yorker. It was just one that just deviated a little bit and hit the off stump.
Yeah. So Stark has got everything you need to be the perfect white ball
and he
bowler.
Can swing it. He can swing the ball as well.
Yeah.
I don't think Mitch was a big swinger of the ball. I don't think.
Yeah.
Well, he swung it a little bit, but not as much.
Mitchell Johnson was one of those guys that randomly swung it from time to time.
Yeah.
he could be, and when he did get it swinging, he was even more devastating.
That spell that he bowled to South Africa where he got 8 wickets.
Yeah.
In 2008-9 was pretty good.
Yeah.
And then obviously against England in 2010-11 he bowled really well. Got 5.
Yeah.
So
in Perth, yeah.
In Perth, both of them were in Perth.
Yeah, I remember that match in Perth because he bowled absolute garbage at the Gabba. That was the match that they got 550.
500 for one, 517 for one, and Cook and Trott got 200. Yeah,
so it was. I don't think I even watched much of that because it was just.
I did.
I don't want to be. You did. You brought yourself to be able to do that, did you?
I love cricket, Jihan, so I'm not going to miss cricket, so, even though if it is painful.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
And then he got dropped for Adelaide, and they brought in.
He did, and then he got bat for Perth, which Australia won. But then they lost 1 innings.
But when he was bowling at Perth,
Melbourne.
I think they brought in Dougie Bollinger for Adelaide. And
Dougie.
You remember him?
Dougie. Yeah, Dougie. People said he kissed the VB badge.
Yeah.
When he got a wicket, he kissed it. People make comparisons on that today. Dougie. You remember the time when he kissed the VB badge on his chest? Rather than you would think he would kiss the emblem of Australia, but he kisses the VB badge instead. That's just Doug Bollinger in the nutshell. He was okay, Dougie.
He was actually, I think Dougie Bollinger was underrated because he was quick and he could do just as much as any other left arm quick bowler, and so he could swing the ball. And he was, and he wasn't just a trundler; he was quick.
No, he was.
But I think in that Adelaide Test, I think England knocked Australia over in the first innings, and then typically for Adelaide, completely flat wicket.
Yeah,
they just
Peterson got 200.
Yeah, they just piled on the runs, and I think from memory, Dougie got 1 or 2. I think he got Strauss early on, and maybe someone else. I think he may have got Trott or someone else early on, but then obviously England just piled on the runs for the next day or two. And one of the issues with Dougie was fitness. So I think he was a little bit overweight, and probably wasn't the fittest fast bowler. And when they interviewed Ricky Ponting at the end of the game, he said something like, "Oh yeah, in the first innings we got a couple of early wickets, and I think Dougie ran out of puff."
Just a bit.
Yeah. So they brought Mitchell. So they brought Mitchell Johnson back in for the third match after they went 1-0 down in Perth. And everyone was like, "Oh, he's lost the plot at the Gabba, and he was bowling, on the second pitch, and he literally was. He was like,
he was,
bowling,
he was.
He was bowling all over the place. And then at the Wacker, he just randomly got it right, and he started swinging the ball as well, randomly, out of nowhere. He just started swinging the ball.
I don't know how Pat Cummins didn't chop it onto the stumps, but he got 4. Down a fine leg.
That doesn't sound too good.
No, he's all right. He's safe. He's okay. He got 4 runs.
So Johnson just randomly started swinging the ball, and he got like a few LBWs. I think he got Peterson and Collingwood.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And then the Barbie Army sang the song. He bowls. Obviously, we can't repeat on a family program, but he bowls to the left, he bowls to the right. Mitchell Johnson, he bowls. You can fill in the blanks at home. It wasn't
his bowling is
But when he went to Sydney, they chanted him there, and he got out for a golden duck.
Yeah,
And then he had a go at James Anderson in Perth when he was batting. He was at the non-strikers end, and then Anderson got a wicket. I don't know who was batting with Johnson at the time.
I'm pretty sure that was Ryan Harris that was batting.
Yeah, and then Anderson did keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, it was like, why are you chirping now, mate?
Yeah,
you're not getting.
When I look at Stark, I think strike weapon. I think you're right there, John. He comes on and gets you those wickets. I think he should have played at Edgbaston, to be honest. But they went with Scott Bolden, obviously, because people thought you can't drop him after the WTC final. But
look, I'll ask you a question. I know England have taken on Scott Boland, and he hasn't been as effective.
Yeah.
Here as he was compared to that series 2 years ago, or even after that. He was pretty devastating against South Africa last year. I know, and quite a few people have said, he hasn't got the pace to trouble the England batsmen. But Wokes, Broad, and Anderson, Ollie Robinson are all slower than him.
All similar sort of pace to him, yeah.
They're actually slower. Like
they're actually slow, yeah.
Boland was hitting 87.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's just because he bowls at that same pace and he bowls at the same spot, probably disadvantaged him a bit. Same with Josh Hazlewood to an extent. They've targeted him as well.
I think it's the mindset of the batsman.
Yeah.
I sometimes wonder how Wokes, Anderson, Broad, and Robinson would do against Bazball.
We just having a look at the replay, Jihan, of the stump of the run out from Smith. The stump was actually knocked from underneath the bail. As you can see on the split screen, they split it into 3. The middle one shows the off stump to a right-hander. backwards, and the bales are still sort of on top of the stumps in a sort of weird sort of way, or something like that. So that's interesting. No doubt that will be talked about. Certainly tomorrow.
So what does that mean?
Well, what it means is not out because it was given not out by Nidhal Menon.
No, I'm just
so he's probably knocked it before, which is often the case when that happens.
He's knocked it before, but the bell hasn't come out of the groove.
Yeah, that's the thing. But no doubt we'll hear some clarification from Nidhal Menon. He'll give his opinion on that. No doubt. This series has been full of controversies, as we know. Are
the crowd getting boisterous about it? You know, I haven't listened to the.
No, I'm not listening to the.
Okay.
To the commentary because I can't, obviously, for YouTube purposes.
Is there something that something that Piers Morgan's going to go on about?
I don't know. John says not easy, but stark, as Nick likes to say. Yeah, Mark Wood back into the attack. It's under 50 now, 49. This is much better from Australia. This last session. John says we tend to forget the journeyman. Yes, we do, John. There've been a lot of people that have worked hard in cricket to get where they are. Scott Boland's one of them. You know, he was the horses for courses selection, and look what he did. You know, it's a great story. Build the man a statue, how he said in comms. Maybe he will get a statue, but it was a pretty good spell of bowling, that's for sure. His partnership's 49. Sorry, John, yeah.
No, I was going to say, do you get the feeling that Mark Wood has been less effective than he was at Headingley?
I think he has. His pace has dropped.
Well, that last ball was 80.
It's not as quick as it was in that over. Yeah.
That last ball was 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, so it has dropped off a bit. Plus, he's played 3 test matches on the trot.
Yeah.
So, a 50 partnership. Smith and Cummins. Well done. It's been handy, right?
I'm going to have a look at the weather forecast for tomorrow.
I think it's the same as today. I think cloudy. I think from what saw. Yeah, I think so. I do know that there's some rain forecast for the final few days of the test, day 5 in particular.
Yeah, I think Monday's forecast is not meant to be that good.
No.
I'll tell you what, it's better weather here in Perth at the moment in the middle of winter than it is in the.
Well, it's summer over there, so they've had a bit of a hot and cold summer at the same time.
The sun's out at the moment. It's going to be sunny pretty much all of tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the weather for you.
So that means if England get to bat tomorrow, they're going to go crazy.
But they could also get bowled out for 100 or something. That's the risk that they take with this brand of cricket. Baseball. Smith and Cummins, good partnership here. Much needed one for Australia. 48 now, the try by.
Oh, is that out?
No. This wasn't. John says journeyman is a bit of a boring term. Gabe should get that. Turn up, do your best. Yeah. There's been many players that have played cricket for their country and they've given it their best. And they don't often play a long career, but many one-cap wonders in the world of cricket. And it's such a hard thing to get into a cricket side and play for your country, especially in Test cricket. Just to even get the chance just to play a test or two.
Oh. Okay, I'll ask you this. What do you think Marnus Labuschagne is thinking right now after he's played that abysmal innings? That's the only way I'll be able to put it.
You know
Knowing
how
that
he
he's
reacted to when he got run out in Pakistan? Sort of like that.
yeah,
Sort of
knowing that he's probably going to have to play a role in the second innings as well.
Yes.
So,
he knows that too, Marnus. You know, it hasn't been a fluent series from him. But I thought he batted well at Old Trafford, but you know, just sort of went a little bit backwards in this innings here.
well,
and he'll be feeling pretty disappointed, as well the other batters should as well. Kawaja and Head and Carey and David
it
Warner
just
to an
seems
extent.
it just seems like for England, every batsman is trying to be Adam Gilchrist or Viv Richards or
Or Ian Beaufort
or
sometimes.
yeah, and Marnus is trying to reinvoke the spirit of Jeff Boycott or Sonny Gavaskar or Chris Tavares or something. Like, what is going on? Like, why is there two different?
Anil Gavaskar played that
streams?
innings in the World Cup final in 1983, which was he scored 36 off 100 balls. And it was 60 overs back then. Did his role, but different time back then. Different game.
Did his role?
You wouldn't be doing that now.
They lost, though, didn't they?
I think was that the final? No, I don't think it was.
No,
but they won that game against Zimbabwe at Tunbridge Wells, didn't they? Where Kapil Dev went out and just smashed it against Zimbabwe.
There was a recent movie made about that. India's
Nick and Gabe reacted to it. 83.
Yeah, I saw that as well, actually, because I saw their reaction. I thought, okay, I've got to check this out. And I
haven't watched it.
I think it's on Amazon or something, but I saw it, and it's just one of those typical movies about the sort of, what do you call it, the sort of down and out guys that.
Yeah, they weren't given much a chance, really.
Managed to do it, yeah.
Yeah, they weren't given a chance to win that World Cup, but they did, sort of like with Sri Lanka in 96. No one gave them a chance, and they won against Australia, who won that game against the West Indies by a slim margin in the semi-final.
Yeah, I watched that live, that semi-final.
Yeah.
I watched that. I was 8 years old watching that on TV.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what the West Indies did in that game. That was just like...
Just sort of gave it away there. John says, Marnus cold cheese and ham toasties. Yeah. He does things in his way, Marnus.
Yeah. Australia 38% on WinViz.
Nah, I don't really look into that sort of calculated sort of thing. Just go off what you see, pretty much. Not by calculations. Smith.
It's funny.
Big heave-ho. He gets 2 runs to the offside.
It's funny you should mention calculations. In Nick and Gabe's last video, they were talking about the potential of using Duckworth Lewis for Test cricket.
Oh, dear. Oh, jeez. I sent Gabe the calculation sheet.
Yeah.
And he asked some of his colleagues to work it out, mathematicians, and they said, I can't work this out. Yeah. Duckworth Lewis. Stern method now.
What the
Duckworth Lewis Stern method.
Yeah, I heard that I've seen that they changed that. I just saw Smith's slog over mid-off.
Yeah, he was swinging like a rusty gate. Every run counts. You take it.
Well, I mean that shot that was Bazball. That shot that he played there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what England do all the time, and then get away with it, but then get out every now and then.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's their game plan, and it's cost them a few moments in this series. That's why they were 2-0 down, and you have to be 2-0 up in a 5-game Ashes series, because if weather comes, what's going to happen? You're going to be on the back foot, and they were.
So, I mean, did you watch much of the India-Australia series? I watched a lot of it.
Well, I watched all of it.
You watched it, yeah.
It was very depressing in some parts.
Well, the first two
Especially
test
in Delhi.
matches were.
Australia should have won. The first and the second test, Australia should have won those.
Yeah,
test
but I think, it was
Especially Delhi, they
disappointing.
should have won that. They were in a good position to win that. But
Yeah, it was disappointing, but at the same time, I'd much rather.
But I was quite happy that we played well towards the end. You know, we won that test in indoor on that pitch. I don't know how we did that. Bit of luck. And then Ahmedabad was just a road, a feather bed. And, Cameron Green scored a century and Usman Khawaja as well.
But I think they produced the road on purpose at Ahmedabad so that they could get themselves get themselves in what?
Where was that going to go from Smith? He's out. He hit it
No.
straight up in the air. I was trying to go over, find leg, and then it went over to the offside.
Okay, I think we're done. How much ahead are they?
8 for 239, so they made 283. So we're still trailing by 40 odd runs.
Yeah.
Well, Smith, he had to do that. He had to, hit out. You can't blame him, I suppose.
The worrying thing for me right now. The worrying thing for me right now is this is the best weather I've seen for the last few days.
Yes, it's certainly brightened up, as it? But Todd Murphy in at the crease. I think he can back. I think he's got a high score of 40 odd in first class cricket. They can use that, Australia, but hasn't quite gone to plan.
Well, I think they've dug themselves this hole, haven't they? If they scored at a reasonable rate
yes,
early on today.
I think that's drinks as well, I think.
What is their run rate? It's like 2.6. I mean, really, they should be...
It should be 3 and over at least.
Yeah, it should be 270 for 8.
That's sort of back in the real old days when you're scoring 2 runs and over. In this modern game where one-day cricket and T20 cricket's changed the game, it should be a bit more than that.
Yeah, I mean, if they really capitulate from here, they might actually be hoping for Monday to be rained out and playing for a draw again.
It was a possibility. It doesn't look promising.
Anyway, before that happened, I was gonna say I think Ahmedabad, the pitch was made ridiculously flat to get India into the WTC final. They just couldn't afford to lose there.
Yeah,
but what? I mean, England are going to India after that's the next test assignment. If they're playing on the same pitches that Australia did in Nagpur and Delhi, and where was the first test? I can't remember now. Pune, was it? I can't remember. Their method is not going to come off, is it?
No, not on those. They'll try.
They'll try. Yeah.
They'll give it a go. Will it work? That's another question. John says, got to make allowances for our American mates.
I mean, the other thing is, if you're going to be competitive in India, you need good spinners, which
you do. And well,
England don't have.
They have Jack Leach, who's improved under the Stokes-McCullum era.
He's injured, right?
Yeah, but I think he should be okay.
Okay, so they'll take Leach
for that tour. So Leach will be there.
I can't see them taking Moeen Ali.
No, he's done. This is his last test. He said he's not going to India.
Yeah,
that's a certainty. So, that Ben Stokes could bowl off spin. He's tried that in the nets. So. Anyway,
don't you think this test match is taking a freakishly similar? Yeah,
it is
turning out the same as 4 years ago.
Turning out the same way as it did in 2019.
Sometimes when this sort of thing happens, I think to myself, don't people learn? Why are they doing the same thing?
That's what I said at the toss yesterday. I said, Pat, win the toss and bat first. He went the other way and said bowl first. Haven't you heard about W.G. Grace's quote? Which
I still think the conditions were perfect for bowling yesterday, but they didn't bowl well with the new ball. And if they didn't bowl well with the new ball because they sprayed it, they didn't make the batsman.
They did, but then they did well to.
Well, it was only Mitchell's. Sorry, it was only Pat Cummins that got them bowling well once he got the ball, because Hazelwood and Stark wasted the new ball, and then
they did.
As soon as Cummins come in, they start dropping catches. So it's just like they should have bowled England out for 200.
I guess that's the same with both teams. I think the cricket in this test has been a bit sluggish.
Yeah,
if I can say that. It's been a bit poor on both sides, really. Some errors and mistakes. That's fair enough, because you played 5 test matches that are crammed into a condensed window. And that's the international schedule as we know it today. So that's got a little bit of a role to play in the cricket that's been a bit underwhelming at times from both sides. But
I think this has got to be their worst performance with the bat in the whole series, I would say, because the wicket hasn't done a lot, and they've just got completely bogged down.
There's something in this wicket. There's a little bit of something in the wicket if you can bowl the right areas. There, both teams said that.
Yeah, but is that enough in the wicket?
But it hasn't swung around corners. It's not like it's too difficult.
But, I mean, is there enough in the wicket to? Is there enough in the wicket to cause a batsman to only be able to score at 10 strike rate?
No, I think that's just Australia's mentality. I think.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. And the thing is, if you do that, you're just going to lose wickets, and you haven't got anywhere with.
Yeah, that's right. If Australia can get to parity here, then that's a good result. They're 8 for 240.
I can also see Australia getting to parity and then England playing a third innings like they did at Old Trafford, which would be the worst outcome.
Could backfire on them if baseball looks good when it goes right, but when it goes wrong, doesn't really.
I'm looking. I mean, when I say that, I'm looking purely at conditions.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Because I'm looking at the sun beating down right now and thinking this looks a pretty flat wicket.
Well, that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see flat wickets and heavy run scoring. And we haven't seen that in this series, barring Manchester. Apart from that, no one really scored 400 runs except for Australia at Lords. And that was the highest score up until England got 592. So it hasn't been a fast, heavy scoring series, because the matches have been so close, apart from Old Trafford, which was the most one-sided game of this series. I think it wasn't for the weather.
I think I made this point in one of the posts I made. In England, you hardly ever get a really flat wicket where nothing's, where the bowler literally has to put in a huge effort to get wickets, as you do in India or subcontinent or Australia or even the Caribbean. There's always something going, like there's always a chance of ball moving around or nipping off the deck, or otherwise, if these wickets really were as flat as everyone thinks they are, then Chris Wokes would not be knocking people over. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
There has to be at least a little bit there for you, and there always is in England with that Duke's ball.
Yes, there is, and this Duke's ball swings throughout the innings anyway. So it's always something on offer. So, whereas with the Kookaburra, it doesn't do anything.
Well, it sort of does for the first 10.
It does for the first few overs, and then it just goes off a little bit. If the surface is abrasive enough, you get a bit of reverse swing if you're lucky.
Yeah.
If you can keep the ball in the good condition. The day-night test is a little bit different, obviously. Under lights, does more.
One of my bugbears with Australian pitches in the last 20 years is they've just been, a lot of them have been way too flat. and I think that's
especially the
aimed at
drop-in
Australia.
wickets. Yeah, like Melbourne.
Yeah,
That
Yeah.
one in 2017-18 was horrible. That was flat as a tack.
and if I'm honest, I know you're from Adelaide, but Adelaide used to be like that for a long time. Before
Yeah, it did. The old Adelaide Oval used to. Yeah,
the old before the pink ball came in.
before they put in the drop-ins. It's
Yeah.
a bit different now because of the day-night tests.
Yeah, that's
Got a
right.
little bit of grass on the surface, but in the old days, like Amazing Adelaide, as an example.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the
I've
thing.
got a
Like,
team scored
who wants
500.
to see Paul Collingwood batting for
He scored 200 and they still lost.
Yeah,
And Peterson made 100. And
150.
Ponting made 100. Did he made one at the Gabba, and then he made one in Adelaide, I think.
No, I think he got a 90.
No, he made. I know Michael Clark probably.
Yeah,
did.
Clark got 100. Yeah, Clark got
did.
100. I think
Hussey got a good contribution there as well.
Oh, sorry, no, yeah, you're right. I think Ponting got 100. Hussey got a 90 something.
Yeah. And then he hit the winning runs off James Anderson.
Yeah.
With the covers. He's still playing in 2023, which is unreal. And he's got to be 41 on Sunday in this test match.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know how old I was when I first saw Jimmy Anderson bowling?
How old you were?
14.
Well, we debuted in the early 2000s against Zimbabwe at Lord's.
Yeah, that was 2003. I think I saw him bowling for Lancashire in 2002, the previous year. I can't remember if it must have been. It may have been a championship game, or it may have been a one-day game. I can't remember. But I saw this guy bowling, and I thought, this guy looks really good. And then that winter, they took him on the tour to Australia as part of the. Yeah, it was part of the what they call.
He played the one-dayers, but he didn't play the.
Well, but what happened was they just had so many injuries.
Yeah.
That they lost all their first team players, so they had to pick from their development squad.
Yes.
Who were out there, and then he came in to play, and then he ended up playing a few ODIs there in that tri series. But then, a couple of months later, he went to the World Cup and routed Pakistan at Durban. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes, he did. Then they messed around with his action and then got injured.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then they said, "Nah, we'll just go back to your old action." And then look at him now, England's leading wicket taker in Test cricket.
And in those days, he was thought of more as a ODI bowler. They couldn't get in the test.
England's leading ODI wicket taker.
Yeah, I heard that the other day.
It's surprising that no one's ever beaten his record because he doesn't play ODIs anymore. Same with Broad after 2015, after the disastrous World Cup when they lost against Bangladesh and Adelaide. They hit rock bottom, and then they won 4 yees later. Supposedly, they won.
Supposedly,
I don't think super over.
I can't really remember Broad doing much in white ball cricket, to be honest.
Well, I think everyone remembers him in T20 cricket when he got pelted by Yuvraj Singh for 6 sixes.
Anything good, I mean.
Yeah.
I think even Anderson, I remember him getting a hat trick. I think even that was in 2003. And then those spells in the World Cup. So he was a pretty decent white ball bowler, and then actually what happened was he got into the test side in 2003, but then quite a few people sort of
overtook him,
like Harmison, Hoggard, Simon Jones.
Yeah.
And that was the attack that made up the 2005 Ashes. And then what happened was, as they slowly sort of started getting injured and Hoggard retired and all of that, then Anderson.
Well, Simon Jones didn't play much because of his knee, because what happened in Brisbane when he slid in 2002-03. That was pretty much decided his career.
Yeah,
which was a shame because he was an okay bowler. He was pretty good, but just unlucky with injuries. Oh my word, Todd Murphy. Where did you pull that shot out? How has that gone for 6?
6?
Yes, he
Oh,
pulled it for 6 down the fine leg. Well done, Todd.
I'll tell you what. I was thinking the other day, when Mark Wood was bowling absolute wheels at Headingley, Todd Murphy looked one of the most comfortable. And then I think he got some runs at Ahmedabad as well.
He did. He got 40, I think. 30 or 40
yeah.
with gas. Yeah.
Yeah, and everyone was like, I didn't even know this guy could bat.
He can. He's got a highest score of 40 in first-class cricket for Victoria.
Right.
I think.
Yeah. He looks like he can handle the stick anyway.
Yeah. Chris Martin comes to mind from New Zealand. He couldn't bat. Chris Martin.
Jeez, I just saw that hook shot and that was off Mark Wood.
I
mean, he looks more reassured.
He
looks more reassured at that shot than Travis Head does at the moment.
You remember Chris Martin from New Zealand?
Yeah.
Couldn't even bat. Walked out, got out first ball. Same with Courtney Walsh. He couldn't bat either.
You mentioned Chris Martin. There's a new bowler that's bowling this series who I looked at and thought this guy's action looks very similar to Chris Martin. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Not really. Who is it?
He played at Lord's.
What, for Australia or for England?
No, for England.
Is it Josh Tupper?
I'm surprised he hasn't actually played this match either. He has a sort of similar action. He sort of jumps at the crease.
Yeah, he sort of falls away a bit past the perpendicular.
Yeah.
They picked up about that.
But yeah, Chris Martin couldn't bat, right?
No, he couldn't.
He's
And
like
he got 200 test wickets for New Zealand, though.
200.
So he was a good bowler, but he couldn't bat to save your life.
I heard an interesting story about Chris Martin that the New Zealand bowler, not the singer.
Not from Coldplay,
no. That he only got his driving license.
Good band.
Yeah. He only got his driving license when he was 25 or something.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know where I heard that, but bit of trivia.
Yeah. We're just having a look at the run out again from Smith. Obviously, that was given not out. I still mentioned, Bairstow knocked the stumps before he got the ball. That's clear to see on the replay there. So that's why it was given not out. You would think that's the main reasoning for it.
But doesn't the bell have to be out of the groove when you do that?
Yeah, for it to be fairly put down, but it was disturbed before that. So consider it was put down before the ball put it down, if that makes sense. So I think that's why.
So any kind of disturbance to the ball, to the bail, then you can't run them out afterwards.
No, because the wicket's already put down already. So you have to here we go. Law 29, the wicket is broken. The wicket is broken when at least one bail is completely removed from the top of the stumps or one or more stumps is removed from the ground. Obviously, as we just mentioned earlier, but it's on the coverage now. So that is the law. So one bail. So the wicket is broken when at least one of the two bails is out of its ground. So, yeah, people are going to interpret that differently, but Niton Menon gave his reasonings for that.
Is there controversy about it? Do you know?
Not really, I think. I think people just say, okay, well, he's out now. It doesn't matter, doesn't it? Smith is already out, so it doesn't really matter.
They just put the wicket.
They just put the law up on the screen. That's what I read out before. Pretty much the same word for word.
At least one bail is completely removed from the top of the stump.
So at least one bail is completely removed. So it wasn't completely removed. I think that's the case.
But it was completely removed when you took the bails off, right?
Yes, but before that it wasn't. He disturbed it a little bit there. So anyway.
That's not really specified in the rule, is it? What constitutes...
Well, you could argue that the law could have been worded better.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people said that about the start catch. But to me, looking from an umpiring point of view, that was not out. Yeah.
The start catch?
It wasn't out. Sorry?
The start catch.
The start catch, yeah. Yes, Pat, another boundary. It's a thick outside edge. It doesn't matter. Found a third man for 4. They're all count.
I never asked you about what you thought about the stumping.
Oh, yeah. I thought you never asked, Jihan.
Yeah,
First stump
can I
of the
tell
day.
you? Can I tell you my reaction when I first saw that live?
Yeah.
I saw it and I thought, oh, that's got to be out. What an idiot! Why? Like, what's he doing? Like, just walking.
That was my
away.
reaction too.
Yeah.
I was like,
Okay.
ball's not
But
dead.
then, why did everyone go crazy after that?
Yeah, I know. Ball wasn't dead. It was still live. Carey released it in one motion. Bairstow wandered out of his crease. He was asked that question in the press conference in the last test, and he was sort of a little bit touchy about it, Johnny.
Yeah, he got a bit.
Got a little bit
touch,
feisty about that.
But he was saying something about, I don't want kids to be doing this, and it all got a bit weird.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, when I first saw it, it was from an umpiring point of view, with my umpiring hat on, I was like, that's out. Ball's not dead. Umpire didn't call over. That validates the ball being dead. It was still live, still in play.
So, okay, in a club game, you obviously you don't have the third umpire.
Yeah.
But if you're the standing umpire, what would you have done?
If the Bairstow incident happened at a club level,
yeah,
probably the same thing. If he was out of the crease clearly, then you have to give him out stumped because he wasn't attempting a run, or run out. Depends if he's attempting a run or not. Then it's either stump or run out. Then you'll probably give it out. If you think the ball wasn't dead and still in play, then you give it out. But
as a standing umpire, I mean, it was probably fairly obvious in Bairstow's case, but do you have to talk to the square leg umpire to make sure that he's out of the crease, or does that
he will make the decision because he's at square leg, so that's his jurisdiction, if that makes sense.
So the square leg umpire,
yeah. So
the square leg
he will either signal out, or say not out. He was safe, or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's purely up to the square leg umpire and his jurisdiction.
And just in the Bairstow case, why did they refer it to the third umpire?
Just to check, just to make sure. Chris Gaffney did. Umpires do that anyway, Jihan. Even if it's safe or it's obvious, they just do it just for a fallback, just to make sure that we don't miss anything.
To make sure he was out of the crease.
Yeah, just to make sure he was out of the crease and just to make sure. But Mariah Erasmus had no problems with it. He said it's over wasn't called, as a Razan didn't call over.
There was a lot of people suggesting. There was a lot of people suggesting that they called for the third umpire to work out whether the ball was dead or not.
No, it was just mainly just to make sure he was in his crease. Just make sure if he was safe or not. He was clearly under the laws. It was clearly out under the letter of the laws. But people look at it differently. Spirit of cricket or not spirit of cricket. I heard one umpire say they have this segment on TMS, Ask the Umpire. He's like a former county player and umpired international cricket as well. John Holder is his name. And he was asked about
West Indian, isn't it?
John
Holder's a West Indian.
Yeah, from the Caribbean originally, but he's in England now. Lives in England.
Yep.
And they have this segment on TMS where people ask questions about umpiring in different scenarios.
Yep.
And he was asked about the Bairstow incident, and he said the spirit of cricket has nothing to do with it. Because
He said that?
Yeah, we're followed to the laws.
Yeah.
That's the thing, if the laws are followed to the letter, then why should we have this problem? But it comes down to a moral thing where people believe spirit of cricket or not spirit of cricket, which I don't want to get into because it's an ugly debate. Maybe why do you have the spirit? Oh, he's hit another 6 over fine leg Murphy. He's pulled Mark Wood again.
Spoiler
This one's
alert.
even better. It's better than the last one. Ben Stokes' reaction says, "Wow, what a shot!"
I told you this guy could bat, didn't I?
Yeah, he can. He just helped it on its way, like Viv Richards.
What do you know? What club he plays for in Victoria?
I'm not sure. Do you know?
No. I think I'm pretty sure I saw him on a Grey Cricketer interview like maybe a year or
Oh
two
yeah,
ago when he was in like one of the development sides and he was talking about playing club cricket.
yeah.
It was somewhere in Melbourne anyway. Oh, geez, taking it on, isn't he?
Oh, that's good. You want to see that, do you, from number 10?
Yeah.
John says the on-field umps were dozing. Could have been called dead ball, but clearly not. Yeah, a lot of people have made those observations, John.
They were dozing. He's right. Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
when the guy is like halfway down the crease, why do you need to call the third umpire? You're clearly not.
I'm always,
concentrating.
you always got to be switched on in that case. I'm always very careful cautious about that.
Mm.
Because that was a valuable lesson that I learned. That's a wide, actually. Way over the head. Just to make sure that once you call over, make sure that everything's okay, that both sides don't regard the ball to be in play, and then you call over. So I'm always cautious about that. When I'm umpiring from the non-striker's end, just make sure that, yeah.
I was going to say, I remember from when I used to play like, club cricket and school cricket and stuff. But especially club cricket, we used to face a lot of.
He's pulled him again for 6. Sorry, Gio. He's pulled him again. This one even better. It's in the stand again. Oh, the fine leg. Yes, Todd. We only trail by 10. Get in there, Todd. Come on. This is great.
I'm kind of liking the fact that you're giving me spoilers when they're good spoilers.
It sets up what you're going to see.
Yeah. But when you're like, oh,
it's a great shot again. I think this one's the better of the lot. He's hit 3 down there, and I think this one's the best. That's all you need to do. Just get inside the line, use the pace, and just help it on its way with Mark Wood. That's all you need to do. He's a number 10. He's playing these shots. This is what Mark Wood did at Headingley when he played those hook shots into the stand at the football stand.
I just saw that shot. That was Kevin Peterson, 2005.
Yeah.
Is that against Mark Wood as well?
It's Mark Wood again. Yeah. He's hit him for 3 6s. Already 13 off the over because of the wide. It's good over. Good runs.
Nice. See, this is what Marnus should have done.
Yeah, I know. And then he didn't do it. But I'm just happy that we're within 10 now. So we're close to parity, and any lead's a good lead. It won't be a big lead, but a lead's a lead. That's the main thing.
I've got to say, when England do this sort of thing, the crowd go completely wild, and it's just.
But when Australia do it, they don't really.
Yeah.
Cheer
like Travis Head did the sort of thing in the second innings at Headingley. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah.
And everyone's like,
But
England it's a great.
When Harry Brook does it, they're all out of their seats, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the greatest series of all time, and everyone's happy. And anyway, sorry, I'll stop complaining.
No, that's all right. It's all right.
No, what I was going to say earlier was when I was playing club level, especially, we faced a lot of what we would call county trundlers, like just slow rubbish with the keeper standing up.
Dibbly-Dobbly, wibbly-wobbly bowlers.
Yeah, Dibbly-Dobblies, basically. Yeah, the name of your podcast.
I thought it was a funny name when I came up with the name of the podcast. I was going to call it Dibbly-Dobbly, wibbly-wobbly, but it was too long, so I just cut it down to Dibbly-Dobbly. It's quite funny. I like it.
I think that would have been a bit excessive.
Because all the other names I wanted were taken, like third man, mid-on, mid-off, and I was like, hit wickets. So I was like, got to come up with a different name here. So I called it the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast.
Yeah.
Everyone knows who is a Dibbly-Dobbly bowler. Someone who bowls it on a line and length you can't score off them.
Yeah,
it's actually a New Zealand commentator that came up with the term.
And that sort of bowling is at times really hard to face in England when there's a bit of grass on the wicket and it's
even when I bowl that sort of stuff, I'm not that fast and slow medium maybe like Harry Brook sort of in a way. Probably a little bit better, maybe different action, but you can see in the batter's eyes. I don't want to get out to this rubbish or something. The captain brings me on. Says, bowl a couple of overs. If you get a wicket, I'll keep you on. Yeah. And I got 3 wickets for 14 once on my club debut. That was probably my best performance I ever had. And I celebrated like Rashid Khan. Yeah, 3 for 14.
Nice.
And I've batted in my career, but I've never scored a run. I've been not out a couple of times.
You've never scored a run?
And save or trying to win us a game, batting at number 11.
Ah.
That's a funny story.
I never scored a century. My high score was 83.
Oh, was it?
And yeah, my highest wicket count was 6 for something. 6 for 12.
Would you bowl pace or spin?
Yeah, no, medium pace outswing.
Medium pace.
Yeah. A little bit like, how would I compare my action? Maybe a little bit of Darren Gough in the way I bowled.
Oh, yeah.
With the new ball, I used to be able to get quite a bit of outswing. Never figured out how to bowl in swing, but I could bowl outswing. It was just my natural
I do swing a little bit. My coach said, "Are you swinging the ball in the nets one day?" I was like, "No." He said, "It's just coming out. It's just moving a little bit off the straight." And I was like, "I'm not trying to swing it. My wrist is like bolt up right behind the ball, you know." And he said, "The reason you're doing that is because you got a nice wrist, like James Anderson. Nice wrist."
Yeah, it is all about the wrist actually, and the seam position.
It's all about the wrist. And you know, I've seen Wasim Akram do a masterclass in bowling. How on earth does he turn his wrist like that? I don't know. When he's bowling those in swinging Yorkers and he's using his wrist and you know the rotation. Well, even when he rests his thumb on the ball, how can he bend it like that and resting his? It's just a different sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's very few bowlers that can consistently swing it both ways. You know, when they're trying to, sort of thing. And
he can do it.
Anderson, yeah, I mean, he was the original. James Anderson obviously does it.
Yeah.
Do you remember? And the thing is, when you look at your, I don't know if you want to hear about technical stuff about bowling, but even when you look at your wrist, right, and you put your fingers on the seam, it's always canted or pointed towards first slip. So your natural wrist position is outswing, right? Yeah. To bowl in swing, you have to do something that's actually you have to move it in like this, which is sort of it's an unnatural thing to do.
Yeah. You're right.
So
you're right.
So those bowlers that can do both,
maybe double jointed or something like that in their wrist.
Yeah, they maybe have a bit more flexibility in their wrist, but then you also get some other bowlers who are natural in swing bowlers. Like, do you remember Shane Bond?
Yeah, Shane Bond. Shane Bond. Got a hat trick in Hobart in that one day against Australia.
Yeah, so his natural stop.
And then Bill Laurie said slower ball hat trick, sort of when he was calling that.
Oh yeah.
His career was riddled by back injuries, Shane Bond, but he was very quick in his day.
Oh yeah, he was 150 plus. But his natural stop delivery was an in swinger. I don't know. That was just the way his action was.
I think it was. I think it could shape up to be that way.
And I've watched. I watched Anderson from when he first played for England, and his natural delivery was always an outswinger. But then I think when he was bowling to left-handers all the time, he sort of developed the away swing, and he just kept bowling away swingers to left-handers, which is the in-swinger to the right-hander.
Yeah.
And then he used to bowl that a lot. Can you remember Graham Smith?
Yeah, Graham Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
very determined opener from South Africa. Good captain as well. Best Test record as a captain in the world.
Yeah. So I think his first Test match was against Zimbabwe, but then later that season he played against South Africa, and
South Africa came out. Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's where Graham Smith made 200 at Lords.
He made 200 at Edgbaston and Lords, actually. I think
he did. And they won that game at Edgbaston, I think, to win the series. He was only in his early 20s. He was only newly appointed captain of South Africa. It
was 2003, wasn't it? I'm trying to think what happened there. No, Edgbaston was a big draw.
Sorry, that's right. Yeah, they drew it as Edgbaston.
They won at Lords when Ntini took 10 wickets, and then It'd have been 1-0 up, and then England won at Trent Bridge. It was actually 2-2. That series was 2-2. It was a drawn series. South Africa won at Headingley 2-1, and then England won at the Oval actually to make it 2-2. That was a really good series. Actually, thinking back, that was 2
I remember
years
watching
before.
highlights of that on YouTube. So
Yeah.
you just go through YouTube and you just come across it.
That was 2 years before the 05 Ashes.
Yeah, it was.
So they were building a team in that.
They were, and then Michael Vaughan took over, and then Asher Hussain retired against New Zealand in that test at Lords.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah,
where he got a century.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's
But
been good from Cummins. The best is better since. Yep, sorry.
Since Edgbaston. No, I was going to say the funny thing is I remember the first day one of that South Africa series at Edgbaston. It must have been a really flat wicket because South Africa were at 390 for 1 or something. And I thought, okay, they're going to. Yeah, and I thought to myself, okay, they're going to hammer England this series, but it turned out to be a really good series, 2-2.
Luck is on Pat Cummins' side. He nearly chopped that on. Bit of French cricket.
How far behind are we?
Oh, that nearly hit the off stump.
Well, at least Murphy and Cummins are sort of doing what Wokes and Wood did yesterday.
Yeah, they are. I don't know how much they added on, but it's good. Good partnership. John says, no claim to fame for me, but I got knocked out playing in high school, fielding at a weird short cover. Took up indoor cricket after that. Yeah, indoor cricket's okay.
I played a bit of indoor cricket.
It's a bit different than outdoor cricket, obviously. I played it in school as well. I remember I took a very good caught and bowled. It was hit back to me at full pace, and then I just stuck out my right hand and took it. No one believed it, and I threw the ball up in the air. It was a tennis ball. We played in the gymnasium, and yeah, that was a pretty good reflex catch I took.
Nice.
Great times playing. Played in school cricket, and used to be bowling in the nets and stuff like that with my mates. They weren't into cricket, but they played and they enjoyed themselves. That's the main thing. I wish Nick and Gabe would do that, Jihan. Just get into the nets and just face a few deliveries a little bit. I know Nick's got the bat, but they haven't faced they haven't bowled to each other or batted a little bit. You don't have to do it with a cricket ball. Maybe just do it with a tennis ball or something like that, you know, just get the feel of it. Tape up one side, get it to swing.
Bit of tape ball.
Yeah, a bit of tape ball. That's what you do in backyard cricket.
Yeah. I said to Gabe, sorry, not to Gabe, to Nick, you know, Brett Lee was quite happy to bowl at Piers Morgan. He can come and bowl at you if you want. Like, see how that goes.
No. I wouldn't like to face Binger. He's nasty.
I wouldn't either.
No, I wouldn't like to face him. He was pretty quick, Brett Lee. That spell, he bowled over 160. Another quick bowler from my neck of the woods was Sean Tate.
Oh yeah, he was South Australian, wasn't he? I forgot about that. And Ryan Harris.
He played against Pakistan in Melbourne. He bowled 160 in that over.
Oh yeah. I've seen
150 plus consistently.
I think I watched that live actually, thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like he had Shane Watson at slip, just looking at the screen and going.
And then Brad hadn't taken it behind the stumps, and he's like, "Jesus, banging into the gloves is quick."
Yeah.
You have to stand back to the side screen to catch it, like Jeff Thompson back in the day.
Yeah, you know, I was kind of thinking, you know, there's been so many tail end runs, and mainly for England in this series. Mark Wood, Wokes, Stuart Broad,
Robinson. Anderson to an extent.
I mean, how did Anderson and Bairstow put on 70 or whatever in the last test?
Oh, I don't know. It was mainly Bairstow. Farmed the strike. That's what happened.
Yeah, mainly best. Yeah, but I was thinking if we had a bowler like Sean Tate, surely they could.
He played in that 05 series.
Yeah.
He played a test or two.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
His body let him down again because of his action, of course. The wild thing they used to call him. Slingy action like Lasith Malinga.
Yeah.
And Nick and Gabe reacted to Lasith Malinga's test debut in Darwin.
Yeah, I'm not even
Lasith Malinga. It was him before he had the hair and he was raw and young.
No, I remember.
I remember Justin Langer had that incident with Mahela J. Wardner. He nicked it
and then
wasn't given out. Didn't walk. It slipped.
I remember watching that live. Malinga's first spell.
Yeah, that's when we played test matches in Darwin. And
Darwin and Cairns. Yeah.
Cairns, yeah. Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, yeah. Early 2000s.
And that would have been in the winter, right? That would have been in like June or July.
That would have been in the winter months, yeah.
Yeah. So for me, that would have been in the middle of the summer, but like in the middle of the night.
I think they just wanted to do that as an experiment because, they have that cricket competition in the NT that runs all day, all year.
Oh, do they? I've got no idea about that.
Yeah. I think it's NT 365 or something like that.
Right.
Because it's good weather all year round. It doesn't really, maybe the wet season, but during winter you can still play cricket, whereas in Melbourne you can't because it's just pouring with rain.
Yeah.
Or you have to go to another country and play your games there, like in Dubai or something like that, where it doesn't rain. John says tennis ball with an outer leather-ish cover. Yeah, they can certainly get some cricket balls like that. Maybe Cricket USA can hook them up. And they should get in touch with them, I think.
Oh, by the way, I do have a claim to fame in terms of facing a bowler who has played international cricket. So we were talking about Guyanese cricketers earlier. There is a guy, I think he played a handful of ODIs for the West Indies. He may have even played a test match, I'm not sure. His name was Leon Johnston. And he was one of the next big things in the mid-2000s. Left-hander, sort of batted like Brian Lara. And similar to not Dwayne Bravo, Dwayne Bravo's brother, what was his name? Darren Bravo.
Darren.
Yeah. Similar sort of style to Darren Bravo. Anyway, I
think they're cousins.
They're half brothers. They're half brothers.
Are they? I thought they were cousins for some reason. They're half brothers.
No,
okay.
Half brothers. Yeah, I think different parents, but one same parent. But yeah. Anyway, so this guy was playing club cricket in Kent, and he was playing for a club called Sandwich.
It's an odd name, Sandwich.
It's an odd name.
Yeah, it's an odd name. Just a random place now. I live in Sandwich.
Yeah. That's in fact where I went to school, and there was it's known for the Earl of Sandwich.
Yes, I have heard of him. Yeah, I think that was a drop catch. Was that Crawley? Cummins edged it. I don't think it carried Crawley, but he fielded it and it slipped. Did it carry? Let's have a look at the replay. Came off the face of the bat. No, just bounced in front of Crawley.
So anyway, so this guy was playing for the club side Sandwich, who Marnus Labuschagne has actually played for as well.
Yes, I have heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've played for the same club when I was 11 or 12. I played with. Have you heard of Tammy Beaumont, the England?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just scored 200 in the Women's Ashes Test recently.
Yeah, so I knew her growing up. She went to the same school as me. And I went to school. I played with her older brother. Actually, we were in the same year group, and we played together actually. And she was just a little kid when we were growing up. Playing at the same club. But yeah, I think when I was I must have been 16 or 17, I played a game against that club for my new club. And they had this overseas player who was this West Indian guy who'd come from Guyana. And it was funny because
I think pro or something? Was he like the club pro?
Yeah. So he'd come for an overseas season, and he was smashing us everywhere. And it was literally like I was in the field as a 16 or 17-year-old, and it was literally like you were watching Brian Lara, like a young Brian Lara bat, and smashing us
the same
all over the place.
backlift.
Yeah. It was exactly the same style. It was sort of a cross between Darren Bravo and Brian Lara. And he got to about 30 or 40, and he got out to the spinner. Like, I don't know what he did. I think he edged one to the keeper or something. Really quite innocuously, but he sort of, the whole time he was there, he looked like he could just toy with all of the bowling.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jihan. Scores are level because Murphy got a boundary there.
Nice.
Yes, scores are level.
Are you feeling a bit
bad? Maybe a bit of bat. Anyway, we'll take it.
Are you feeling a bit more confident now?
Well, we got to parity, didn't we? Get a lead of 20 runs, 30. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Every run counts. I think Cummins is batting well than he has done since the first test, to be honest. And Murphy's playing a good hand too.
Tell you what, Murphy's, you wouldn't have,
especially those 3 sixes that he hit off Mark Wood. Did you see Mitchell Marsh's 6 at Headingley, where he pulled Mark Wood front foot for 6 of a deep square leg?
He's very good at picking up the short ball as well.
Yeah, because he comes from Perth, obviously.
Yeah.
You've got to be a good player on the back foot in Perth. Yeah. There he is talking to Andrew McDonald.
Well, I remember when we were streaming the T20 World Cup final in 2021, and I remember one of Nick and Gabe. There's a guy, and I'm not sure if you know the guy. He's like an England. He's like an English fan that does a stream as well. I can't remember his name. So he came on.
Oh, Aaron. Cricket concert.
Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, him.
Yeah.
So
I know Aaron.
I said to him, look, if Trent Bolt or Tim Southey drop short here, I see Mitch Marsh hitting this out of the ground.
And he did.
And he was like, yeah, and he did. He was like, yeah.
And he did. Yeah.
Growing up at the Wacker, he's looking for that.
Good news, Gian. We lead by 1.
Nice.
We lead by 1 run. We're in the positive. It's a lead. It's not a big lead, but it's a lead. It counts. It's just got gloomy again. I don't know. I think England haven't really bowled well. Well, what do you think, Jihan? The same? Just haven't got it right.
Well, there's not a lot going for them with the ball at the moment. Although, how old is the new ball? It can't be that old.
It's not. This is the 99. This is the 100th over, so it's 10 overs old.
Yeah, 19 overs old, isn't it?
Yeah, 19 overs old. So
yeah, but I think the conditions have got a bit easier to bat in at the moment, and they're looking a bit uninspired.
Yeah, they do. John says, "Have we made England bowl 100 overs yet?" Yes, we have, John. We did at Edgbaston, Lords. Are the only 2 tests that we made them at over 100 overs. So we have done it before in the series, John. First 2 tests.
So who's this? Wokes. Yes. Oh, is that another 6?
No. That was a couple of runs.
Jeez, he likes that hook shot, doesn't he?
He does. You know, Ian Chappell says you got to play the hook shot. Got to be good at hooking.
Well, I was thinking the other day. I don't know if you saw, but I did. This was maybe 6 months to a year ago. I suggested Ian Chappell's hooking masterclass.
Yeah. To Nick and Gabe, and they reacted to it finally.
And I was watching that. I was thinking, well, I haven't seen that for a while, but I was thinking the other day, like maybe Travis Head should watch this. Like,
He should. And I've seen that masterclass before Nick and Gabe reacted to it because it just popped up on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
And Ro Belinda, he's got a lot of good stuff. Well, Ian Chappell was always that type of player. He was always taking the positive route, aggressive approach. And he was always a good hooker and puller of the ball. Oh. just short of slip, gets through the hands, get a couple of runs down to third man. Murphy.
And I was actually thinking the other day, like, I was thinking about why Travis Head was struggling with it and knowing what to play and how, how to get on.
He does look ugly when he's
Yeah.
playing the short ball. I think Ricky Ponting said in the last test, I think he closed his eyes, which is not good. You shouldn't be doing that. When Stuart Broad got his 600th wicket, I think I mentioned it in the review. I think that's the easiest wicket that he's got out of the 600 to Travis Head. And it was, pulled it straight to him. Which he didn't need to do. It was just after T. He was building a good partnership with Marsh. He plays that shot.
But the thing is, he has nailed a few pull shots as well.
He has nailed a few pull shots, but sometimes he just needs to probably work on it a little bit more on the nets. Just get someone to bowl short balls at you.
Well, this is the thought I was having. This is the thought I was having. Like, why are some people so much more natural against the short ball and knowing what to do and how to play it than others?
I don't know. I think it just comes down to your skills and talent. Like Ricky Ponting was.
Yeah,
great.
like someone like Ricky Ponting, he was so quick onto any kind of to the pull shot, but he could hook as well. But then if it wasn't in his area, he was able to get out the way also.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have to play at it every time. I like how Labuschagne and Marsh negated Wood in that 30-over period at Old Trafford. They just got out of the way. They ducked. They weaved. They played at the odd one. You pick the right ball to play, and then you leave and duck and dodge and dive. I think helmets have a part to play in that as well. Because back in the old days, you didn't have the protection you do now. So that's why you don't fear. You don't have that fear factor.
Yeah.
Where if you don't have a helmet and a ball comes towards your face, you're saying, oh, what I'm going to do, get out of the way. But with helmets, you got the grills, so you're protected. So that fear factor is not there. But safety, obviously, is paramount. But that's like with Vid Richards. He never wore a helmet because he didn't want to back down to the opposition and say that I'm not going to take a backward step. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to pull you, and he did it well.
I remember the West Indians didn't believe in helmets even up until the '96 World Cup. Like
they kept wearing caps.
In that semi-final against, none of them wore helmets. Like Chanderpaul was batting in a cap against.
They have times to change. Actually, it's the helmet's an interesting story there. And it's actually like like jockeys when they ride horses. It's like a jockey helmet design. Really.
What, you mean the modern one?
No, not the modern one, but the early ones were based off
the early ones
during World Series cricket. Lenny Pascoe, that's his claim to fame. That he was in charge of introducing the helmets. Yeah.
Wasn't it a motorcycling helmet that Tony Gregg used?
They tried that, but you couldn't hear the calling because it muffled the sound.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, because you couldn't hear it.
Right.
When you were wearing it, you're like, what? You said yes or no, and then you get run out. But he actually said on interview that he actually came up with the idea of the helmet.
Tony Gregg?
No, Lenny Pascoe.
Oh, Len Pascoe, okay. Yeah.
He played for Australia in the 70s and was a pretty good fast bowler. Played with Lillian Thompson.
Yeah. I've seen have you seen those Legends of Cricket shows?
Yeah. I watch them every now and again on KO. When I'm bored, just watch one.
I saw
that's where
his
you learn so much, and that's why watch all those just to gain knowledge, and that's why I know so much that I do. That's what someone said. You're like an encyclopedia of cricket. That's what Gabe said to me. You're like a librarian, pick out certain facts and stuff.
So I remember when I was watching that, he reckoned that he was pretty close to being as quick as Jeff Thompson.
Yeah, he's pretty quick. Him and Tomlin used to terrorize people with grade cricket in Sydney.
Yeah,
and they used to be scared. Like, oh, geez, we're facing Tomo and Lenny again. Oh God.
When you look at that scorecard, it looks like England had randomly lost the plot. Right? This is
It's
like
nearly
Edgbaston's
done.
second innings.
I think we're going to play the extra half hour here, but
What time did they play until? What
6:30 yesterday. It's like nearly 3 o'clock for me, so that's usually the cutoff point. John says, hooking is pulling is just in your wheelhouse or not? That's right, John. John says, Pascal also gave the game away after a few... Yeah, he did, to batters, yeah. He lost his bottle a little bit there. He said, nah, this is not for me anymore. That's how he retired. It's a maiden. Australia still lead by 5 runs.
What time is it in Adelaide right now?
2:41.
2:41.
Yeah, Perth's
So
2 hours behind, or 2.5 hours behind.
2.5 hours behind, yeah.
Yeah.
So it usually goes up till 3 a.m. there, does it?
3 a.m., if they go extra half an hour, nearly 4 o'clock or 3:30.
Right, okay.
Like they did at Old Trafford. We had a bit of rain there, The time differences are just...
Oh,
grueling.
that was a good ball.
Todd Murphy.
Lead by 5.
It was better than nothing. Actually, Todd Murphy's scoring quicker than Pat Cummins. He's 34 or 37. That's nearly a strike rate of 100. Cummins 35 of 82.
Well, I thought it was quite funny when he got those runs in Ahmedabad, and the Fox Cricket team were like, does this guy bat? Like, can he
We
hold
don't
it back?
know because, yeah, that sort of makes sense. Yeah, John says Lenny and Rodney Hogg, are the 2 most underrated bowlers I've seen in 40 plus years. Yep.
Rodney Hogg, yeah.
Yeah, Rodney Hogg played for. He got
I think
40 wickets in an Ashes series.
Which one was that? Which Ashes? Do you remember?
I think it was 1981, I think.
Oh.
Or before that, I think.
He was Victorian, right?
I'm not sure. He played for South Australia for a little bit. I think he's from Victoria originally.
Yeah.
He was in that game that Dennis Lilly batted with an aluminium bat. He was 12th man. He had to give the wooden bat to
I took my dad to it was an evening with Alan Border and Rodney Hogg, and basically both came on stage and just talked about cricket, answered questions and stuff. He's a bit of a joker, actually, Rodney Hogg.
Yeah, he is.
Funny guy. I think that's out.
Then Todd Murphy's been given out LBW, but he's reviewed it.
Looks out pretty straight to me.
Yeah. Let's have a look. The angle as well. It's umpire's call. You got to be kidding me. He gave it not out, Thomas. Yeah, it's umpire's
call. He gave
it
out.
He gave it out,
didn't he?
Yeah, he gave it out.
I was thinking... I thought that was out, to be fair. But I think the only way... I completely hate umpire's call. I think it's a ridiculous thing. I think the only way you can get rid of umpire's call, and Virat Kohli completely hates it. He thinks it's ridiculous. I think the only way you can get rid of it is if they keep statistics and tallies of how many goes to each side in a match. So if you consistently go to the umpire or the match referees at the end of the game and say, look, their team got 10 umpires calls their way and we got 0, then they have to change it then. Surely.
Yeah. They have changed the margins slightly. They did a calibration on that.
And again, it's become such a farce that the commentators now start saying the decision that's made by the umpire is what counts here. It's just like, why is that what counts?
Yeah.
You know? So they're
Josh
acknowledging
Hazelwood.
that.
Down the middle with his arm guard on. His best score is 39. That was in Dominica. That was against the West Indies. That's where Adam Verges debuted. Got a century on debut.
Yeah.
Still got a batting average of 60. Minimum certain amount of innings, of course, as it is in cricket.
And look, I'm not sure if I'm just seeing this from a biased lens, but I swear more like so many more umpires' calls have gone to England than they have to Australia this series. I can think of a few off the top of my head, like Ben Stokes, Scott Boland, when he's on 10 or 15, goes umpire's call, hitting a fair bit of the stumps, but it's just umpire's call and impact. At where was that? That was Headingley in first innings.
Yes.
Goes on to get 80, that changes the game. Cameron Green last match off Chris Wokes is just clipping the stumps and it's given out. Umpire's call, literally just clipping the stumps.
Yeah, those are the fine margins.
And then and David Warner at Lord's second innings off Josh Tongue. It's literally just clipping the stumps. He's going well on 25, looking like he's going to bat well, and then he gets that. So those are the reasons I'd get rid of it.
Well, yes. Well, yeah, a lot of people have shared those thoughts as well about umpire's call. What a shot from Josh Hazelwood. Gets it past backward point for 4.
Hazelwood hitting 4.
Jihan, you've disappeared.
Have I?
Yeah, you've turned your camera off by mistake. Because John's mentioned that. Yeah. So if you turn your camera back on, you should see it on the bottom of your screen. It says stop cam, or if you click on that, that will bring your camera back on. There you go. We're all good now.
Can you see me now?
You're a little bit blocked off on the top.
No, I'll tell you what it is. It's so I've got another webcam, and for some reason that's actually.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's better. There we go.
Yeah, I've just taken the other webcam off. So.
John says the audio is fine. Yeah, no worries, John. We're sorted the problem out. We're all good. The lead is 9. Getting towards the end of the day. If Australia can survive until the end of the day, I think that's a win. If we can get 300,
nice shot from Hazelwood, wasn't it? That was a pretty good shot.
Just, glided that nicely through backward point.
Could teach Marnus Labuschagne a thing or two.
He does well to dig out that Yorker from Works. They don't run. That's good. Cummins is in charge. He wants to face as many overs here. This series has been up and down, hasn't it? You're not surprised that this series is shaping up to be this sort of thing, sort of playing this way. And
I have a stoic chin. I'm not sure what that means. I have a stoic chin, according to John.
Oh, really? Oh. Okay. Just having a look at the partnerships. There's only been one 50-run partnership. I thought Murphy and Cummins added 50. They were on 49. My mistake. Got to cross that out of my notes for the review. James Anderson back. It's nearly 6:30. Ticking down nearly. It's around about 6:20 local time in England. So we've got 10 or so minutes. We'll probably get maybe a couple of overs in. You won't get all the overs in.
So who do you think's ahead in the game at the moment?
Well, obviously Australia's got a lead. So I'll probably say them. But you would say, oh, that was a full toss from Anderson that slipped out of the hand. It was nearly above the waist, but it dipped.
Cummins-Murphy
Throwing that,
partnership has
Jimmy.
sort of changed things around, isn't it?
It has. I would say. Oh, that was a slower ball. He bowled that from the back of the hand. Anderson. Just sort of came out like that. Something like James Faulkner used to bowl. Yeah, James Faulkner. He's a name from the past. He used to bowl those slower balls. Played that wonderful knock in India in that one-day series in 2013. Scored a match-winning 100. Part of the World Cup in 2015 as well. Man of the match in the final.
Man of the match in the final, yeah.
Yeah, never played again for Australia. His knee, had some problems there.
It was a bit of a waste of a talent, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. He was talented. He could play a little bit. Played a test. He played here at the Oval in 2013. His only test.
Yeah.
In that Ashes series. Right, Ben Stokes has got the field spread. Everyone's on the boundary except for the keeper and the bowler. So you've got a deep long on, deep long off. Got a deep cover, deep backward point. You've got a deep square leg, got a deep mid wicket.
What do you think Anderson said to Cummins then?
I don't know. He said something. Jimmy, still firing on all cylinders. The lead is 10.
Yeah. I mean, my only worry is I know that the Oval can become a very flat pitch. And if the conditions are good tomorrow, England might just go, hell up.
Ballistic.
Yeah, exactly.
They might. We should wait and see. But tomorrow is a new day, as they say. Cricket's a funny game. And judging by the batting in this test match, it's probably going to go a similar way in terms of how England are going to go about things.
But I think what I would say is Australia, they are at the lower end at least. They're showing the same fight that they did in Edgbaston.
They did,
which is good. We don't want them to be blown away like they were at Headingley.
No, they've scored 109 runs in this session. 27.4 overs. Which is pretty good. Hazelwood, he can bat. Channel your inner Glenn McGrath off. He got 61 against New Zealand, with Jason Gillespie, who got 50 in that partnership. And then Dizzy got 200 in Bangladesh, and he never played again. He always brings it up whenever there's a sportsman dinner or something like that. Brings it up. How long you've got?
So Hazelwood just played a great shot through the covers.
Yeah, he did for the covers, but didn't quite get to the boundary. And the square runs lengthways here at the Oval, so if it gets on the pitches, it will race away for 4.
So, Jack, interesting fact. My very first test match, the one that I actually, first test match I attended, was at the Oval.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yep, 2001, the 5th test. Justin Langer got 100 on the first day, coming back into the side, replacing Michael Slater. And
he did, came in as an opener, didn't he? And that pretty much sealed Michael Slater's career, really. And Justin Langer got a second crack at it.
Yeah.
Because he thought that was going to be the end, really, as JL says, when he reflects on it. And he wasn't an opener, he came in and batted at his debut test was against the West Indies in that Adelaide test in 92, where they won by a run. And he made 50 and got hit on the back of the head. And David Boone said, "There's no heroes in Test cricket, son. Retire hurt." And he's like, "Mr. Boone, so why are you saying that?" It's quite funny when he recalled that, JL.
It's funny you should say that because he got hit on the back of the head after getting to his 100 and retired hurt in the game.
And David Boone retired hurt because he got hit on the arm, got a broken arm. And then JL said, "There's no heroes in Test cricket, son. Retire hurt." And Booney said, "You know what? I think you're right. The keg on legs." They used to call him, David Boone.
Yeah, keg on legs.
Played for Durham County Cricket.
Durham, was it?
Yeah, it was Durham. Oh, Pat Cummins, he smoked that. Oh, how on earth has he done that, Ben Stokes? I think it's, is that out or 6? How on earth did he save that? I can't believe it. I'm speechless.
I have completely. I'm still waiting for that.
Oh, you'll see. Ben Stokes, he reined it in. He saved the 6 and he caught it. But the umpires are going to have a check here, whether or not if that's 6 or not. Pat Cummins is walking off. It's a good shot, but I think it's out. They're looking upstairs, the umpires. Now then, did he touch the did he touch the rope? That's the question. When he was backpedaling, did he touch the rope as he caught the ball? No doubt about it. He took it cleanly, the catch. But did he touch the rope? That's the next question. We have to zoom it up.
Seem to do that pretty easily.
Yeah, I think everyone knows it's out. And it is. That's a pretty good catch. But Australia got a lead of 12. So, Pat Cummins. Yeah, you can't blame Pat Cummins for doing that. He had to do what he needed to do in order to get the runs. But a good innings from Pat. He's bounced back well after a tough test in Manchester.
How much do you reckon Australia be happy chasing?
I would say no more than 250, I think.
250, so
minimum.
Yeah, so we need to know England.
They would like a lot less, obviously, but minimum, maybe 200 to 250, maybe 240.
It's funny. Sometimes I ask that question and the response is 10.
Yeah, being realistic,
Yeah.
Give you a is that is that stumps or Australia all out for 295? Josh Hazlewood's not out again. Another not out for Josh Hazlewood at number 11. He's not out on 6. Cummins made 36. And
that's pretty good. That's a pretty good catch, isn't it? He's made that.
That was a pretty good catch. He's setting himself pretty well.
He's made that look pretty simple.
Made it look pretty easy.
Yeah.
Pat it is stumps. Yes, it was because we're nearly 6:30, so the wicket fell, so it's automatically stumps. That is the end of the day.
So, I would, in my opinion, I think that's England's day.
I think you're probably right there. England have done well to fight back. Australia have got a lead of 12, and
I can kind of see this going the same way as Headingley, to be honest. So,
yeah, I really do. I do think that could be the case. Your assessment of the day, Jihan? Same story for the Australian batters, getting in, getting out, starts, didn't convert them. You would say Smith batted probably the best out of the lot. He made 71.
I don't like to blame it all on one guy, but there was one batsman today that just was going nowhere.
Arnott?
Yeah. And England were completely happy with him doing that because they knew at some point he'll get out and then a couple of wickets will follow in a cluster.
Yeah, so it was a little bit of a weird sort of innings from Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah. And not just him. I think even Khawaja was going a bit too slow as well.
Yes.
You're digging yourself into a hole if you're struggling to get above 2 runs and over for a prolonged period of time. I thought Smith batted pretty well, but it's almost like Smith batted well because he had no choice. As in, he had no choice but to try and score runs.
On the situation, he had to bat the way he had to. So that's sort of the situation played into his hand.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
there.
they should bat like that, as if they haven't lost wickets, like when they haven't lost wickets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But
yeah,
you would say a bit disappointing. It was an opportunity for Australia to get a lead of maybe 150, 200 if they batted well.
yeah.
They got a lead of
Yeah,
12, which
I'm
is
quite
better than
disappointed
nothing, I
because
suppose.
I'm seeing this game going exactly the same way as 4 years ago.
It
And
looks
and
it
and
is
Australia
very similar.
and Australia this time cannot complain about the conditions. They've had good conditions to bowl in.
No, to be
Um,
fair, I think both sides have batted really ordinary in this test match if we have to be critical of
but
that.
Australia take their catches and
Yes, and England probably all out for
I reckon 200.
under
I
200
reckon they
maybe.
could have nailed them for 200.
Mm.
And I don't think England have bowled that well that they have had the right to restrict Australia to whatever, they get 290 or whatever. It's not like they just knocked them over. They've just
Yes.
strangled them, basically. I mean, this is not a one-day game. It's a test match.
No, it's a test match. That's
Yeah.
right, and it's been that sort of thing. But
And I think that's just been a problem for Australia throughout the whole series.
it has. It really has, and it's a bit frustrating.
And it's such a contrast because England, they throw the bat, they'll score 5 runs and over, but they can get out.
Yes, they just throw caution to the wind,
but they can get out at any point because they're playing so many shots, and not a lot of them are great shots. They're going to get out at some point.
No,
but
they're not.
They're just about get enough runs to strangle Australia, to keep the pressure on Australia. 200. What do they get? 280 or
283.
Yeah, it's not a great score on that pitch. Like, it's an all right score. It's a middling score. It's okay. But that's all they need to be able to strangle Australia and stop them from scoring and really putting that scoreboard pressure on them.
Yeah, it does. Bit of a disappointing day.
Yeah, sorry, it's very frustrating for me to watch because I'm just getting 2019 vibes all over again.
Yeah, same here. And probably you think, it could be a drawn series again, and then people will make their assessments. But Australia can still win. They're not out of it. They've got a lead of 12, and if they bowl better than they did in the first innings tomorrow morning, or should say today, bowl better lines and lengths, then they can take wickets and put pressure on England, which they did in the first innings in some parts. But they need to take the chances. You can't be dropping 5 chances again. You can't be affording to do that in the third innings of a match. But pressure on England.
I think they have to bowl fantastically well tomorrow. Really, ideally, as you say, restricting to 250.
That's the number in mind. That's the number in mind. But if they can bowl them out for less,
well, that would be great. Yeah,
that would be great.
At the same time, I can see the pitch flattening out and England batting like it was Old Trafford again. That's my fear.
You take a bit of spin for Murphy. He's dry underneath, so he could be a part in the game. He's got a role to play.
That is true.
We didn't used him in the first innings. Gave him a chance, and he picked up a couple of wickets. Question for England: is Moeen Ali going to bat at 3? I don't think he will. May bat down the order. May bat at number 11. You don't know because of the time he's off the field. So he's going to make that time up before he can. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I got that the wrong way around. With penalty time, but I don't think he has to incur penalty time in this case. It's an internal injury, so he doesn't have to incur penalty time under the laws. So he doesn't have to make up any time, so he can bat whenever he wants to, whether at number 3 or number 8 or 9 or 10 or 11, take your pick. John says, where does Australia go from here? Quite disappointed with the mindset.
Yeah, I am as well.
I think they're still got to be positive. Australia got to be looking to win this match, win this test match. What's on the line? A series win in England. And you may never have another opportunity again to do it because the team in 4 years' time will be very different to the team now. Same with England, of course, but that's in 4 years. But you've got an opportunity to go out there and You got nothing to lose, basically. You can't lose the Ashes. So you got nothing to lose. Got to go out there, got to be positive and look to take wickets and have attacking fields. Don't be afraid to get hit for runs. Yesterday, on day one, we saw defensive fields from Australia at times. Kept the fielders back and easy singles. Can't be doing that. It's like at Old Trafford. Well, they did that. That didn't work. So maybe bowl Yorkers. I want to see more Yorkers. Change up slower balls. Do something different. Something that's not predictable all the time. The odd short ball, then and there. So they've got to be upbeat. And I think they'll be disappointed with the batting performance. They should be. There's an opportunity for them to get to 150 lead or something like that. But there's still plenty to play for. It's not all doom and gloom. You've got to be positive and they've got to be upbeat. They've got to start well in that first session. It's a cliche, as we say, Jihad, but the first hour will be crucial tomorrow on day 3 of this test.
I think the way I see Australia winning this match is pretty much very similar to Edgbaston. So just keep trying to take wickets. England's tail are just going to keep thrashing and scoring 100, 150 for the last few wickets. That's fine, but you might have to restrict them to 280 at a push, and then work your way through to 280. It might have to come down to Cummins and Murphy or Hazelwood or whatever towards the end to get us over the line. That's.
I hope not.
That's potentially that's the only way I can see Australia winning this, because what they should have done is batted properly and got 450 in this innings instead of just getting completely stuck.
They should have. Cricket doesn't quite go to plan, as we know.
Yeah.
You have a plan, but it doesn't quite work out. So then you have to try and think about another plan. The plan is about just taking wickets and breaking through. I thought they did that well in the first innings, but they should have took their chances and catches. There were 5 drop catches.
And we need an inspired performance from Pat Cummins. With the ball.
Mitchell Stark as well. He bowled well in the first innings. He got 4 wickets.
The good thing about this pitch is there is some extra pace and balance, so the ball will carry to the slips and gullies.
I think there's still a little bit in the surface. I think.
Yeah.
If you bowl in the right areas, bend your back, you're going to get something out of the surface. We saw that from England. They got a bit of swing, a little bit of seam, not much turn. Joe Root didn't bowl that much, but for Murphy there could be a bit of turn there for him. It's quite dry underneath. So if you're an Australian fan, you would be, I think both set of fans would be content with how the game is. It's poised. I would say that it's evenly poised.
Evenly poised at the moment. But I think I would have to say, if England end up winning this match, I would have to concede that Australia were very lucky to retain the Ashes here.
You would probably think so. John says, I can't see Australia winning with the mindset is too regimented.
That's why I worry as well.
Different mindset is required. I don't know. Different players have different ways of thinking. But, if you're an Australian supporter, you'll be disappointed. You'll be frustrated. But you won't be too disappointed knowing that Australia's already retained the Ashes. It's not like this is do or die. It wasn't 2-2. It was 2-1.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Australia are holding court with England here. They're not getting belted as the
no, they're not.
English media would make you believe, and Piers Morgan and people like
they're
this.
not. They're still managing to find a way to hang in there.
Yeah.
When England are scoring 5 runs and over, Australia have to find a way to stop that run scoring, because I think they broke a record. They scored off the first 15 balls of the test or something. They didn't face a dot ball at all. It's just easy singles.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
And that was sort of like batting like a one-day match in the first 10 overs. You just rotate the strike.
And it's almost as if Marnus wanted to take that record to the other extreme today.
Probably not the slowest ever test innings. Which I don't know who holds the record. I think it's Jeffrey Boycott. I think it's someone else. In terms of minutes batted, the longest amount of balls faced for a test inning. So some significant note. I think it's Marnus was certainly looking for that record. But yeah, he'll be disappointed. but I thought the tailenders contributed, which we haven't seen from the
Yeah.
series. Murphy batted well. Cummins batted better than he did. Obviously, the last few tests, he batted like he batted at Edgbaston. And he's capable, Pat. You know, he can bat. He's got a test 50 or two. That was against India in 2018-19 at Melbourne. So
I mean, the other thing is there's always the chance that England completely throw this away tomorrow as well.
That's right. Can't rule
especially
that out.
Especially if Australia hold their catches.
That's right.
Yeah.
John says it's not the players, it's the brains trusts. Life goes on one way or the other. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably Debs, probably Andrew McDonald, maybe, probably the coach.
This is Romble, yeah.
Well, yeah, Andrew McDonald. We were talking about that test match in Sydney in 2008-9. He made his debut in that test. He got the wicket of Hashim Amla, I think.
Did he?
Came off a crack. Yeah, came off a crack and he got him out. I think it was caught and bowled, I think. He chipped it straight back to him. Didn't play much test cricket, Andrew McDonald.
I remember when he did play.
Handful
anyway,
of tests.
Jack, thanks for having me on. I've really enjoyed this whole stream. I hope you've enjoyed having me on.
No worries, Jihan. It's been great to have you on. And thanks everyone for joining us for pretty much the whole day, really. 7 hours we streamed.
Wow, it was a long stream again.
Well, to make up for the time lost that we didn't stream the third and fourth tests, obviously. So just thought I'd take a bit of a break and come back for this last test of the series. But we've got more stuff to come at in the next few months. Obviously, World Cup, of course, in India. South Africa and Australia in South Africa, that ODI series. India as well in Australia. World Cup, and then the home summer. So we've got a lot of coverage on the podcast there. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe. Please subscribe. We nearly to 700 subscribers. Get us to 1,000. You know, we want to tick over that milestone of 1,000 runs in a calendar year, if I can say that, which is always good for a batter in cricket, especially Test cricket. So support the channel out. Check out our episodes. It's easy to do, really. You just subscribe to our YouTube channel, click the bell so you can get all the notifications for the live stream so you don't miss out. And come on and have some fun like me and Jihan did today, and John and others who may have come in and watched the stream today. And follow us on our various social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. And we're also available on Anchor, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. That's where you can listen to us, which we're doing really well there. And if you haven't done that already, please do. But we will be back for this last test at the Oval. We may be back towards the end of the test match, maybe day 4, maybe day 5, if it does go to that length. Which you would think that this test match is probably going to go to day 5. I think it's going to go all 5 days, I think. Maybe day 4, maybe. We shall have to wait and see. John says, I think day 4 should be the last stream for this series. Great to listen to you both and putting up with my nonsense. It's a pleasure, John. It wasn't nonsense. Wow. It was...
Thank you for putting up with my nonsense.
Well, it's good to talk to someone for once, Jihan, rather than talking to yourself for 7 hours. But I did ask Gabe to come on, but I thought he would be busy with other stuff and obviously stuff like that. But we may get him on for a review of the series, maybe. Something, I don't know, if he's available to do that. I know
so you prefer talking to someone on the stream than doing solo?
It's a bit easier than yourself because you have to talk to yourself, and then if you have someone who's here with you with a conversation, that's much easier.
Yeah.
So it gets a little bit tedious when you're talking to yourself, listening to yourself over again. I'm sort of used to that because we're recording the podcast episodes. Yeah.
Sure.
You're used to that. And it's not an easy thing to contend with. So it gets a little bit boring sometimes. You get a sore throat as well.
Right. Okay.
So but now we do it because we're passionate and we care. Even if the Australian team go through some bad patches of form or some very tough performances to watch. But that's a part of cricket. There are ups and downs. And no worries, John. It's been great talking to you as always. And to be honest, we want more people watching the podcast and the streams. You can share it around. It will help. That's why we asked all of you for some feedback, whether you watch our streams or not, so we can help you improve your experience on the podcast. And another thing I forgot before I forget, we're on Substack, everyone. So Substack is a sort of site where you can subscribe to us and you can get articles and newsletters and other stuff, episodes of podcast episodes as well. All you need to do is go to Substack. The link to that is in the description below of this live stream, and you can put your email address in there. It's free. It's all good to sign up, and you can get notifications and get emails on articles that we're going to post, because I'm going to do that more on various things in cricket. Also, newsletters. We may have a weekly or monthly newsletter where people like Jihan and other people can send in their comments for our newsletter on thoughts on cricket, and we share that around with the community. So we're trying to do that. We're in the process of setting that up. So that's in the link in this description. So if you want to do that, you can. We're just trying something different. Hopefully that will work. So yeah, it's just something different, something new. I thought it was a fun thing to do. Maybe a weekly, monthly newsletter, and then people can write in and stuff like that as they do. And also we'll probably post some maybe exclusive content. Maybe you can support us in terms of payment, but obviously we don't have that feature on YouTube as yet. Obviously, with super chats and membership or whatever. But on this sort of thing, you can, if I do set it up like that. You don't have to. But we are thinking about that down the track. So that's something that we need to do. So yeah, check us out on that. It's a simple thing to do. Just copy and paste your email and subscribe to our channel. John says, I'm supposed to make brekkie in an hour. Sleep is overrated. I think so too, John. I think so. It's 3:00 where I am, nearly 4:00, and the late nights do get you, but it's worth it in the end, isn't it, Jihan? It's worth it in the end to watch cricket.
It'll be worth it if Australia win. That's the way I see it.
Certainly get an edge pasture.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. Yeah.
Thank you for that, John. So yeah, going back to Substack, make sure you check us out there. I know Jared Kimber's on there as well. He posts these articles and other content. So we just thought try something different. But do let us know what you want, everyone. Do let us know. Send us in stuff that you want us to do. Our email address is on our YouTube channel in the description, in our bio. So do send in some stuff that you want us to do on the podcast. What do you want me to do? Do you want to interview a certain guest, get a guest on, or do you want us to do something different in terms of our episodes, or do you want me to cover some different things, maybe some world cricket? Because we're purely based on Australian cricket, obviously. But if you want us to cover other games as well, we did that in the early years of the podcast, but then it got too much. I used to cover other games as well, barring Australian matches, but that has been the case because it's just been too busy. So if you want us to do that, or you want us to bring different people on, do you want to have more interactions, more live streams? We want to know what you want. So do let me know so we can make the podcast a better experience for everyone, because I'm trying my best and we need the support. We need to build the community. We've got over 680 odd people on YouTube, and then people following us on Instagram and Twitter, which is over 120 followers, which is good. And also, we do have a percentage of you that haven't subscribed to the podcast. There's more than 80% or someone that haven't subscribed on our YouTube channel. So we need you to get subscribing and convert those non-subscribers to subscribers. But make sure you check us out there as well, and enjoying the podcast. But it's been great support by everyone that's given me over this journey, and we want to make it better. We want to make it exciting. We're optimistic about this upcoming summer. We may be doing some different things. You don't know. The opportunities are endless. We may do some different things that will help the experience. But obviously, Jihan, your thoughts on the podcast. How can you convince people that the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast is for them?
I've been putting the word out about your podcast, to be honest. So I've let quite a few of my mates know about your podcast and what you do. Everyone that I know who's into cricket. So yeah, I think you should be getting a few more subscribers coming in soon, which is always a good thing.
I hope so. We did very well in the in last summer with our live streams, of course, West Indies and South Africa and Zimbabwe and New Zealand, playing those various formats. Obviously, we had a lot of people join us for that, but not so much in this Ashes series. Unfortunately, it's dropped off a little bit.
Maybe because of the time of day, possibly.
Maybe the time of day. Maybe YouTube's a funny thing, isn't it? So it's just the way the algorithm is. But
there was a time when you talked about not doing streaming anymore at all. But
yes, I did.
Back into it. So
continue
for a period. Sorry. You reckon you're going to continue doing it for a while?
If people want us to keep doing it, then we'll keep doing it. But
I enjoy them. To be fair.
I know you do, Gian. Obviously, you and John are always on our streams, and you're the only people, really, to be honest. If people want us to keep streaming, we can. If you want more streams like this, or you want other things that are different, rather than, probably more interactions with subscribers, sort of like this. But maybe in a different sort of format that isn't live streamed or broadcast on the podcast. So we can chat about cricket, as many people do, many cricket channels do. So we can do that. Let us know. We want to know what you want to have on the channel. What sort of feedback do you want to give us? So, so with that will help us a lot. And hopefully the numbers will improve. Going forward, but it's been good, and I hope everyone can do that. Jihan, your thoughts on this test match? You've already shared those thoughts, but your crystal ball prediction for day 3. It's usually moving day in a test match, as it's touted. How do you see Australia going tomorrow? How do you see England approaching it? Do you think it's going to be another arm wrestle of a day of test cricket, back and forth, as it has been in the series? So what are your predictions for the third day of this test?
To be honest, I'm actually quite worried about where this match is going. I reckon, unless England have a complete shocker, I reckon they can get 350 to 400 in the third innings, and I think that's going to be too much for Australia to chase in the fourth innings. Unfortunately, I think it's frustrating for me because Australia still look the better team, man for man, and in terms of skill and the way they can play, but they're just I don't know.
It's just these little moments, lapses and concentration.
Well, the batting is just playing like a shell of themselves completely. And the bowling was all over the place yesterday in the best conditions they've had in the series, but they bowled well as well, 50%, 60% of the time. So they did well to bowl them out for 280, but I think they've thrown it away with the bat, unfortunately.
Yeah, they have. That's been the theme in the series. So but a new day on day 3.
It's a new day tomorrow, so we'll see what happens.
Absolutely.
My worry is that England will run away with the game because the weather's going to be pretty good tomorrow. But then there's also the chance that they may completely fall flat on their face as well. So we'll just have to see what happens.
Well, as we saw in the first innings, they only faced 54 overs and they were bowled out for 283.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
anything is possible. John says, Jihan does sustain somewhat of a British accent for a Western Australian. Work more on that, mate. Pulling your leg, as John says. A bit of a joke there. And before we go, I thought we'd just end on a bit of a light note, bit of a cricket trivia sort of thing. Jihan, I know you asked me about some umpiring questions on our previous stream when we did the Lord's Test, which we did for 7 hours. I've got some questions for you and maybe John, if you're still listening with us. All right. So here's a scenario for you, an umpiring scenario. What should you do as an umpire here? All right. So the bowler, right?
Yeah.
Bowls to the batter. Bowls a short ball, and it goes way over the batter's head, and it hits the side screen on the full over the boundary.
Mm-hmm.
What is your decision? How many runs do you award? And depending on how you judge the height, either byes or wides, but how many runs should you award? So the ball bounced. It was a short ball, but it bounced over the batter's head on the full to the side screen over the boundary.
Okay.
So,
look, I don't know. This is what I would think it was, but I have no idea if this is right or not. In my mind, I'm thinking that is what you would call 7 wides. So a wide that's gone for 6 byes, counted as 7 byes.
A lot of people get stumped on this, if I can use that cricketing word, stumped. No, not quite. You want to have another guess?
Okay, so it's basically a bouncer that's gone over the batsman's head and hit the sight screen on the full, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So without touching the ground, it's hit on the full. So the batter hasn't reached it or hasn't touched it. The keeper hasn't stopped it. So,
and how far over the batsman's head is it?
Well, not by much. Probably that height, maybe.
So I mean
but it's gone way over. The batter can't reach it. It's just gone way over. It's just gone sort of like that angle, sort of like that.
Okay. So that would still be a wide, I would have thought.
It's up to interpretation. You can either give it as byes or wides, so you don't have to get that right. But
okay, all right, okay. Let's just assume.
What is your
byes,
decision based on that? How many runs are awarded?
Okay, let's assume it's not a wide and it's given as byes. 4 byes. Or was it 6 byes?
I'm not going to reveal the answer. I'm going to go into John's answer here. John says 6 byes or wides plus 1 for the no ball if called. Could be. All right, Jihan, you're actually right. It's actually 4 runs.
4 byes.
It's either 4 byes or 5 wides, depending on how you judge it. Because it can't be 6. You can't give 6 runs because it has to come off the bat for a 6.
Okay.
You can't give it a 6. So even if it goes over in that sort of scenario, you may think it's 6, but it's 4, boundary 4, because it has to come off the bat for a 6.
For a 6, okay, that makes sense. So I would say I would give that 5 wides then. I wouldn't give it.
You either give it 5 wides or 4 byes, depending how you judge the height of it. So that's well done. You got it right there. Not many people know that. So,
but that rarely happens.
That rarely happens. But in that scenario, you get that question asked you in umpiring questions all the time.
You need Jeff Thompson to do that, right?
Did that really happen, or was that just the stuff of myth and legend? Could have done.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one. All right, so there are 2 sides. There's a batting side and bowling side. The bowling side are bowling to the chasing side who are chasing, and the scores are level. So if they're 9 down, so the side chasing are 9 down,
Mm-hmm.
The scores are level, and if a wicket falls, then it's a tie, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a spinner bowling to a batter, and he bowls a wide delivery that the batter advances down the wicket, and he's out of his ground. The keeper takes it, and he's out stumped, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can be stumped off a wide, obviously.
Yeah.
But what is the result of the match? So the scores are high. So the scores are level. The stumping happens.
Yeah.
So you would think that's the end of the match, but what is the result of the match? Who wins and by how much?
How many down are they?
Basically. Sorry?
How many down are they?
They're 9 down, and the scores are level. And the spin bowler bowls a wide delivery, which is wide of the stumps, and it's called a wide. So you can be stumped off a wide. Yeah, and the batter is out stumped in the end.
So the batting team wins, don't they? They're all out, but they still win because they got the last run.
Okay, so what will be the result then? So who wins? Is it the fielding side or the batting side facing? Or if it's a tie? It's in the laws. It's in the laws. It's under the laws.
Well, the scores are tied before this happens, right?
Yeah, before the ball's bowled, this penultimate ball of the match.
Yeah.
The scores are level. They're 9 down the chasing side. It's a tie. So, but the batter gets out stumped, but it's called a wide as well. Yeah. So what is the result of the match?
So my interpretation of this would be, let's say, for example, that they're 199 for 9. The fielding side has scored 199, and they need 200 to win, right?
Yeah.
And this happens. So I would say that they're now 200 all out, stumped, but they get a run for the wide, which means that they are all out, but they won because they got that final run from the wide.
All right. John says it's a tie. Okay. Well, this rarely happens, but the answer to it is the fielding side win by a wicket, and they're still 9 down because the wide doesn't count. The stumping doesn't count, sorry.
So the stumping doesn't count.
Because it doesn't make sense, doesn't it? If you're all out but you win, it doesn't make sense. So you have to win by one.
So who wins then?
The side chasing.
Oh, okay. So they're 200.
Because the wide's the extra. And they need 1 run.
Oh, okay. So you can't get the stumping if they've gone over the line.
Because the wide overrides the stumping. Because as soon as the ball hits the bowler's hand, it's considered to be a wide once it passes the striker. Then you call wide. Then you can be stumped off a wide, but that extra, the wide, 1 run, the batting side chasing win by a wicket. Because it doesn't make sense when you've got all the runs and you're all out, doesn't it? So there you go.
Oh, so you're saying that you can't get the stumping once the result
overrides it. Yeah.
Because
it's like with extras, like when teams bowl a no ball or wide, and that's the end of the game. Sort of like that.
Yeah. Okay.
I
suppose that makes sense. Yeah.
A lot of people get confused on that. If I told that to Nick and Gabe, I would told that to Gabe Jihan, he's partial to the bowlers. He'd say, "How come that's not a wicket?" Because it doesn't make sense, doesn't it, in logic? Because you can't score all the runs and then get out. So it's under the laws.
You're basically saying you can't get a wicket after the game has been finished.
Yeah, that's right.
After the game has been won.
Yeah. John says, as soon as I typed it, I knew I was wrong. Yeah, you think it would be a tie, but they got that 1 run for the wide, and the stumping that gets pushed out to the side. So they win by a wicket. So there you go. Which is not a lot of people know that. And as an umpire, you should, just in case that happens. But that rarely happens. Now, if it was a super over, there's another story. But I think, that should be all right. just a bit of fun there to end our stream. Test your knowledge
No.
in the laws. As we always do the umpiring questions. We may bring that back because I do have a lot of umpiring scenarios and conundrums that we always have.
I find those completely interesting, to be honest. So they're
Yes,
great.
actually, Han Solo, Jihan, actually bought that book that I get the questions from. So,
Okay.
So he knows all the answers already before I even ask them.
I got into a bit of an argument with Han Solo about Duckworth-Lewis this was a while ago. I think it may have been during the T20 World Cup. But it was funny. I think he didn't seem to understand how scores could be adjusted if you knew what overs needed to be bowled. And I was trying to say to him, well, the reason they're adjusted is you didn't know it was going to be reduced at the start when you were batting.
Yes.
So you're batting as if, yeah.
So you didn't know it was going to rain when you were batting. So
yeah.
The scores will have to be adjusted.
So if it's 20 overs, you're batting as if you're batting for 20 overs. You're not knowing that it's going to be reduced at that time. So
yes, and then obviously you'll go through that calculations.
Yeah.
All right, okay. We lost 5 overs here, so 15 overs in the match. We have to chase X amount of runs.
Yeah.
I haven't had to do that as an umpire myself with Duckworth-Lewis, but I don't think we have that in our competition. I know in other comps you do. You have to make those calculations, and they're pretty hard. You have to get the table out, and I've seen teams, and in international cricket do it with the getting the paper out of their pocket when they're batting.
Yeah.
Saying how many runs do we need at this point for the past score? But it's on the scoreboard these days. And
South Africa are experts at that, aren't they?
The 2003 World Cup. Yeah. They didn't know what the pass score was against Sri Lanka. And that cost them, really, in the end. But obviously, 1992 was different when they needed 22 runs off one ball. And Nick and Gabe did do a video on that.
Yeah. Well, I saw that, yeah.
It wasn't for those reasons as mentioned in the video. I don't really believe that sort of thing. It was just the laws of the day and the playing conditions that were in place. It was with run rate. They did that with run rate sort of thing. That didn't really work out. So they binned that and they went with Duckworth-Lewis, and we've had that ever since.
Yeah.
John says, never argue with Han. He still thinks penguins are better than Tim Tams.
Tim
Tams quite good. I haven't had a Tim Tam in a while. Actually,
I won't weigh in with that argument because I think I'll annoy a few people. But
I've never heard of penguins before. Tim Tams.
They're the British Tim Tam, pretty much.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Tried Marmite once. No, didn't like that. Vegemite for me, not Marmite. Tastes like meat.
I don't like either, to be honest.
Really? Well, the problem with people with Vegemite is that they add too much.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay.
Just a little bit on your toast. Otherwise, it's too salty. But I haven't had that in years either.
Lots of salt.
I know Nick tried some British food once. On Boring Reviews, he did that with Jody, I think.
Yeah.
Different foods and different tastes. That maybe we should probably send a jar of Vegemite to either Nick or Gabe or something. Have them taste Vegemite or Tim Tams or whatever. Or,
I'd love to see Gabe's reaction to Vegemite.
Yeah, well, he probably said, "Ugh, what is this stuff? It's yeast extract. That's what it is. Put it on your toast." Yeah, it's a bit salty. This you put too much on, Gabe. Put too much. But that would be cool. But at least for Gabe, he's got the ashes in his possession now.
True.
John earned to him to Nick and Gabe. It arrived safely, obviously, John.
They've got baggy greens as well.
Yeah.
They've got baggy green. I don't have a baggy green replica.
Yeah, someone sent them to them ages ago. This was back in 2020. Someone who subscribed to the channels sent them in. Said, "Here you go. I got some baggy greens for you."
That's pretty awesome, I think. Yeah.
Well, obviously they're not the authentic ones, obviously.
Yeah.
But they're still a nice thing. I'm quite jealous, actually. I want a baggy green on that some sort. Maybe I can get one made or something. Anyway, but you can get them from auctions or collections. People have baggy greens that you can get, but obviously, some people think it's not right when you wear a baggy green that you haven't earned. Obviously, it's only when you play for Australia. I think Ian Chappell said it's only a piece of fabric that doesn't really mean much. Bill Laurie used his to clean out his pigeon loft and had pigeon poo on it. I think Bill Woodford used it to paint his fence and he had paint over it. They didn't take care of their baggy greens. They didn't really consider it as Steve Waugh did, which fell apart.
I was going to say, I think Steve Waugh made a big deal of the baggy green. Apparently, when during the 2001 Ashes, they went to
Wimbledon wearing them, and Warney didn't like that. He said that's the ridiculous thing we've ever seen.
I rarely agree with Warney on these kind of things, but I kind of do on this particular thing. I would have thought that was pretty embarrassing to turn up to.
I think it was. Some wore them. I know Tugger did. Yeah. Adam Gilchrist did. I think he did.
Yeah.
And Warney didn't. Obviously, he didn't like the baggy green. Full stop. Mark Waugh, same with him. They didn't wear their baggy greens often. They wore the floppy hat.
That's right.
Shane Warne auctioned his baggy green off, obviously. But they just gave them away. You were given one for a tour. Many of those players I mentioned just gave them away. Richie Bennett the same as well. He never kept his baggy green because you were issued with one for a particular tour, and they had the year of the tour on the baggy green. So like Bradman, 1948, on the bottom of the crest, right there. And obviously that they stopped doing that in the 70s. They did it up until the 60s. They stopped it in the 70s. And then they just disbanded with that. You were given a cap for a brand new tour. So players had many caps from different tours. Obviously, I got a book on the baggy green history.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I do. Cricket Australia published a book about the baggy green. Baggy Green Legends, it's called. And that's quite interesting.
Yeah, there is one thing that I've never thought about, but I've kind of learnt from this series in terms of rules and playing conditions and that. I didn't realize that the touring captain always has to call at the toss. I thought it rotated. I thought it changed between different matches.
No. If you're the away side, you get to call first.
So the away side always calls. I never realized that, actually, because I was wondering
that's not mainly a playing condition. That's just more of a tradition.
Tradition.
You're the away side. You get to call. So Ben Stokes will flick the coin as he does, and Cummins will say heads or tails. He said tails, and he won. That's always been the case, even here in Australia. Pat will spin the coin, the away captain will say what he wants.
Yeah, because I was thinking, why is Pat calling every single time? Like, doesn't it change around?
He's the away captain, so he gets to call.
Okay.
The toss.
Yeah,
that's how it works. That's the tradition with the coin toss.
In all my years,
but more in cricket, the away team does.
In all my years watching cricket, I've never figured that out. I don't know.
It's always been a thing. As John says, the home captain has the coin, right? He has it in his pocket. And then you walk out to the middle, as they did in the old days. You see Don Bradman walking with the opposing captain, maybe Wally Hammond or someone like that. Go out to the middle of the pitch. No match referee back in those days, no umpires. You have the coin in your pocket. He takes it out. He gives it a spin. He says, you call. Either heads or tails. Battle bowl first. Walk off.
Yeah.
It's always been the case in cricket.
Well, I was reading about some of the history of the Ashes, and apparently there was one series, I can't remember which year it was. Don't ask me what year it was. It may have been, let's say, anywhere between 1880 and 1940, maybe 1940, something like that, in the early years, where apparently the Australian captain insisted on using his own coin, and he kept losing the toss. I think... in fact, I think he was the only captain to have lost 5 tosses in a row.
Was he?
Yeah.
I know Pat Cummins was gunning for his record.
Luckily,
Oh, I think you know. I think I know who you are talking about. I think I just can't
I read
remember his name.
I read this somewhere recently. It may have even been because in the context of Pat Cummins having kept losing the toss this
Well,
series.
we have done our historical series on Australian Ashes captains.
Apparently, the English were not happy because he broke tradition and brought his own coin, but he still kept losing.
Well, you have to provide a coin. You just
Yeah.
have a coin. Whereas these days, the match referee has a coin, gives you the
Yeah.
coin, and so
Yeah.
here you go. You flick it. John says you can't do a penguin slam just saying. And so John says, I think the baggy greens were courtesy of Hahn. Were they? I don't think Hahn sent the baggy greens. I think it was someone else that sent them, John.
No, I don't think it was Hahn.
Why will Hahn send baggy greens to Nick and Gabe if he's from England? It doesn't
It was
make
someone.
sense.
It was an Australian. I'm pretty sure it was.
It was an Australian, yeah. I think it was an Australian fan that sent them to Nick and Gabe. And I know someone commented in the recent video they did and said you shouldn't be wearing the baggy greens or something like that.
Well, it's funny. You know what? My brother said exactly the same thing. He was like, I don't think anyone should be able to wear that unless they played for Australia. I was like, what? Really?
That's right, because it's such a sanctum sort of, it's a piece of clothing or artifact that that you have to earn, and when you play Test cricket for Australia, so that's why people say that.
It's a replica, though. It's not a real thing.
No, it's just a cap, but it's more than that. It's more than that, as we know. But if you're Ian Chappell, he says it's just a piece of $2 cloth.
That's
what he said. Or if you're Bill Laurie, you're going to clean out your pigeon loft with your baggy green on.
But it's funny. The first time they got them out and Gabe put it on, I thought, geez, that really suits him. And then Nick wouldn't wear it for ages because he's not an Aussie.
No, he's got his England cap now. He's got an England cap.
But then he randomly wore his baggy green once. I was like, oh, that kind
when he was reacting to body line, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I thought, that kind of suits him as well. Suits them both.
It does, but obviously it's not quite as the real cap, obviously. But there are many caps that you can get on eBay or stuff like that you can, because many players just gave them away. Players just or the cricket board did. I heard a story once that the cricket board actually gave away the surplus baggy greens to the public because they have the caps ready for players who are going to make their debut, and they just gave them away. So that's why people have real baggy greens that weren't worn by anyone or weren't awarded to anyone and didn't have a cap number.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It does suit Nick and Gabe a little bit. Obviously, Gabe will be wearing his with pride, obviously, given that Australia retained the Ashes. But they've had them for a while now, actually, since 2020, those caps.
Yeah.
Bit jealous, but well. I think you can ask someone to make them or something. I don't know. You can do that.
Right.
But Steve Wars is in Sydney on display, and I'm surprised that it's still intact after 168 tests. And it's just fallen apart a little bit, like his red rag in his pocket. He used to have when he's batting. John says, us mere mortals can just aspire. Warnie's cap went to great cause. It did.
Yeah.
Went to the Barrel Museum, Bradman Museum.
Oh, the Barrel Museum, really? Okay.
Yeah, the Commonwealth Bank bought it, and they donated it to the Bradman Museum in Barrel. Put it on display. That's where you can see Warnie's baggy green.
Right.
Yeah, because he auctioned it off for the bushfires. And I think Jeff Thompson gave away his baggy green that he had, one of his baggy greens and sweater for an auction for the bushfires. Great cause, obviously, and just auctioning off some sporting memorabilia to raise money for a good cause.
Yeah, Warnie,
and that was the type of guy Warnie was, but he never liked his baggy green, to be honest. And neither did Mark Waugh. He thought it was too tight, didn't like it, wore the floppy hat. But obviously, it's tradition. I don't know if you know, Jihan, that it's tradition for the Australian team when they're fielding the first session to wear the baggy green.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that actually.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah,
First
because
lesson.
yeah, and then after that you can wear whatever. But it's usually tradition that when the Australian team take to the field first session of a test in the field, they wear the baggy greens. That's why you see everyone wearing their baggy green cap. No one's wearing a floppy or whatever. So after the first session, you can wear whatever.
Right.
I don't know how long that tradition was going on for, but I think maybe Mark Taylor brought that in, or Steve Waugh, because they were, they brought in the cap presentation as well. Steve Waugh did. I think Mark Taylor started it, and then Steve Waugh carried the tradition on, where you just present the caps to the players and say, "Here you go. There's your cap," and say a few words, or get a former player in. I know Adam Gilchrist had his cap presented by Bill Brown, former Australian opener, the one who got run out by Vinu Madcat in Sydney in 1947-48, which started the whole running out the non-striker sort of situation.
Right.
Yes, and the Australian team didn't have a problem with it at the time. Bradman said it was totally fair. Bill Brown said the same thing. If you read the history books there, because Bradman published a book and he talked about that. He said, we had no problems. It wasn't unsporting or anything. Bill was guilty and he admitted that himself. So that was back then, but it's a touchy subject, as we know.
Yeah, definitely.
In this modern times, John says it went to the bushfires. Of course it did. Great cause indeed. But, but obviously Nick and Gabe have that cricket ball that was sent to them. That was used in the Ashes test in 2017-18, actually. Someone sent them a real cricket ball. Yeah.
A ball from the series?
A ball from the test in Sydney. One of the balls that were used.
How did they get hold of that?
Yeah. Apparently, Nick and Gabe told the story that someone sent them the ball that was actually used in the match. And they looked at the ball. They have it in a case, clear case. Right. Yeah, they did a video on it.
Wow.
And said it actually came from the match. It was, I think England used it. I think it was their ball in their innings when they were bowling.
So that's the ball that the Marsh brothers smashed all over the place.
Probably that ball. It was a little bit old, it was, wear and tear on it. But I think that's what you do when you have old balls in the box after an innings. You either keep them or you give them away or just throw them out if they're just too knackered. That was the thing. John says, hang on, what? Which ball? Missed that one. Yeah, it was one of their videos that they did a couple of years ago, I think, John, where they had this ball sent to them by this one of their viewers or subscribers, which was the actual ball that was used in the Sydney Test match of the Ashes in 2017-18. Actual ball that was used. One of the balls that was used in the match. Because obviously, when you're in the field, you only have two balls really that you have in the innings. Obviously, you have the new ball that you start with, and then you have the second new ball. I think it was one of those. I think, and they just gave them away. I think it
was the Marsh brothers and Usman Khawaja. Khawaja got 170 in that match.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja got a century. He got out stumped by Mason Crane.
Yeah. Sean Marsh.
And then Steve Smith told Mitchell Marsh told the Marsh brothers to stay in their crease after they celebrated their 100.
that was pretty
pointing there in the dressing room saying, "Get back in your crease." The ball's still live.
There you go. If England tried to run one of those guys out when they were doing that,
no,
spirit of cricket,
really, isn't it? Yeah, that's just how cricket is, really. Yeah, he said, no, don't do that, otherwise you're going to get run out. And that was the thing. So, yeah, John, if you look on their old videos, I think if you scroll back through their archive, I think you'll find their video they did on it. I'm not sure which one is it. If you search it up, it will be there. Maybe I could find it or something like that. I do remember it. I do remember watching it at the time.
So Jack, I should probably get going. I want to thank you so much for having me on the stream. And
sorry, Jihan. Yes, sorry, everyone. We're just going into another world, have we? Just talking cricket.
Yeah,
But,
I probably need to get some sleep and prepare for tomorrow night and hopefully a better day for Australia.
Yeah, that's right. John says they've got more stuff than I have. They do. It's somewhere there, John. I do remember it. I just can't remember what the title was. Maybe I'll probably find it somewhere down the track. But yes, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you, Gian, for joining us, and we hope to welcome you back for a future stream or two. Maybe in the World Cup, maybe down the track, maybe the Australian summer.
No worries at all. And
come and join us as well. And
really enjoyed the stream. It's been pretty good, pretty awesome.
Well, yeah, it's good to have you on, and we had some fun for 7 or 8 hours, and the time flies when you're having fun. That's for sure. And it certainly flew by on this second day. Yeah, it's just gone pretty quickly, as it tends to do when you're streaming. It goes pretty quick.
Yeah. Sure.
A recap before we go: Australia all out for 295. They lead by 12, so they'll be starting their bowling early in day 3 because it was the last couple of overs of the day. So therefore, the wicket fell, and that was the end of the day. So that's why it was stumps. But that's the situation as it stands. So it's a poised test match as we speak. Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Jihan, any final thoughts that you want to share before we sign off? Anything you want to say?
Yeah, look, I think Australia underscored in this innings. I was really hoping they'd get 400, 350 to 400. But the tail wagged, which they haven't been able to do earlier on in the series. And we've got a very tiny lead, so we're just about ahead at the moment, and it's all going to depend on what happens tomorrow. But I'm really hoping that Australia put in a good bowling performance tomorrow, but we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. John, the final comment of the stream. You say they didn't get my Bradman coin, though. I had to, but no. Thanks, John. I think you mentioned that you did have some coins that contained Don Bradman. That you were going to send to Nick and Gabe, I think, just for a bit of cricket memorabilia. But they got the Ashes urn in the end, and they were happy with that. They were delighted with that, as we can tell from that video. Thanks everyone for watching the stream today. If you haven't done already, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. We've also got a Facebook page that you can follow us there as well. And also follow us on Twitter and on Instagram, as I mentioned. And the podcast is available on Anchor, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. If you can't watch the podcast on YouTube, video version, you can listen on Anchor, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts if it's convenient for you, which is what people are doing these days. And support us on there as well. And also check us out on Substack. That link is in the description. We're going to get that set up in the next few weeks and get that ready. John says cheerio. Cheerio, John. Bit of a tough day if you're an Australian supporter, but we got through it. And hopefully another better day on day 3. But thanks, John, as always. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Jihan. Thank you, everyone. And until next time, keep safe and bye for now.